Section 17 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Macedonian Dynasty from 976 to 1057 A.D., Part 5 by Albert Vogt. Zoe, Theodora, and Constantine IX, Monomachus, 1042 to 1055. Up to the moment of his accession, the new emperor had led a somewhat stormy life. The son of a certain Theodosius, Constantine was the last representative of one of the most illustrious Byzantine families. Having lost his first wife, he had married as his second the daughter of Pulcheria, the stately sister of Romanus Argyrus, and in this way had acquired an important social position. A great favorite at court, it is said that even as such he had made early advances to Zoe, not without success. Unfortunately, the rise of the Paphlagonians had blighted his hopes of a great future, and John Orphanotrophus had banished him to Mytilene. It was there that news was brought him that Zoe had made a choice of him for her husband, and he returned in triumph to Constantinople for the celebration of the marriage which was to seat him upon the throne. Constantine was thus by no means an upstart. He was, moreover, a man of keen intelligence, cultivated, fond of luxury and elegance, but unfortunately not a little given to debauchery. It has been said that after a government of women came a government of loose livers and men of pleasure, but it was nevertheless a government fairly fortunate for Constantinople. At all events, it was more representative than the Paphlagonian regime, and was even in its happier hours as skillful as it was enterprising. Constantine had been accustomed to lead a dissolute life, and his first thought was to enjoy his new position of power to the full. Among his mistresses were two who had left a name behind them, Sclerina and an Alan princess, whom we shall meet again later. Sclerina was a niece of Pulcheria and a granddaughter of Bartesclarus. Being left a widow, she lost no time in attaching herself to Constantine, and so strong had been the feeling between them that Sclerina had followed her lover to his exile at Lesbos. Then, when he reached the supreme power, Constantine could not rest until he had recalled her to his side. Soon, under the benevolent patronage of Zoe, Sclerina appeared as maîtresse en titre, had her own apartments at the palace, and received the title of Sebaste or Augustus. Stranger still, she contrived to live on excellent terms with Theodora, who also dwelt at the palace, and divided her time between her devotions and attention to her fortune, accumulating money to her heart's content. The system amounted to something like a government by four, and it narrowly escaped causing the empire a fresh dynastic crisis. For though the four heads of the government regarded each other's amusements with much complacence, and joined in princely depredations on the exchequer, the public quite rightly considered that the scandal had gone far enough, and was not quite easy as to the safety of the two aged sovereigns. This opinion was conveyed to Constantine by the popular support given to a revolt of 9 March 1044, during which it would have gone hard with him, but for the intervention of Zoe and Theodora. Strong measures were taken, the foreigners, Jews, Mussulmans, and Armenians, being driven from Constantinople. But in spite of this rigorous repression, the revolt would doubtless have burst forth anew, and for the same reasons, had not Sclerina very opportunely died, no doubt soon after the rising of 1044. If at the palace nothing was thought of but amusement, it must be allowed that, in contrast with what had been the case of other periods, Constantine and his female colleagues have been careful to surround themselves with distinguished men, capable of managing public affairs efficiently. From the beginning of his reign, the new emperor had recourse to the wisdom of the famous Michael Cerularius, and when in 1043 Cerularius became patriarch, his former office was given to a man of great talent, Constantine Lacotes. Besides these valuable ministers, men of solid culture and integrity, there were employed a whole crowd of clerks, notaries, and minor officials, such as Celis, Xiphilin, and others who certainly were not chosen at haphazard. As always happened on the accession of a new emperor, the court, in order to gain the support of all classes, made lavish distributions of honors to the great and of money to the populace, turned out certain office holders, and made certain political changes. Constantine IX, we know not why, sent John Orphanotrophus to Mitylene, where he put him later to a violent death. Michael V he sent to Chios, and Constantine the Nobilissimus to Samos. On the other hand, he raised Romanus Clerus, Sclerina's brother, to the highest dignities. This was the beginning of a very serious revolt, which was not without influence upon Sclerina's unpopularity. Romanus Clerus had within the empire a formidable and powerful foe in the person of that Maniaces, whom the ephemeral authority of Michael V had sent back to Italy. In his new position of favorite, Romanus desired above all things to make use of his influence to avenge himself. He prevailed upon Constantine to recall his enemy, and in the meantime ravaged Maniaces' estates and offered violence to his wife. Maniaces was not of a temper to submit to such usage. Supported by his troops, he raised the standard of revolt against the emperor, and caused his own successor, sent out by the emperor, to be assassinated. He then began his campaign by marching upon Constantinople, there to have himself proclaimed emperor. But he met with a check at Otranto, and in February 1043 he embarked, landing soon afterwards at Triagium, whence he advanced upon Salonika in the hope of drawing after him Boguslav Serbs, who had recently defeated some Byzantine troops in 1042 near Lake Scutari. But, unfortunately for him, his successes soon came to an end. At Ostrovo, he encountered the army sent against him by Constantine. He was defeated and killed. The empire was saved. At about the same time, the chroniclers Scocetes and Zonaras speak of another revolt, hatched this time in Cyprus by Theophilus Eroticus, which, however, does not appear to have involved the government in serious danger. Such did not prove to be the case with the rising, which broke out in September 1047, and for 3 months threatened to deprive Constantine of the throne. Its leader was Leo Tornicius. Constantine IX in his heart cared little for the defense of the empire, and consequently neglected the army. The depredations on the treasury went on apace. There were pressing dangers on the eastern and western frontiers, and because of all this, malcontents were numerous. The rising broke out at Hadrianopole among military commanders who had been displaced or passed over, and Tornicius put himself at its head. This man was of Armenian origin, and traced his descent from the Bakratid kings. Besides all the wrongs which he shared with the other generals, he had special grievances of his own. In the first place, Constantine's policy in Armenia. Then probably a love affair with the emperor had broken out. Tornicius, who was a cousin of the emperor, was on very intimate terms with a sister of his, named Euprepia. Now, between Constantine and Euprepia, relations were somewhat strained, and it was to punish his sister as well as his cousin, for whom, be it said, he had no liking, that he sent him to the provinces in honorable exile as strategist, and later compelled him to become a monk. It was this which led Turnicius to resolve upon rebellion and to take the leadership of a movement which had long existed in the army. On 15 June, the whole body of conspirators met at Adrian, and soon afterwards Leo was proclaimed emperor. Thereupon the insurgents set out for Constantinople, with the army corps from Macedonia. In these circumstances, Constantine shewed remarkable energy. In spite of the illness by which he was just then tormented, he set to work to arm the troops in Constantinople, who barely numbered 1,000, and gave orders to summon the imperial army by forced marches from the depths of Armenia. If Turnicius, who had reached the walls of Constantinople, had made the smallest exertion, he would have had the empire in his grasp. But hoping to be acclaimed by the people and unwilling to shed blood, he remained inactive beneath the ramparts of the town. Meanwhile, Constantine, on the other hand, was acting. He scattered money among the enemy's troops, won over officers and men, and could then await the army from the east and the Bulgarian contingents, which he had demanded. Matters were at this point when, in the beginning of October, Dionysius left Constantinople to take up a position on the road from Hadrian to Archaeopolis, and to engage in a fruitless siege of the little town of Radestus. After this, he relapsed into inactivity. It was then, in the month of December, that the army from Armenia reached Constantinople. Constantine, feeling himself sure of ultimate victory over a foe so strangely passive, was reluctant to shed blood. The hostile army was gradually overcome by bribes, hunger, and promises, and Turnicius soon found himself with his lieutenant Vatacius, practically deserted. Both were made prisoners. Their eyes were put out on 24 December 1047, and a little later they suffered death. While within the borders of his empire, Constantine's government was disturbed by the revolts of Maniaces and Turnicius. Outside, the enemies of Byzantium were also on the alert. In 1043, it became necessary to take arms against the Russians, who were defeated. As a result of this campaign, and in order to seal the peace which followed, a Greek princess was married to Yaroslav's son, Vsevolod. Next year, in 1044, there broke out the war with Armenia, which ended in the complete and lamentable overthrow of that ancient kingdom, and the appearance on the frontiers of the empire of the Seljuk Turks. Annie was betrayed to the Greeks, and the last king of Armenia, Gagné II, went forth to live in gilded exile at Bazou. The Catholicus Petros, who had engineered the surrender of Annie, was also deported, first to Constantinople and later to Sebastia, where he died some years afterward. To the misfortune of both, Armenia was made into a Byzantine province, so that the empire, without a buffer state, from this time onwards, had to encounter single-handed the race who, in the end, were one day to conquer it. To complete the picture, will be shown elsewhere that Asia Minor was not the only ground on which the Byzantine troops were to measure their strength during the reign of Monomarchus. With varying success, their generals were obliged to confront Arabs, Patzinaks, Lombards, and Normans. Every frontier was threatened. South Italy was lost, and as a final calamity, Michael Cellularius was about to make a complete and definitive breach with the Roman Church, which alone might perhaps have been able to save the ancient Greek Empire. On the death of the patriarch Alexius on 22 February 1043, Constantine's government raised to the patriarchal throne, with circumstances of considerable irregularity, the first minister of the empire, the man who was to be famous as Michael Cellularius. His consecration took place on 25 March. Cellularius's ordination was merely an incident in his career. In 1040, as a result of the conspiracy which he had organized against the Emperor Michael, with a view to taking his place, He had been condemned to deportation and had been forced to assume the monastic habit. Still, if Michael found himself on the patriarchal throne merely through a chapter of accidents, he brought to it not indeed any striking virtues, but a fine intellect, wide culture, and iron will. And moreover, in all that he did, he had a definite aim. Now that he had reached the highest ecclesiastical position in the empire, and was second only to the Vasil'evs, he attempted to set up on the shores of the Bosphorus a pontificate analogous to that of the Pope at Rome, so that he would have been in fact emperor and patriarch at the same time. This was indeed the real cause of the schism and of his conduct towards Constantine IX. It was at the very close of the reign of Constantine Monomachus, when the emperor was well known to be ill and near his end, that Cellularius threw down the brand of discord. Throughout the pontificate of Alexius, relations with Rome had been excellent, and there were no signs whatever of a conflict when in 1053 it suddenly burst forth. Cellularius had chosen his opportunity with skill. The emperor had grown old and seemed to have no energy left. The Pope, Leo IX, was unfortunately placed in Italy under the yoke of the Normans. That Leo, in spite of his misfortunes, should have attempted to extend his authority over the Greek seas in southern Italy is possible, and indeed probable enough, for the authority of Constantinople had sunk extremely low in the west. Nevertheless, the provocation came from Cellularius, through the medium of Leo, Archbishop of Cuadra. Cellularius wrote to John of Trani a letter, which was really intended for the Pope in the West generally. In this letter, he attacked the customs of the Latin Church, particularly the use of unleavened bread and the observance of Saturday as a fast. At the same time, a violent composition by the monk Nicetas Strathestus was circulated in the Byzantine Church, in which these two charges were taken up afresh, and an attack was also made on the celibacy of the clergy. These usages were declared to be heretical. Questions of dogma were not touched upon. Finally, Cellularius, of his own authority, closed all those churches in Constantinople which observed the Latin ritual. Leo IX replied at once, without discussing the trivial charges of the patriarch. He removed the controversy to its true ground, namely, the Roman claim to primacy of jurisdiction, and demanded before entering on any discussion the submission of the patriarch. The latter at first yielded and wrote to the Pope a letter respectful in tone and favorable to union. It is certain, however, that he was compelled to take this step by the emperor, who was himself urged on by the Greeks living in Italy, among others by the Catapan Agirus. Leo IX wrote in January 1054 to Constantine, entrusting his letter to 3 legates who arrived in April, bearing also a letter to Cellularius very sharp and harsh in tone, and deeply irritating to the patriarch, as was also the attitude assumed towards him by the 3 legates. On the other hand, Constantine won over to the Roman cause by the very affectionate epistle addressed to him by Leo IX, and immediately proceeded to carry out the Pope's wishes. Unfortunately, at this juncture, Leo IX died on 19 April, and his successor was not chosen until April 1055. The legates no longer had sufficient authority to enable them to act, and Cellularius, taking advantage of his position, began to write and intrigue with a view to winning over Eastern Christendom to his cause, beginning with Peter, Patriarch of Antioch. The legates, for their part, in spite of their diminished authority, solemnly excommunicated Cellularius and his supporters. The step turned out a mistake on the Latin side. The patriarch was only waiting for this opportunity to show himself in his true colors. He demanded, indeed, an interview with the legates, who had already quitted Constantinople on 17 July 1054, but were recalled by the emperor's orders. Suddenly, however, suspicions of Cerularius arose. The emperor, fearing an ambush, again sent off the legates, for it was rumored that the patriarch intended to stir the people to assassinate them. It was upon the emperor that the brunt of Cerularius's anger fell. At his instigation, a rising was let loose in Constantinople, and Constantine was forced to abase himself before the victorious patriarch. With the emperor's sanction, he at once held a synod in St. Sophia on 20 July. The Roman bull was condemned. An anathema was pronounced, and a few days later the bull was burned. The separation was an accomplished fact. Its unhappy consequences were to make themselves soon and lastingly felt. From the point of view of civilization, the reign of Constantine Monomachus must be considered one of the most fortunate, for a true literary renaissance flourished at Constantinople under the auspices of the emperor. Though not himself learned, Constantine was a man of taste and liked to surround himself with cultivated people. His court was the resort of the most intellectual men of the day, and it was owing to their entreaties that he decided to reopen the University of Constantinople. The most distinguished scholars at that time were John Xiphilin, Constantine Locutus, Cerularius, John Moripus, Cellus, and Nicetas Byzantius. They were all bound together by friendship, all loved and pursued letters and jurisprudence, and some, like Xiphilin, Locutus, and Cerularius, were destined to reach the highest positions in church and state. The first foundation of Constantine goes back to 1045. With the help of his friends, he began the restoration of the science of jurisprudence, founding a school of law by his novel, Peri tu Nomoflecos. Then he decided that in the new university, all branches of learning should be taught. Cellus was entrusted with the teaching of philosophy, Nicetas Byzantius, and Moripus with that of grammar, rhetoric, and orthography. Thus was formed the School of St. Peter, so called from the place where the new masters lectured. Law was lodged at St. George of Mangana. The faculty took the name of the School of the Laws, and Xiphilin became its head. A library was added to the school. It was there that the historian Michael Attaliates taught. In these schools of higher learning, law was taught in the first place, but the other branches of humane learning were not neglected. Plato, Homer, the ancient historians, and theology found their commentators. Cellus was undoubtedly the most conspicuous of the professors, the most applauded and discussed. Unfortunately, these savants were not endowed only with learning and virtues. They had also defects, of which vanity and arrogance were not perhaps the worst. Before long, quarrels broke out between them and the courtiers. Then disputes arose among the learned themselves. Then difficulties grew up even with the emperor to such an extent that by 1050 the enterprise was ruined. Constantine IX was forced to close his university and to disgrace Locutus and Moripus. Xiphilus became a monk, and Cellus joined him at Olympus, only, however, to return before long on the death of Monomachus. From the artistic standpoint, the reign of Constantine Monomachus is memorable for their stately building, St. George of Mangana, which made heavy demands upon the treasury. The emperor also beautified St. Sophia and enriched it with precious objects intended to serve for divine worship. We also know that he built several hospitals and refuges for the poor. Life in the women's apartments of the palace remained throughout the reign what it had been at the beginning, that is to say, very far from edifying. Zoe, as she grew old, devoted herself to distilling perfumes and flinging away public money on innumerable absurd caprices. Theodora, a good deal neglected, spent her time in devotion, and in counting her fortune which he hoarded up with care. Constantine fell upon the dominion of a dwarf, at whose hands he narrowly escaped assassination, and was then subjugated by a young Alan princess, whom he loaded with presents and looked forward to marrying at some future time. Meanwhile, Zoe died in 1050, and Constantine, it appears, greatly lamented the aged empress. By rights, Theodora should now have regained power, but she never thought of doing so, and the only concession which Constantine made to her feelings was to refrain from marrying the Alan princess. The aged sovereign, says Sellus, would never have endured to be at once empress and first subject of an upstart. He contented himself, as in Sclerina's case, with bestowing on his mistress the title of Augusta, indulging in countless acts of insensate prodigality for her and her family, and putting himself thus in the most ridiculous position to the delight of his enemies and the grief of Sellus. In the early days of 1055, the emperor, whose health was failing more and more, and who had besides broken with his sister-in-law and caused her to quit the palace, retired to his favorite monastery, St. George of Mangana. Feeling himself dying, he summoned a council to his side to choose his successor, regardless of Theodora. The choice fell on an obscure man named Nicephorus, at that time in Bulgaria, but there still existed in the capital a party which had remained loyal to the princes born in the purple. It was this party which, without waiting for the arrival of Nicephorus or the death of the emperor, proclaimed Theodora afresh as the sole empress of Constantinople, and sent orders to have the pretender arrested at Salonika. He was then deported to the interior of Asia Minor. Constantine IX died on 11 January 1055, and was solemnly buried beside Sclerina in the monastery of Mangana. Once again, Theodora, now aged 75, was momentarily to resume the government of the empire. Theodora, 1055 to 1056. With this aged virgin, the glorious history of the Macedonian house comes to an end. Founded in blood in the 9th century, it dies out in the 11th in barrenness, weakness, and shame, the wretched but just reward of a long series of moral iniquities. We know not with what feelings the Byzantines watched its extinction, nor what presentiments visited them as the future of the state. One fact alone is known to us, that Theodora supported and favored Cellularius and his faction, and that it was owing to this party of intriguers that she again took up the government. It is probable that the patriarch had views of his own, and was awaiting the propitious moment when he might quietly pass from the patriarchal palace to the imperial. But in the first place, Theodora's reign proved a very brief one. It did not last 18 months, and besides, strange to relate, when Cellularius put himself forward to give the law, he found that Theodora stood her ground, resisted, and in the end disgraced the patriarch. With him were dismissed several of the great generals, among them Bryennius and Comensus, and the reign of the eunuchs began. If this was a misfortune for the empire, it proved at least that the empress had a will of her own and meant to be obeyed. As might have been expected, the court immediately began to urge projects of marriage on Theodora, but the empress was no more disposed at the close of her life than in earlier days to accept an expedient which had turned out so ill in the case of her sister Zoe. Without any support or counsel but such as she could obtain from her eunuchs, she took up the task of governing, and of holding in check the whole military party, whose two chief leaders had been disgraced. At the head of affairs, she set an ecclesiastic, Leo Paraspondelis, the protocensalus, a man of great merit, upright, honest, and intelligent, but abrupt and dictatorial to a degree, which accounts for the unpopularity he soon incurred. In addition to this, the empress's parsimony and the intrigues of Cellularius helped to cool the attachment which the Byzantines had shewn for their sovereign. A seditious outbreak was plainly imminent when Theodora died, rather unexpectedly on 31 August 1056. As soon as the first symptoms of her malady appeared, there was great agitation among the palace eunuchs. A party in power was by no means ready to throw up the game. Leo Spondylis therefore hastily summoned a council to meet around the dying Theodora's bed and provide for the succession. They made choice of an old patrician who had spent his life in camps, Michael Stratioticus, who seemed to have the qualities requisite for letting himself be governed and at the same time commanding the support of the army. Sagittarius was at once consulted, and after some hesitation before the closing eyes of the sovereign and authorized by a faint sign of consent from her, he crowned and proclaimed Stratioticus emperor. Michael VI Stratioticus, 1056 to 1057. Michael VI, the poor old man who was now to affix his trembling signature to the last page of the history of the Macedonian family, belonged to the aristocracy of Constantinople and was descended from that Joseph Bringus, who had been chief minister under Romanus II. To the clique who hoped to govern in his name, he was a mere figurehead. His age, his want of capacity, the weakness of his position, unsupported by any party in the state, were for the eunuchs and especially for Leo Spondylis so many pledges that they would be confirmed in all their authority. By way of precaution, however, the court, on raising him to the throne, exacted from him an oath that he would never act contrary to the wishes of his ministers. It is plain that they were counting without the strength of the great feudal families, every one of which aspired to sovereign power, and also without the popular outbreaks which they expected to crush without difficulty. In reality, the eunuchs were grossly deceived in their calculations. On the very morrow, indeed, of Michael's proclamation, Theodosius, the president of the Senate, attempted to organize an outbreak. He was a cousin of Constantine IX, and in this capacity fancied that he had rights to the succession. But he had no supporters either in the army or the palace or among the clergy. At the head of a troop of dependents, the most he could do was to break open the prisons and to appear in front of the palace in St. Sophia. The doors were shut against him. No difficulty was found in arresting him, and he was sent into exile at Pergamus. Michael VI and his court fancied that their troubles had ended with this slight attempt at a revolt. They were already distributing profuse gifts to the Senate and the people and planning some few changes in the official staff, when, in rapid succession, the emperor quarreled with some of the most popular commanders in the army, with Cataclalon Comensis, whom he dismissed, with the Francopole, Hervé, whom he ill-treated, with Nicephorus Bryennius, to whom he refused the restoration of his estates, formerly confiscated by Theodora, and above all with Isaac Comensis. On Easter Day 1057 he denied to all of them the favors which they came to ask, and by the advice of his minister launched out into a flood of invective against each of them. It was the divorce of the court from the army, which he so unthinkingly pronounced. There was only one sequel to so sinister a beginning, and that was revolt. The conspirators immediately gathered at St. Sophia, and in concert with the patriarch deliberated how they might best get rid of the emperor and his eunuchs. Without further delay, they hailed Isaac Comensis as the future emperor, afterwards returning to their estates in Asia Minor to prepare for war. It was on 8 June 1057, in the plain of Gagné in Paphlagonia, that Isaac was proclaimed emperor. Immediately afterwards, the rebel army began its march upon Constantinople and reached Nicaea. Everywhere the pretender was recognized, the Asiatic themes submitting to his authority. Michael VI, for his part, as soon as he learned what had taken place, attempted to organize the defense. Unfortunately, he had no commanders of any capacity on his side. though on the other hand his army was more numerous than that of the opponents. The imperial troops set forth, led by a certain Theodore, and made their way towards Nicaea. At Petro, they halted, not far from the camp of Commensus, and here it was that the battle took place on 20 August. It was waged with fury, and degenerated into a massacre. Though at first defeated, in the end Isaac Commensus was the victor, thanks to Katty, who came up in time to reinforce the wavering center and left wing of the rebels. Even after the battle of Petro, the unfortunate Michael still hoped to save his crown by winning over the Senate and the populace of Constantinople. Unluckily for himself, the poor emperor had now contrived to fall out with Michael Cellularius, who, for his part, was busy plotting against him. Though feeling at heart that all was lost, Michael VI nevertheless tried to negotiate with Commensus. Through Cellus and 2 other senators, he offered Isaac the title of Caesar, engaging also to adopt him and name him his successor, as well as to pardon all the rebels. This was on 24 August. The revolted troops were already at Nicomedia, and the embassy sent in Michael's name had been secretly won over to the cause of Commensus. After an exchange of views had taken place, and some counter-proposals had been made on behalf of Isaac, the envoys returned to Constantinople. There, while ostensibly rendering an account of their mission to the emperor, in reality during the whole of 29 August they were, with Cellularius, organizing the revolt and weaving the conspiracy, which ended in the abdication of Michael VI. As soon as all was completed, Michael VI's embassy, consisting of the same men as before, set out again for Commensus's camp, and on the same day, 30 August, the revolt broke out at Constantinople. The struggle was not a bloody one, but was marked by the personal intervention of the patriarch, who suddenly at St. Sophia openly ranged himself on the side of the rebels, sanctioned the proclamation of Commensus as emperor, and took the direction of the revolutionary movement into his own hands. His first care was to send a number of bishops to the palace with instructions to tonsure the emperor at once, to clothe them with the monastic habit, and to send him to a convent in Constantinople, where soon afterwards he died. On 31 August 1057, amid indescribable enthusiasm, Commensus made his triumphal entry into the sacred palace. The next day, or the day after, he was crowned by the patriarch. Thus was the dynasty of the Comneni solemnly inaugurated. That of the Macedonians had become extinct. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Struggle with the Saracens, 717 to 867. Part 1 by E.W. Brooks. At the accession of Leo III, 25 March 717, when the great Arab army was encamped in Western Asia Minor, and the Anatolic troops had gone to Constantinople to play their strategists on the throne, the position of the empire seemed almost desperate, and the Arab commander, Maslama, having some understanding with Leo, was confident of reducing it to subjection. During the spring he took Sardis and Pergamus, and when it became clear that no assistance was to be expected from Leo, he advanced to Abydos, crossed to Thrace, destroyed the forts on the road, and encamped before Constantinople, July. On 1 September, a fleet under a certain Solomon joined him, and was followed by another under Omar ibn Hibara. But while the ships were sailing round the city, 20 of them became separated from the rest and were destroyed by fire ships. 3 September. After this, the fleet was content with inactivity and safety, but an offer of ransom was refused, and in the severe winter the army lost heavily in horses and camels. In the spring, fresh ships came from Egypt and Africa, besides military reinforcements, and an attack by Slavs was repulsed. But Omar was defeated by the Bulgarians, whom Leo had called to his assistance, and in Bithynia, a foraging party was routed. Moreover, the Egyptian sailors deserted, and through information obtained from them, Leo destroyed with Greek fire many newly arrived ships. After this, the blockade on the seaside was practically raised, while the besiegers were starving. Accordingly, Omar II, who succeeded the Caliph Suleiman in September 717, recalled the Muslim armament, 15 August 718, but many ships were destroyed by a storm or captured on the retreat, and only a few reached Syria. The garrison of Taranto, which was thought to be too much exposed, was then withdrawn, and no more expeditions were made while Omar lived. To prevent a recrudescence of the Arab sea power after the accession of the Caliph Yazid II, February 720, a Roman fleet sailed to Egypt and attacked Denis. The expedition of 716 to 718 was in fact the last attempt upon Constantinople, and then neglected the fleet which followed the removal of the capital from Damascus to Babylonia in 750, made a repetition impossible. Hence the war was reduced to a series of plundering raids, until the occupation of Crete and Sicily by Western Arabs caused the naval warfare to revive under new conditions. The character of these incursions was so well understood on the Arab side that in the 9th century it was an accepted rule that 2 raids were made each year, one from 10 May to 10 June, when grass was abundant, and after a month's rest for the horses, another from 10 July to 8 September, with sometimes a third in February and March, and the size of the forces may be gauged from the fact that a commander was once superseded by retreating when he had 7,000 men to meet the advancing enemy. Longer expeditions were often made, but even those rarely had any object but plunder or blackmail. A frontier fortress was indeed occasionally occupied, but it was often recovered after a short interval, and more frequently forts were taken only that they might be destroyed, and the enemy thereby deprived of a base. And the whole result of 150 years of war was only the annexation by the Arabs of the district between the Saracens and the Lamas, which, however, included the important towns of Tarsus and Adana, and the strong fortress of Lullum. Raids through the Sicilian gates were signaled to Constantinople by a chain of beacons, and a cluster of fortresses were erected on the heights of the Taurus range. But the Romans were generally content to hold the strong places, and, when opportunity offered, overwhelm parties of marauders. Occasionally they made counter-raids, but these had even less permanent result than those of the Arabs, until, under the rule of the energetic Caesar Bardas, a blow was dealt after which the decaying caliphate never recovered its offensive power, and the way was open for a Roman advance. Under Yazid, only sporadic raids were made, with little result. Omar ibn Habara won a victory in Armenia Cuadra, 721, and the fortress in Cilicia was taken, 723. But Abbas ibn al-Walid, after taking a fort in Paphlagonia, allowed his men to scatter, and most of the parties were annihilated, 722. After Caliph Hisham's accession, however, more systematic plans were adopted. In 724, his son Sa'id and his cousin Marwan, with the combined forces of Syria and Mesopotamia, coming from Melitene, stormed a fort and massacred the garrison, though a detachment under Kathir was cut to pieces, and this was followed by the capture of the great fortress of Camacha on the Euphrates, which the Romans must have recovered since 711, and in 726 Maslama took Neo-Caesarea. After this, a series of raids was carried out by Hisham's son Muawiyah, who in 727 took Cuadra, which he demolished, and Tutasium, and with naval assistance besieged Nicaea. In 728 he took Semelus in the Armenianic theme. In 729 he raided northern Asian Minor, while Sa'id, coming from the south, reached Caesarea, and an Egyptian fleet harried the coast. In 730, Muawiyah took the fortress of Charcianum. In 731 he found the frontier too well guarded to cross in force, and his lieutenant, Batal, was routed. But in 732 he plundered Paphlagonia and penetrated to Acronia. Paramasus, though on the retreat, his rearguard was annihilated, while his brother Suleiman reached Caesarea. In 733 the two brothers joined forces, and their vanguard under Batal captured a general. In 734 Muawiyah reached the west coast, plundering proconsular Asia as he went. In 735 he returned by way of the north, while Suleiman raided Cappadocia. In 736, on another joint expedition, Muawiyah was killed by a fall from his horse, but Suleiman, after wintering in Roman territory, invaded Asia and carried off a Pergamene who claimed to be Justinian's son Tiberius and was granted imperial honors by Hisham. In 738 he took a fort in Pontus and captured a patrician's son, who with other prisoners was put to death in 740, on a report that Leo had killed his Muslim prisoners. And in 739 his brother Maslama, coming from Melitene, seized some of the subterranean granaries that were numerous in Cappadocia. Assistance by sea was prevented by the activity of the Roman fleet, which in 736 captured part of a fleet returning from a raid, and in 739 attacked Damietta in great force and carried off many captives. For 740 a great invasion was planned. Suleiman crossed the frontier in May and encamped before Tyana, sending his cousin Gemar to Asia and Malik and Batal to Phrygia, where they took Sinada and besieged Acronom. But these last were routed by Leo himself and both killed, after which the whole army returned to Syria. Not this victory, however, so much as the internal troubles of the caliphate, caused in the following years the slackness of the Arab offensive. In 742, Solomon marched into the heart of Asia Minor, and Constantine V, who had succeeded Leo in June 741, left his capital on 27 June and came to Crasus in Phrygia to meet him. But Artabastus' rebellion forced him to flee to the Anatolics at Armorium, leaving the road open to the enemy. However, Hisham's death, February 743, and the accession of the incapable Caliph Walid II prevented the Arabs from making the most of this opportunity, and in 743 the Romans destroyed the fortress of Sozopetra, southwest of Melitene. After the murder of Walid, April 744, the caliphate fell into anarchy, and order having been restored in the emperor by Artaphatus' overthrow, November, the advantage lay with the Romans. Constantine again destroyed Sozopetra, which had been insufficiently restored, and threatened Paris, Hisson Mafsur, where the fortifications had been repaired and a strong garrison posted. He forced Germanicea, Marash, and Dolichi to capitulate, allowing the garrisons to march out. He removed the inhabitants to Roman territory and demolished the fortifications, 746. After this, a great outbreak of plague prevented him from pursuing his advantage, and in 748 Walid ibn Hisham restored Germanicea. In 747, however, an Egyptian squadron which had come to Cyprus was unexpectedly attacked in harbor, and almost annihilated, and from this time the Egyptian fleet disappears for 100 years. In June 751, Constantine set out to recover Cuadra, but sent the Armenian Kushan, who had fled to the Romans in 750 against the fort, while he himself besieged Melitene. Mesopotamia being in revolt, its emir could not bring help, and the place capitulated. The inhabitants with their portable property were then escorted to a place of safety, after which the town was demolished. Thence Constantine went on to Claudius, which he also took, removing the population of the district to Roman territory. But at the Arsamosata he failed. Meanwhile Kushan, having taken Cuadra and placed a garrison in it, advanced to Theotopolis, Erzurium, which he took and destroyed, making the garrison prisoners and deporting the inhabitants. The merciful treatment which Constantine accorded to his enemies and to the civil populations is a bright spot among the atrocities of these wars. The Romans were never as cruel as the Arabs, but this striking leniency may fairly be set against the character which anti-iconoclast writers draw of this emperor. By the Caliph Marwan II's death, July 751, the new Abbasid dynasty was firmly established, but many revolts followed, when in 754, Abdallah, emir of Syria, had started to invade the empire. He heard of the death of his nephew, the Caliph Safra, 19 June, and returned to make an unsuccessful bid for the caliphate. His successor in Syria, his brother Salim, in 756 entered Cappadocia through the pass of Adada, but on hearing that Constantine was about to march against him, returned home. Thereupon followed an exchange of prisoners. In 757, Salim began to rebuild the walls of Mopsiacia, which had been overthrown by an earthquake in 756, and Abd al-Wahhab, who had been made emir of Mesopotamia by his uncle the Caliph Mansur, rebuilt Claudius and began to rebuild Melitene. To prevent this, Constantine marched to the Paramus, 758, but the army at Melitene, reinforced by some Persians, the best troops of the caliphate, under Hassan, was too strong to attack, and the rebuilding of Melitene and Mopsuestia was completed. In 759, while the emperor was engaged with Slavonic enemies, Adana, abandoned by the Romans, was occupied by Salim, a garrison partly of Persians being placed there, and a fort erected on the Saracens opposite it. In 760, while Constantine was fighting the Bulgarians, the Caliph's brother Abbas defeated the Armeniac strategist Paul on the Milos between Melitene and Caesarea, with great loss, Paul himself being killed and 42 high officers captured. For the next 5 years, both sides were occupied. Mansur with insurrections and Khazar invasions, and Constantine with Bulgarian wars, and in 766 there was an exchange of prisoners. This year a strong force of Arabs and Persians under Abbas and Hassan besieged Cuadra, August, but, well defended by its commandant, it resisted all their efforts, and on the approach of winter they retired. Some of the army, however, who had separated from the rest for a pillaging expedition, penetrated beyond Caesarea, avoiding roads and towns, but were attacked on their return and fled in confusion to Melitene and Theodosiopolis. The Arabs then set themselves to restore the fortifications of Arsamosata, but in 768 an army which had been ravaging Armenia Cuadra crossed the Arsanias and destroyed the works, though after their retreat the task was completed. The citizens were, however, suspected of collusion with the enemy and removed to Palestine, a fate which also befell the inhabitants of Germanicea, 769, which was refortified and garrisoned. In 770, Laodicea, Combusta was taken, and in 771 some of the Armenians who had fled to the Romans with Hassan set out to return to the old homes, and a force under the commandant of Cuadra, which pursued them, was surprised and cut to pieces. In 775, Thumama marched along the Isaurian coast, supported by a fleet, and besieged Sais. Constantine thereupon sent the Anatolics, Armeniacs, and Vasil'ev, who occupied the only pass by which Thumama could retreat, while the Sivarites anchored in the harbor and cut off his communications with the ships. But by a desperate attack he cut his way through the cavalry and returned with many prisoners from the neighborhood, while the fleet sailed to Cyprus and captured the governor. Constantine, wishing to be free to deal with the Bulgarians, now made proposals for peace, but these were rejected. The deaths of the emperor and caliph in 775 were followed by greater activity on both sides. Constantine had recently given his chief attention to the Bulgarians and had been content with merely checking Arab inroads. But in 776, Leo IV, who, though from ill health unable to lead armies, was an able and vigorous ruler, sent an expedition to Samosata, which carried off many captives. The Muslims were ransomed by the Caliph Mahdi, who on his side prepared a larger force than had been since 740, with many of the best Persian troops under Abbas, which took the underground granary of Cassis, with the men in it, and reached but did not take Ansira. In 777, Thumama made an expedition by land to Gabor by sea, but Thumama quarreled with the Emir Isa, the Caliph's great uncle, and so in 778 no raid took place. In these circumstances, Leo sent the 5 Asiatic themes to Cilicia and Syria, and they besieged Isa and Germanosia without opposition from Thumama, who was at Cbteddy. Failing to take Germanosia, they plundered the country, and the Thracian strategist Michael Nadraco was attacked by a force sent by Thumama, but defeated them with heavy loss, after which the whole army returned with many captives, largely Syrian Jacobites, and laden with spoil. In 779, Thumama again remained inactive, though ordered to make an invasion, and the Romans destroyed the fortifications of Adata. The veteran Hassan was then appointed to command, and with a large force from Syria, Mesopotamia, and Khorasan, entered the empire by the pass of Adada. Leo ordered his generals not to fight, but to bring the inhabitants into the fortresses and send out parties of picked men to prevent foraging and to destroy the fodder and provisions. Hassan therefore occupied Dorylaeum without opposition, but after 15 days' lack of fodder for the horses forced him to retreat. The Caliph now determined to take the field himself, and on 12 March 780 left Baghdad with an even larger army and marched through Aleppo to Adada. Here, by Hassan's advice, he ordered the fortifications to be restored. They were completed in 785 and advanced to Arabissus, whence he returned, leaving the command to his son Harun, afterwards known as Ar-Rashid, supported by Hassan and other capable advisors. This expedition was, however, hardly more successful than the last. Thumama, since Isa's death no longer disaffected, being sent westward, reached Asia, but was there defeated by Draco, his brother falling in the battle. Afterwards, Rashid marched towards the north and besieged Samalas for 38 days, during which the Arabs suffered heavy loss, and the garrison then surrendered on condition that their lives were spared and that they were not separated from one another. The army thereupon returned to Syria. After this expedition, Tarsus, which had been abandoned by the Romans, was occupied and rebuilt by the Arabs. In September 780, Leo died, and under the female rule which followed, Asia Minor was again laid open to the enemy. In June 781, the Asiatic themes were sent to the frontier, commanded not by a soldier but by a eunuch, the treasurer John. The separate themes, however, retained their strategy, and Abd al-Kabir, who had invaded by the pass of Adada, was defeated by Lacondo Draco and the Armenian Jagić, strategists of the Busalari, who had gone over to the Romans in 780. After this, Abd al-Kabir abandoned the expedition for which he was imprisoned. The Caliph now made a great effort, and on 9 February 782, Rashid left Baghdad at the head of a larger force than any that had been sent in the previous years, in which contingents from Syria, Mesopotamia, Arabia, and Khorasan were included, and the Empress Irene having just sent an army to Sicily against the rebel Elpidius, the invaders had an easier task. Entering by the Cilician gates, Rashid took the fortress of Baghdad and advanced into Phrygia, where he left Rabi to besiege Nakalia and sent Yahya, the Barmecide, to Asia, and after defeating Nicetas, Count of Opsicum, he reached Chrysopolis. Yahya inflicted a crushing defeat on Lacono Draco, but on his way to join Rashid found his road blocked on the Sicarius by Anthony the domestic of the Scali, whom Irene had sent by sea from Constantinople. But Jagić, from hostility to Irene's chief minister, the eunuch Storosius, opened communications with Rashid, and on promise of pardon and reward returned to the Arabs. By his advice, Rashid proposed peace, but when Storosius, Anthony, and Peter the magister came to discuss terms, he treacherously made them prisoners. Irene, wishing to recover Storosius, and crippled by the loss of Jagić and Anthony, was forced to accept his conditions. A 3 years' truce was then made, on condition that she paid tribute, ransomed the prisoners, supplied guides and markets for the army on its retreat, and surrendered Jagic's wife and property. After mutual presents, the Arabs returned laden with spoil, 31 August. Mopsuestia and the fort opposite Adana were then rebuilt by the Arabs. In 785, the rebuilding of Adana was finished, but the work was faulty, and the walls were soon so much damaged by the wet winter that early in 786 the Romans easily took and destroyed the town, which was evacuated by its garrison. They also overthrew the fortifications at Sozopitra. Both these frontier places were immediately rebuilt. In 786, Irene, to carry out her religious policy, changed the composition of the themes and probably deposed the iconoclast strategy, thereby impairing the military strength of the empire, which, while she ruled, was unable to cope with the Arabs, and in September 788 the Romans were defeated in the Anatolic theme with heavy loss. In 790 some soldiers who were being conveyed by sea from Egypt to Syria were captured by the Romans, but an Arab fleet sailed to Cyprus and thence to Asia Minor, and, meeting the Sybarites in the Bay of Italia, captured Theophilus the admiral, who was offered rich gifts by Rashid, now Caliph, to join the Arabs, but on his refusal beheaded. In September 791, Constantine VI, having now assumed the government, marched through Armorium to attack Tarsus, but had only reached the Lycaonian desert when, perhaps from scarcity of water, he returned October. In 792 he restored his mother to her rank and place, and having driven the Armeniacs, who had caused her downfall, to mutiny, overcame them by the help of some Armenian auxiliaries, 793, who, not having received the expected reward, betrayed Cuadra to the lieutenant of Abd al-Malik, emir of Mesopotamia, 29 July. The same year, the Bassa, in Cappadocia, from lack of water surrendered to Abd al-Malik's son, Abd al-Rahman, on condition that the officers were allowed to go free, October. In the autumn of 794, Suleiman invaded northern Asia Minor. accompanied by Elpidius, who had fled to the Arabs and received recognition as emperor. But many men perished from cold, and a safe retreat was only obtained by making terms. January 795. In the spring of 795, Vasil'ev led a raid, but Constantine himself marched against him April and defeated a party which had nearly reached the west coast 8 May. In 796, he was occupied with the Bulgarians, and Muhammad il-Marwa reached Armorium and carried off captives. In 797, Rashid in person invaded the empire by the Cilician Gates, and Constantine, accompanied by Staratius and other partisans of Irene, again took the field march. But Staratius, fearing that success might bring the emperor popularity, spread a report that the enemy had retreated, and Constantine returned to lose his throne and his sight 19 August. Meanwhile, Rashid took the fort known to the Arabs as El Safsaf, the Willow, near the Cilician Gates, but Abd al-Malik plundered the country as far as Astira, which he took and then rejected Irene's proposals for a truce. In 798, Abd al-Malik extended his ravages to Malagina, where he carried off the horses and equipment from Starorasius' stables, while Abd ar-Rahman made many captures in Lydia and reached Ephesus, and in the autumn another party defeated Paul of Obsixium and captured his camp. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Struggle with the Saracens, 717 to 867, Part 2 by E.W. Brooks. In 799, the Chazars invaded Armenia, and so this time Rashid accepted Irene's offers of tribute and made peace. But her successor Nicephorus refused payment 803. Accordingly, in August 803, while he was occupied with Bartanis' rebellion, the Caliph's son Qasim, who had just been named Emir of Al-Aswin, the Defenses, a province in North Syria, instituted in 789, entered Cappadocia by the Cilician Gates and besieged Corinth, while one of his lieutenants besieged a fort which the Arabs called Sinem. But, being distressed by lack of food and water, he agreed to retire upon 320 prisoners being released. In 804, Rashid himself advanced through the same pass to Heraclea, Zabistra, in April, while another party under Ibrahim took Az-Sasaf and Tabasa, which they dismantled. Nicephorus started in person to meet Ibrahim August, but on hearing that the Caliph's vanguard had taken and dismantled Ancira, turned back, and having met the enemy at Graces, suffered defeat. But the lateness of the season made it difficult to maintain the army, and Rashid accepted tribute and made peace, the emperor agreeing not to rebuild the dismantled fortresses. An exchange of prisoners was also arranged and took place during the winter. In 805, the Caliph was occupied in Persia, and Nicephorus, contrary to the treaty, rebuilt Ancira, the Basa, and As-Sasaf. He also sent an army into Cilicia, which took Tarsus, making this garrison prisoner, and ravaged the lands of Mopsuestia and Anaxarchus. But the garrison of Mopsuestia attacked them and recovered most of the prisoners and spoil. Accordingly, in 806, Rashid, with a large army from Syria, Palestine, Persia, and Egypt, crossed the frontier 11 June and took Heraclea after a month's siege, August, and Tyana, where he ordered a mosque to be built, while his lieutenants took the fort of the Slavs by the Galician gates. The Bassa, Malokithia, Siderpalis, Sizistra, as Safsaf, Sinan, and Semilus, and the detachment even reached Ankraya. Nicephorus, threatened by the Bulgarians, could not resist, and sent 3 clerics from whom peace was renewed on the basis of an annual tribute and a personal payment for the emperor and his son, who thereby acknowledged themselves the caliph's servants. Since Nicephorus again bound himself not to rebuild the dismantled forts, Rashid undertook to restore Semilus, Sinan, and Sideropolis, uninjured. As soon, however, as the Arabs had withdrawn, Nicephorus, presuming on the lateness of the season, again restored the forts, whereupon the Caliph unexpectedly returned and retook Ribasa. The neutralization of Cyprus, effected in 689, was considered as still in force, but after the breach of the Treaty of 804, a fleet under Humad in 805 ravaged the island and carried 16,000 Cypriots, among whom was the Archbishop as prisoners to Syria, 806, but on the renewal of peace they were sent back. In 807, Humad landed in Rhodes and harried the island, though unable to take the fortified town. But after touching at Myra on the way back, many of his ships were wrecked in a storm. Early in 807, the Romans, who must previously have recovered Tyana, occupied the Cilician gates, and when the Arab commander tried to pass, defeated and killed him. Rashid himself then came to the pass of Adada and sent Harthama with the Persian army into Roman territory, but he effected nothing and his force suffered severely from hunger. The Romans failed to take Germanossia and Melitene, and the Caliph, after assigning to Harthama the task of rebuilding Tarsus, returned to Syria, 14 July, recalled probably by the news of disturbances in the east. In 808, an exchange of prisoners was effected at Pontus. During the civil war which followed Rashid's death, March 809, the Romans recovered Cuadra, which was surrendered by its commandant in exchange for his son, who had been captured. But wars with Bulgarians and Slavs prevented them from taking full advantage of the situation. It was fortunate for them that during the terrible years, 811 to 814, the Arabs were unable to organize a serious attack. In 810, Faraj rebuilt Adana and the fort opposite, and in 811 another leader invaded the Armeniac theme and defeated Leo, the strategist, at Yucata, capturing the soldiers' pay and making many prisoners to march. But in 812, Thabit, emir of Tarsus, having crossed the frontier in August, was defeated by the Anatolic strategist, another Leo, afterwards emperor, and lost many horses and wagons. After 813, though no peace was made, other occupations of both sides prevented active hostilities. But about 818, Leo V, now delivered from the Bulgarians, took advantage of the disturbances in Egypt to send a fleet to Damietta. In September 813, Mamun became sole caliph, but Syria and Mesopotamia being almost wholly in the hands of rebels, he could not engage in foreign war, and in 817 a new rival arose in his uncle Ibrahim. On his submission, 819, the Syrian rebel Nasser asked help of the Anatolic general Manuel, and Leo sent envoys to treat with him. But the indignation of Nasser's followers at a Christian alliance forced him to put them to death, while Mamun prevented interference by sending the exiled Thomas into Asia Minor with Arab auxiliaries, who after the murder of Leo, December 820, was joined by most of the Asiatic themes and remained in arms till 823. During these troubles, Abdallah ibn Tafhir recovered Cuadra 822, and some adventurers who had been expelled from Spain and occupied Alexandria ravaged Crete and the Aegean Islands. After the overthrow of Thomas, Michael II proposed a definite peace 825, but Mamun, having just then been delivered from Nasser, refused to tie his hands and sent raiding parties into the empire, who were defeated at Ancira and at another place, and lost one of their leaders. In December 827, the Spanish adventurers were expelled from Alexandria and established themselves in Crete. The Sybarite strategist, Craterus, gained a victory over them in 828, but waited to give his men a night's rest, and as he kept no watch, his force was surprised and cut to pieces, and his ships were captured. He himself escaped in a trading vessel to Kos, but was pursued, taken, and crucified. In 829, the Corsairs annihilated the Aegean fleet off of Thessos, and the islands lay at their mercy. But Repulse collected a new naval force, and for some time checked their ravages. Mamum had been hindered from pursuing the war by the rebellion of the Karami sectaries under Babag in Azerbaijan and Kurdistan, and about 829 some of these, under a leader who took the name of Theophilus, joined the Romans, thus strengthened. Theophilus, who succeeded Michael in October 829, crossed the frontier and destroyed Sosipetra, killing the men and enslaving the women, whereupon Mamun started for Asia Minor 26 March 830, having received a welcome ally in Manuel, who, having been culminated at court, had fled to save his life. He sent his son Abbas to rebuild Sosipetra and passed the Sicilian gates 10 July, where he found no army to oppose him. Majida soon capitulated, and Coram was taken and destroyed 19 July, but the lives of the garrison were spared, while Sinan surrendered to Yusuf and Sawandis to Ashnas. After taking Samalis, the Caliph returned to Damascus. Early in 831, Theophilus entered Cilicia and defeated a local force, after which he returned in triumph with many prisoners to Constantinople. But the position in Sicily caused him to use his success in order to obtain peace, and he sent the Archimandrite John, afterwards Patriarch, with 500 prisoners and offer of tribute in return after a 5 years' truce, but with instructions to promise Manuel free pardon if he returned. Mamun, who had started for another campaign, received the envoy at Adana and refused a truce. But with the Manuel, John had more success, for, while accompanying Abbas in an invasion of Cappadocia the next year, he deserted to the Romans. Meanwhile, Mamun crossed the frontier 26 June, besieged Lulam, and received the surrender of Antigas and Heraclea, while his brother Motasim took 13 forts and some subterranean granaries, and Yahya took and destroyed Tyana, failing to take Lulam. Mamun, having heard of the revolt of Egypt, left Yusuf to continue the siege and returned to Syria end of September. The garrison of Lulam succeeded in taking Yusuf prisoner, but after an attempt at relief by Theophilus had failed, released him on condition of his obtaining them a favorable capitulation, and the place was annexed, whereby the command of the pass fell into the hands of the Arabs, 832. Meanwhile, Mamun returned from Egypt, April, and Theophilus again sent to offer tribute, but Mamun refused accommodation and entered Cilicia, where he received an impostor claiming imperial descent, whom he had crowned by the Patriarch of Antioch. After a halt at Adana, he again crossed the frontier, obtained the surrender of some forts, ordered Tyana to be rebuilt as a Muslim colony, and returned to Syria September. In 833, he came to Tarsus and sent Abbas to superintend the rebuilding of Tyana, 25 May, himself following on 9 July. Soon afterwards he was seized with illness and died at Bodondas, 7 August, after rejecting the emperor's offer to pay the war expenses and compensation for damage done in Arab territory, and to liberate all Muslim prisoners in return for peace. Peace was, however, practically obtained, for in consequence of the spread of the Karami rebellion under Babak, Mamun's successor, the Caliph Mu'tasim, abandoned Tyana and ceased hostilities. In 835 the rebels were defeated, and Omar, Emir of Melitene, was able to invade the empire. Theophilus himself met the marauders and was at first victorious, but in a second battle he was put to flight and his camp was pillaged. In 836, however, the imperial forces were increased by the adhesion of another party of Khurrams, under Nasser the Kurd, and the Arabs having just then been defeated by Babak, Theophilus invaded Armenia, where he massacred many of the inhabitants, and after exacting tribute from Theodoropoulos, returned, bringing many Armenian families with him. But a force which he left behind was routed in Vanand. In 837, urged by Babak, he again crossed the frontier and for the second time destroyed Sonapetra, where Nasser's Kurds perpetuated a general massacre among the Christian and Jewish male inhabitants. Theophilus then pillaged the district of Melitene, passed on into Anzatine, besieged Asa Masada, which, after defeating a relieving force, he took and burned, carried off captives from Armenia Cuadra, where he laid waste and returned to Melitene. But expecting another attack, he accepted hostages from the garrison with some Roman prisoners and presents and withdrew. Ushaf, whom the Caliph sent against him, overtook him near Chrysaonium, but the small Arab force was almost annihilated. This summer Babak was finally defeated and soon afterwards taken and beheaded, and Mu'tasim, now free to pursue the war with vigor, started with a larger force than had yet followed a caliph to invade the empire. He left Samarra on 5 April 838, and at Balnek, Saraj sent Afshan through the pass of Adada, while the rest of the army went on to Tarsus, where he again divided his forces, sending Ashnas through the Cilician gates 19 June, while he himself followed 2 days later, the destination of all 3 divisions being Ancira. Afshan took the longer road by Sebastia in order to effect a junction with the troops of Melitene and those of Armenia, which included many Turks and the forces of the native princes. Mu'tasim, having heard that Theophilus was encamped at the Halys, ordered Asnath, who had reached the plain, to await his own arrival. The emperor, however, had gone to meet Ashin, and in the battle which followed near Dazamon, on the Iris, 24 July, the Romans were at first successful, but heavy rain and mist came on, and most of the army, unable to find the emperor, left the field, and Theophilus, persuaded that the Persians meant to betray him, with a few followers cast his way through the enemy and escaped, while those who remained advised to deceive the Arabs and retired. Ancira having been evacuated on the news of the battle, Theophilus ordered his forces to concentrate at Amorium under the Anatolic strategist Aeetes, while he himself, having received information of the conspiracy, returned to Constantinople. Meanwhile, Ashnas occupied Courland, and after destroying Nissa and learning from fugitives of the emperor's defeat, entered Ancira. Here, Mu'tasim and Afshan joined him, and having destroyed Ancira, the united forces advanced to Amorium, the chief city of the Anatolic theme, and the birthplace of Theophilus's father, 2 August. Here a stubborn resistance was offered, but an Arab captive who had turned Christian was known as Manicophacus, showed them a weak spot. The main attack was directed against this point, while Boiatitis, who commanded in this quarter, finding resistance hopeless, admitted the enemy 13 August. The town was then destroyed and a massacre followed. Meanwhile, Theophilus, who was at Dorlacum, sent presents to Mortisum with a letter in which he apologized for the slaughter of Sosipater, saying that it was committed without his orders, and offered to rebuild it and release all prisoners in return for peace. But the Caliph would not see the envoy till Lemuria had fallen, and then refused terms unless Manuel and Nasser were surrendered, returning the presents. On 25 September he began his retreat by the direct road through the desert, where many perished from thirst, and many prisoners were unable to march, and others who killed some soldiers and fled were put to death. The chief officers were preserved alive, but Aetius was crucified on reaching Samarra, and about 40 others suffered death 7 years later, 5 March 845. After this, the Caliph was occupied with the conspiracy of Abbas, who had been in correspondence with Theophilus. But Abu Sa'id, who was appointed emir of Syria and Mesopotamia, sent the commandant of Mopsuestia on a raid, in which he carried off prisoners and cattle. He was then attacked by Nasser, who recovered the prisoners, but was shortly afterwards defeated by Abu Sa'id and killed, whereupon the Kurds dismounted and fought till all were killed. On the other hand, a Roman fleet pillaged Seleucia in Syria, 839. Abu Sa'id, having fortified Seleucia in 841, made another invasion and carried off captives, but the Romans pursued him into Seleucia and recovered them. In a second inroad he fared no better, and the Romans took Cuadra and Germanacia and occupied part of the territory of Melitene. Theophilus now again sent presents and asked for an exchange of prisoners. Matusum, while refusing a formal exchange, sent richer presents in return, and promised, if the prisoners were released, to release double the number. On these terms, a truce was made. In January 42, both sovereigns died. The empire passed to a woman and a child, and the caliphate to a man of pleasure, and for some time few serious operations were undertaken, though in 842 a fleet under Abu Dinar sailed for the Aegean, but it was shattered by a storm after Caledonia in Lycia, and few ships returned. The Cretan pirates were, however, a constant menace. In 841 they were ravaging the Asiatic coast, when a party which had landed near Ephesus was annihilated by the Thracian strategist Constantine Contamides. In 843 Theodorus, chief minister Theoctitus, who knew nothing of war, sailed with a large fleet to expel them from Crete March, and by force of numbers was on the point of succeeding when on a report that Theodore had proclaimed a new emperor he returned, and his men, left without a leader, were cut to pieces. In 844 Omar of Melitene made an inroad as far as Malagina. Theoctitus, who again took command, was defeated on the Mauropotamus, and many of his men deserted to the enemy. An exchange of prisoners was then effected on the river Lamus, 16 September 845. After the truce had expired 26 October, Ahmad, emir of Tarsus, made an invasion by the Cilician gates, but heavy snow and rain came on. Many men died from exposure, some were drowned in the Podandus, others captured, and Ahmad retreated before the enemy, whereupon his officers forced him to leave the province, and the Caliph Watlik appointed Nasser to succeed him 17 January 846. After this we hear of no invasions till 851, and the roads on the Cilician frontier were henceforth of small account. The disuse of the suburban fire signals, ascribed to Michael III's fear of their spoiling the circus games, was therefore of little importance. In 851, an Armenian revolt enabled the Romans to recover Cuadra, Theodosiopolis, and Arsamosata they failed to take, but with Armenian help defeated and killed Yusuf, Emir of Armenia, in Taran, March 852, retreating, however, on the arrival of reinforcements sent by the Caliph Mutawakil. After Mortasim's death, the disintegration of the caliphate, which had already begun, rapidly advanced, owing to the hatred in Baghdad for the large Turkish guard instituted by Mortasim. That caliph removed 836 to the petty town of Samarra, where his Turks were free from all restraint. He was strong enough to control them, but his feeble successors became the puppets of these mercenaries, who cared little for imperial interests, while the emirs paid small respect to a government directed by Turks. Hence the central authority grew continually weaker, and the local governors became semi-independent rulers, each looking after the affairs of his own province with little interference from the central power. Moreover, a system had been introduced of breaking up the great provinces and placing the frontier districts under separate governors. Besides that of Al-Aswan, Cilicia, perhaps for a time attached to it, was probably in 808 made a province under the name of Thirgar-Sham, frontiers of Syria, with its capital at Tarsus, and before 820 we find a province of Thirgar al-Jazira, frontiers of Mesopotamia, extending from Qasim and Germanicia to the northern Euphrates, with its capital at Melitene. These two provinces contained 15 fortresses occupied by military colonies, of which that of Tarsus amounted to 5,000 men, and those of Adada and Melitene to 4,000 each. And behind these, in case of necessity, lay the 6 fortresses of Al-Asasim. This system, probably founded on the Roman themes in Glycery, was intended to provide a special frontier force under commanders whose sole business was to carry on the war against the empire and to defend the frontier. But in consequence of the weakening of the central power, the result was that they had to do this almost entirely out of their local resources. Mortasim, indeed, on his return from the campaign of 838, gave the command to Abu Sa'id by special commission, but under his successors the frontier governors were left to themselves, and enjoyed so much independence that Omar of Melitene held office at least 28 years and Ali of Tarsus at least 11. Moreover, Omar spent much time and weakened his forces by fighting with a neighbor or rival. Thus the Romans had only petty, disunited chiefs with whom to contend, and henceforward the war went more and more in their favor. In 853 they sailed to Damietta, probably in order to prevent the sending of supplies to Crete, burned the town, killed the men, carried the women, Muslim and Christian, into captivity, and seized a store of arms intended for Crete 22 May. Simultaneously, 2 other squadrons attacked Syrian ports, and it was perhaps in connection with these operations that the Anatolic strategist Photinus was transferred to Crete, where he effected a landing, but though reinforced from Constantinople, was finally defeated and with difficulty escaped. This event caused Mutawakil to recreate an Egyptian fleet and fortify Damietta. It was probably in order to hinder these operations that in 854 the Romans came again to Damietta, where they remained plundering for a month. The new fleet was, however, of small account, and Egyptian warships really played little part in history till the Fatimite period. In 855 a Roman army destroyed Anazarbus, which had been lately refortified, and carried off the gypsies who had been settled there in 835. Theodore then asked for an exchange of prisoners, and the Caliph, after sending December, Nasser, the Shirite, to discover how many Muslim prisoners there were, agreed, and the exchange took place on the Lammas, 21 February 856. In the summer of 856, the Romans marched from Cuadra by Arza Masata to the neighborhood of Amida and returned by way of Tevris. the new stronghold of the Paulicians, who, when persecuted by Leo V, had sought the protection of the Emir of Melitene and had been settled in Argos. They had increased in numbers during the persecution of Theodora, and were now useful auxiliaries to the Arabs. Omar of Melitene and the Paulician Carbius pursued the invaders on their retreat, but without success. After this, Omar was for some years detained by dissensions at home, but in 858 Boulais marched from Damascus in July and took Semilus. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4. The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4. The Eastern Roman Empire. The Struggle with the Saracens, 717 to 867. Part 3 by E.W. Brooks. The empire was now under the rule of the capable and energetic Bardas, who had ousted Theodora from power in 856. He realized that under the new conditions a vigorous effort might rid Asia Minor of the standing scourge of the raids. In 859, therefore, while a fleet attacked Pelusium, June, a large army under Michael in person, accompanied by Bardas, besieged Arsamosata. But on the third day, a Sunday, when the emperor was at the Eucharist, a sortie was made by the garrison, and the besiegers retreated in confusion. They abandoned the imperial tents, but were able to return with captives from the countryside. On 31st May, Constantine Trophilius had reached Samara with 77 prisoners and a request for a general exchange, and after the retreat, Nasser was sent to Constantinople to discuss the matter. But the negotiations were delayed by an event at Lulum, where the garrison, not having received their pay, excluded their commandant from the town, when Michael sent to offer them 1,000 denarii apiece to surrender the fortress, sent 2 hostages to Constantinople with an expression of willingness to accept Christianity in November. On receiving the arrears, however, they handed over the envoy to Ali's lieutenant, who sent him to the Caliph March 860. He was ordered to accept Islam on pain of death, and the result of Michael's offer of 1,000 Muslims for him is unknown. On the news reaching Constantinople, negotiations were resumed, and the general exchange took place at the end of April. In 860, a still more formidable force, which included the Thracian and Macedonian, as well as the Asiatic themes, set out under the emperor himself to meet Omar and Carbius, who had reached Sinope. But Michael was recalled by the news that a Russian fleet had come to the mouth of the Mauropotamus on its way to Constantinople. After the retreat of the Russians, June, he rejoined the army and overtook the enemy at Cronium, near Dazamon, but was defeated and was glad even to secure a safe retreat. The same year, a fleet under Fadl took Italia. In 863, Omar, with a large force, sacked the flourishing city of Amisus, and Bardas, who was himself no general, placed his brother Patronus at the head of a vast army, which comprised the Asiatic and European themes and the household troops. Omar marched south, intending to return by way of Arabisus, but at Poson, near the right bank of the Halys, probably not far from Nysa, the Arabs found the surrounding hills occupied and were almost annihilated. 3 September. Here the old emir fell fighting, while his son with 100 men escaped over the Halys, but was captured by the Classiarch of Kharasanum. The Romans then advanced into Mesopotamia, where Ali, who had been transferred to Armenia in 862, came from Martalopolis, Maya Farkin, to meet him, but he also was defeated and killed. After this, insignificant raids continued to be made from Tarsus, and some more serious inroads by the Paulicians, but the emir of Melitene could only defend the frontier, and in the next reign the Roman boundary began to advance, and with the exception of a short interval under the weak rule of Leo VI, the process continued without serious check till under Nicephorus II. North Syria and West Mesopotamia were restored to the obedience of the emperor. Having thus crushed the raiders from Melitene, Bardas set himself to crush those from Crete, who had extended their ravages to Proconnesus, and in 866 he and Michael marched to the mouth of the Meander to cross to the island, but he was finally assassinated 21 April, and the expedition abandoned. Crete therefore remained a pirate's nest for nearly 100 years longer. Meanwhile, another struggle had been for many years going on in Sicily, since an attack upon Sicily did not involve immediate danger to the heart of the empire. Its affairs were treated as of secondary importance, and as no fleet was stationed there, it was always open to attack from the African Arabs, and in such cases the emperor could only either send a special force, if Eastern affairs allowed him to do so, or beg the help of the Italian republics, which still retained a nominal allegiance to the empire. In 752, the Arabs had raided Sicily and forced Sardinia to pay tribute, and the attack was repeated in 763. In 805, Ibrahim ibn al-Aglab, since 800 practically independent emir of Africa, made a 10 years truce with patrician Constantine, but nevertheless in 812, the Arabs attacked some islands off Sicily. To meet these enemies, Gregory was sent with the fleet by Michael I and obtained help from Gaeta and Amalfi. 7 of his ships were captured off Lampedusa, and the crews massacred, but with the rest he lay in wait for the enemy and destroyed their whole fleet. The Arabs then apologized for the breach of peace, and another 10 years truce was made 813. But this was as little regarded as the previous one, for in 819 the emir Zayed-Atala sent his cousin Muhammad to raid Sicily, after which the peace was again renewed. In consequence of the distance of Sicily from the seat of government, and the little attention paid to its affairs by the emperors, it was easy for a usurper to start up there, and such a usurper could always, like Elpidius, in case of necessity find a refuge with the Arabs. About 825, the Termarch, Euphemius, rose against the patrician Gregorius, defeated and killed him, and made himself master of Sicily. And in 826 Constantine was sent as patrician with fresh forces, but he too, after defeat at Catania, was taken and put to death. A successful resistance was however offered by an Armenian, whom the Arabs called Palata, and Euphemius fled to Africa to ask not merely a refuge but the help of the emir. Then, charges having been made against the Romans of detaining Muslim prisoners, the treaty was declared to have been broken, and an expedition resolved upon, at the head of which was placed the judge Assad, the chief advocate of war. On 15 June 827, the Arabs landed at Mazara and defeated Balata, who fled to Enna, Castro Giovanni, and thence to Calabria, where he soon afterwards died. After the invaders had seized some forts, the Sicilians sent envoys and paid tribute. But hearing that they were preparing for an attack, Assad continued his march, and when reinforced by ships from Africa and Spain, besieged Syracuse. A relieving force from Palermo was defeated 828, but the Arabs suffered severely both from famine, which caused discontent in the army, and from plague which carried off Assad himself, July. To succeed whom they chose Muhammad ibn Abi Jawari. Theodotus now came with the fleet as patrician, and the Venetians, as the emperor's request, sent ships. The emir being occupied with the Frankish invasion, the Arabs were forced to raise the siege, and, unable in face of the hostile fleet to return to Africa, burned their ships and retreated. Marching northwest, they forced Minio to surrender after 3 days, and then the army divided. One detachment occupied Girgenti, while the other besieged the strong fortress of Emna. During this siege, Ephemius, who had accompanied the invaders, was assassinated by some citizens who obtained access to him on pretense of saluting him as emperor. Theodotus came from Syracuse to relieve Enna and entered the town, but he was defeated in a sortie, while a Venetian fleet sent to attack Mazzara returned unsuccessful. Soon afterwards Muhammad died, and under his successor Zuhair, fortune turned against the Arabs. After a foraging party had been defeated, Zuhair next day attacked in force, but was routed and besieged in his camp, and soon afterwards, while trying a night surprise, was caught in an ambush and again routed. He then retired to Minio, where the Arabs were besieged and being reduced to great straits by hunger, at last surrendered. The garrison of Girgenti, on hearing the news, destroyed the town and retired to Mazzara. The invaders were, however, relieved by the arrival of some adventurers from Spain, who in 830 began to ravage Sicily, but agreed to work with the Africans on condition that their leader, Asbag, had the command. The combined force marched into the interior. Minio was taken and destroyed August, and Theodotus soon after was defeated and killed. But the plague again broke out and caused the death of Asbag, after which the Arabs retreated, suffering much from the attacks of the Romans on the way. Most of the Spanish Arabs then returned, but on account of the Eastern War, Theophilus could not send reinforcements, and when early in 831 the emir's cousin Muhammad arrived with new forces to take command, the Arabs were able to besiege Palermo, which, reduced to extremities, surrendered on the condition that the commandant with his family and property, the bishop-elect, and a few others were allowed to retire by sea. September. Palermo was henceforth the Arab capital. Dissensions between African and Spanish Arabs for a time prevented an advance, but early in 834 the Arabs attacked Enna, and in 835 Muhammad himself assaulted the town and captured the commandant's wife and son. But on his return to Palermo he was murdered by some conspirators who fled to the Romans. His successor, Fadl ibn Yaqub, raided the district of Syracuse, and another force, finding its road blocked by the patrician, won a victory in which the Roman commander was wounded and with difficulty rescued. On 12 September, however, Muhammad's brother Abd al-Aghlab arrived with a fleet as governor, after some of his ships had been wrecked and others captured. He immediately sent out a squadron which took some Roman vessels, and another which captured a fired ship at Pantellaria. The crews of these were all beheaded. In 836, Fadl raided the Ionian Islands, took some forts on the north side, and captured 11 ships. On the other hand, an Arab land force was defeated and its commander made prisoner, but afterwards ransomed, and another suffered a reverse before Enna. Early in 837, however, on a winter night the Arabs entered Enna, but unable to take the citadel accepted a ransom and returned with spoil. The same year they besieged Cephalo, but a stubborn resistance was made, and in 838 reinforcements from the east under the Caesar Alexius, whom Theophilus had sent with a fleet to command in Sicily, forced them to retreat, pursued by the Romans, who inflicted several defeats on them. In 839, however, the birth of an heir caused the emperor to recall and degrade his son-in-law. The death of the emir Ziadatala, 10 June 838, and consequent uncertainty as to the affairs in Sicily caused operations to be suspended for some months. But in 839, his successor Aglab sent ships which raided the Roman districts, and in 840, Calta, Belata, Platini, Corleone, and Sutera were forced to pay tribute. Theophilus, unable to withdraw forces from the east, had in 839 asked help of the Venetians, and even of the Franks and of the Emir of Spain. And in 840, 60 Venetian ships attacked the Arab fleet, then at Taranto, but these were nearly all taken and the crews massacred. In 841, the Arabs sacked Cbteddy. In 843, a fleet under Fadl ibn Jafar, assisted by the Neapolitans, who for protection against the Duke of Benevento had allied themselves with the Arabs, attacked Messina, and after a long resistance took it by an unexpected attack from the land side. And in 845, Modica and other fortresses in the southeast were taken. During the armistice in the east, the troops of Carciniate Clausura were sent to Sicily, but towards the end of 845, Abbas ibn al-Fadir ibn Yaqub defeated them with heavy loss, and in 847, Fadl ibn Jafar besieged Leontini, and after inducing the garrison by a trick to make a sortie, caught them in an ambush, whereupon the citizens surrendered on condition that their lives and property were spared. In 848, the Roman ships landed a force 8 miles from Palermo, but the men missed their way and returned, and 7 of the ships were lost in a storm. The same year, Ragusa near Modica surrendered and was destroyed, August. On 17 January 851, Abd el-Aglab died after a government of 15 years, during which, probably on account of dissensions such as those which had ensued his predecessor's death, he had never left Palermo. His successor, Abbas ibn al-Fadar, was a man of very different character. As soon as his appointment was confirmed by the Emir Muhammad, he himself took the field, sending his uncle Rabat in advance to ClemmFandango, which submitted to pay tribute while the prisoners were put to death by Abbas, who himself ravaged the territory of Enna, but failed to draw the garrison out to battle. He repeated the raid in 852 and defeated a hostile force, sending the heads of the slain to Palermo. Then in 853 he made a great expedition by way of Enna to the east coast, where he raided Catania, Syracuse, Noto, and Ragusa. This had been reoccupied by the Romans, and after a siege of 5 months, forced Vetera to capitulate on condition that 5,000 persons were handed over as slaves. In 856 he took 5 fortresses, and in 857 he harried Tyarima and Syracuse and compelled another place to surrender after 2 months' siege, on the terms that 200 of the chief men were allowed to go free. The rest he sold as slaves, and he destroyed the fort. The same year, Kefalo capitulated and was destroyed, but as being on the coast was more easily defended, he was obliged to allow all the inhabitants their freedom. In 858 he again raided Enna and Syracuse and took Gagliano, returning in the winter to Enna. Here he took a prisoner of note, who to save his life showed him a way into the fortress, which after a resistance of 30 years fell. 26 January 859. All fighting men were put to death in a mosque built. This event led Bardas to take vigorous measures, and in the autumn, while negotiations were proceeding with the Caliph, he sent his connection by marriage, Constantine Cotomides, to Sicily with large reinforcements. Abbas met them with an army and fleet, defeated them near Syracuse, drove them back to their ships, some of which were taken, and returned to Palermo for the winter. They had, however, suffered little, and when in 860 Platani, Sutera, Calta Calta Ventura, and other towns revolted, an army came to support them. Abbas defeated the Romans and besieged Platani and another fort, but was compelled to return northward by the news that another army was marching towards Palermo. Having met these new enemies near Cephalo, he forced them to retreat in disorder to Syracuse. The revolted towns, without hope of succor, submitted, and the governor gave orders to refortify and garrison Enna, so that the road to the west might no longer be open to the enemy. In 861 he raided Syracuse, but on his return fell ill and died, 15 August. The Romans, with mean revenge, afterwards dug up and burned his body. He was the real conqueror of Sicily. The Aghlabid, emirs, probably from fear of an independent power arising in Sicily, had been in the habit of appointing princes of their house to the governorship. To this Abbas had been a notable exception, having been chosen by the officers in Sicily, and if a similar appointment had been made after his death, the conquest would have been soon completed. But the Emir Ahmad reverted to the earlier practice, instead of confirming 2 temporary governors who had been appointed locally. He sent his kinsman Kafajah, July 862. The new governor was for a time detained by troubles among the Saracens, but in February 864 Nota was betrayed to him, and soon afterwards he took Shikli. In 865 he marched by Enna, ravaging the country to Syracuse, where a fleet joined him, but on 4 ships being captured he despaired of taking the city and returned, and his son, whom he sent with a small force to harass the enemy, lost 1,000 men in an ambush and retreated. In 866 he again came to Syracuse, and thence to the district of Mount Etna, where he accepted an offer of tribute from Taormina. He then marched against Ragusa, which submitted on condition that the inhabitants were allowed to go free with their goods and animals, but these he nevertheless seized. After more successes he fell ill and returned. Meanwhile, Taormina revolted. Thus the Muslim conquest was complete but for Taormina and Syracuse and few other places on the east coast, which still owned allegiance to the Byzantine Empire. Syracuse only fell in 878, Taormina not till 902. Nevertheless, Sicily may now already be called a Muslim outpost. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Struggle with the Saracens, 867 to 1057, Part 1, by A. Vasil'ev. The struggle with the Saracens constituted the chief problem with which the foreign policy of Basil I had to deal. The circumstances were as favorable as they could possibly be, because during his reign, the empire lived in peaceful relations with its other neighbors, in the east with Armenia, in the north with Young Russia and Bulgaria, and in the west with Venice and Germany. The favorable conditions in which Basil I was placed in his relation with the eastern and western Saracens become clear when we bear in mind the following considerations. 1. Owing to the rapidly increasing influence of the Turks at the Caliph's court, internal dissensions were continually breaking out in the Eastern Caliphate. 2. Egypt became independent in 868, owing to the fact that a new dynasty, that of the Ptolemies, had been founded there. 3. Civil war had broken out among the North African Saracens, for the relations of the Spanish Umayyads with the local Christian population were beset with difficulties. Basil I was occupied during the first 4 years of his reign with military operations against the Western Saracens, for during this time, peace was not violated on the eastern frontier. The help which the Byzantine fleet in 868 gave to Ragusa, which at that time was being besieged by the Saracens, forced the latter to withdraw and was thus the means of strengthening the Byzantine influences on the shores of the Adriatic. The troubles in South Italy compelled the intervention of the Western Emperor Louis II, who, having concluded an alliance with Basil I and with the Pope, took Bari on 2 February 871. Of the important places in South Italy, only Taranto now remained in the hands of the Saracens. The position of Byzantium was not improved during these 4 years in Sicily, where only Taormina and Syracuse remained in her power. The occupation of the island of Malta by the Saracens in August 870 completely surrounded Sicily with Saracen possessions, for all the other islands in that region already belonged to them. In the east, Basil I, wishing to re-establish peace and union with the Paulicians, who had been severely persecuted by the Empress Theodora, sent to them in 869 to 870 Peter the Sicilian as his ambassador, but his mission was not successful, and the extravagant demands of Chrysocheir, the leader of the Paulicians, led to war. The campaign of 871 and 872 gave Tiflis, the chief town of the Paulicians, into the power of Basil, and also a whole chain of other fortified places. In one of the battles, Chrysocheir himself was slain. The fugitive Paulicians found a ready welcome with the Saracens. This war with the Paulicians extended the Byzantine frontier as far as the Saracen Billatine, Maiatiwa, and set Basil free to advance against the eastern Saracens. In 873 war was declared, and Basil captured Zapetra, Sozopetra, and Samosata, but in the end he was totally defeated near Malatia. From 874 to 877 was a period of calm. In the east and in Sicily, we do not hear of any military operations. In Italy, after the death of Emperor Louis II, the Byzantine troops occupied the town of Bari at the request of the inhabitants, and apparently at this time, in the years 874 to 877, the Byzantine fleet captured Cyprus, but it remained in the possession of the Greeks only for 7 years. The year 878 was disastrous to the military policy of Byzantium. On 21 May, the Saracens took Syracuse by assault after a siege of 9 months. Thus the only town in Sicily remaining in the hands of the Greeks was Taormina. The loss of Syracuse was the turning point in the history of Basil's foreign relations. His foreign policy proved a complete failure, and the last 8 years of his reign were occupied in casual and comparatively small encounters. In the east, there were frequent conflicts, but of an undecided character. Success alternated sometimes in favor of one side and sometimes of the other, but in no case to the glory of the Byzantine arms. From 886, Basil was in friendly relations with the Armenian king, Ashot I, the Bagratid, whose state formed a useful buffer against the eastern Saracens. In Sicily, the usual skirmishes went on, and it was only in South Italy that the Byzantine troops began to gain victories, more especially after the arrival of Nicephorus Phocas in command. But in this year, Basil died, 29 August 886. During his reign, the emperor had lost much in the west, but in Asia Minor, notwithstanding some failures, the frontier was considerably advanced eastwards, and thus the Byzantine influence, which had been somewhat weakened, was to great extent restored. if Basil I lived in peace with his neighbors, with the exception of the Saracens. It was very different with his successor, Leo VI the Wise, 886 to 912. Immediately after his succession to the throne, military operations began in Bulgaria, and this war, which terminated with the peace of 893, brought much humiliation upon the empire. The peace lasted about 20 years. In connection with the Bulgarian War, for the first time the Hungarians entered into the history of Byzantium, and towards the end of the reign of Leo, the Russians appeared before Constantinople. Armenia, which was in alliance with Byzantium, during the whole of Leo's reign was subjected to Arabian invasions, and the Emperor of Byzantium had not the strength to help the Armenian king Simpat. It was only at the end of his reign that Leo went to the aid of Armenia, but he died during the campaign. The question about the fourth marriage of the emperor caused great division in the empire. It was thus evident that the conditions of the struggle between the Byzantine Empire and the Saracens were becoming more difficult. During the first 14 years of the reign of Leo VI, from 886 to 900, the Greeks suffered frequent defeats in the east, at the Cilician gates and in the west of Cilicia, where the Saracens successfully advanced along the coast as well as into the interior of the country. The failures on land and the naval defeat of Rottger in 898 off the coast of Asia Minor compelled the Byzantine government to recall the energetic Nicephorus Phocas from Italy, and about 900 he arrived in Asia Minor. Affairs in Sicily grew worse and worse with every year. In 888, the imperial fleet suffered a severe defeat at Meli, now Milazzo, but the Byzantines were somewhat helped by the fact that the Saracens were at that time occupied with their own internal dissensions and in conflicts with the African Aghlabids. Some successes gained by the Byzantine arms in Italy had no influence on the general conditions of the struggle between Leo VI and the Saracens. In the east, Nicephorus, focused by his victory at Edina in 900, justified the hopes that had been placed in him. But the success of the Byzantines came with this nearly to a standstill. The first years of the 10th century were signalized by a whole series of misfortunes for the Byzantine Empire, in the west as well as in the east. In the west, the Saracen chief Abu al-Abbas took possession of Reggio in Calabria on 10 June 901, and the Aghlabid, Emir Ibrahim, captured on 1 August 902 Taormina, the last fortified place of the Greeks in Sicily. With the fall of Taormina, Sicily was entirely in the power of the Saracens. It is true that several unimportant points, as for instance Dimona, still remained in the hands of the Greeks, but this had no importance whatever for the future history of Byzantium. From 902 onwards, Sicilian events do not exercise any influence on the course of Byzantine political affairs. In the second half of Leo's reign, the eastern policy of the empire is quite independent of his relations with the Sicilian Saracens. The first years of the 10th century were also signalized by important events on sea. At the end of the 9th century, the Saracens of Crete had already begun their devastating attacks on the coast of the Peloponnese. Indeed, they held in their power the whole of the Aegean Sea. We possess information about their attacks on the islands of Naxos, Patmos, Paros, Aegina, and Samos. But it was during the first years of the 10th century that these maritime invasions of the Saracens became especially threatening. Their two strong fleets, the Syrian and the Cretan, frequently acted together. In 902, the Saracen fleet laid waste the islands of the Aegean Sea and destroyed the rich and populous town of Demetrius on the coast of Thessaly. In the summer of 904, another Saracen fleet under the command of the Greek renegade Leo of Tripolis made an attack on the south coast of Asia Minor, and in the month of July of the same year took possession of the important town of Italia. Leo then had the intention of going towards Constantinople, the town preserved by God. But having entered the Hellespont and captured Abydos, the chief custom house port for ships going to Byzantium, he suddenly departed, and then, coasting round the peninsula of Chalcides, approached Thessalonica. Himerius, who was sent against him, did not dare to engage the Saracen fleet in battle. The Saracen ships approached Thessalonica on 29 July 904 and made an unexpected assault upon it. The story of the siege, which lasted from 29 to 31 July, is well known to us from a work of John Commiades. Thessalonica passed into the power of the Saracens on 31 July 904, but they shortly afterwards departed for Syria with many prisoners and rich booty. It was only after this misfortune that the Byzantine government began to fortify Italia and Thessalonica. The naval failures of 902 to 904 induced the Emperor Leo to give greater attention to the fleet, which was so quickly and greatly improved that in 906, Himerius was enabled to gain a brilliant victory over the Saracens, and in the summer of 910, he was therefore placed at the head of a large naval expedition directed against the allied Eastern and Cretan Arabs. Detailed accounts of the composition of this expedition are preserved in the ceremonies of Constantine Porphyrogenitus. However, the result of the expedition did not correspond to all these great preparations, for after some success at Cyprus, Himerius suffered a severe defeat near the Isle of Samos in October 911 and lost the greater part of his fleet. On the death of Leo VI, Himerius returned to Constantinople and was shut up in a monastery by the Emperor Alexander. In the east on land, from 900, the usual military operations were carried on with varying success. Byzantine policy in its relation to the Saracens proved a complete failure until Leo VI. In the west, Sicily was definitely lost. In the south of Italy, after Nicephorus' focus had been recalled, the success of the Byzantine arms was brought to a close. On the eastern frontier, the Saracens were still steadily if slowly advancing, especially in Cilicia. On sea, Byzantium met with the whole series of most ruinous disasters. The reign of Constantine VII, Porphyrogenitus, is divided into three periods. One, from 913 to 919, the government of his mother Zoe, who acted as regent during his minority. 2, from 919 to 944, the government of Romanus Lecapinus. 3, from 945 to 959, the absolute government of Constantine himself. The period down to 927 was occupied with the obstinate and unhappy war with the Bulgarian king Simeon, during which Byzantium was obliged to concentrate all its efforts against this terrible enemy. At this time, it was impossible even to think of any regular organized action against the Saracens. It was a happy circumstance for Byzantium that the Caliphate itself was passing at the same time through the epoch of its dissolution, which was caused by internal dissensions and the rise of separate independent dynasties. Consequently, down to 927, the encounters with the Saracens were of the usual harassing and monotonous character, and generally resulted to the advantage of the Saracen arms. It was only in 921 or 922 that the Byzantine fleet gained a great naval victory near the island of Lemnos over the renowned hero of 904, Leo of Tripolis. In 927, Byzantium concluded peace with the Bulgarian king Peter, who had succeeded Simeon, and was thus free to turn her attention towards the Saracens. In the time of Romanus Lecapenus, eminent leaders arose in the armies of both adversaries, and that of the Greeks, the domestic John Kirkus, who, after some defeats in Saracen Armenia, fought with success in the frontier province of Mesopotamia, and in 954 captured Malatia. The new Saracen leader was Saif al-Dullah, sovereign of Aleppo and chief of the independent dynasty of the Hamdanids. He strengthened himself at the expense of the Caliph of Baghdad and began successful military operations in the regions of the Upper Euphrates. This induced the emperor to enter into friendly negotiations with the Caliph of Baghdad and with the Egyptian sovereigns, the Ishtashhids. But disturbances in the Eastern Caliphate and other difficulties drew the attention of Saif al-Dullah away from the Byzantine frontier, and this explains why John Chorasus, in the 4th decade, gained a series of easy victories in Armenia and Upper Mesopotamia, and in 942-3 captured the towns Amaya Perigan, Martyropolis, Dara, and Nisibis. In 944, Edessa, after a severe siege, succumbed to the Greeks and was obliged to deliver up her precious relic, the miraculous image of the Savior, To Manditon, or Mandilton, which was, with great solemnity, transferred to Constantinople. In 945, Constantine Porphyrogenitus became absolute ruler of the Byzantine Empire. Down to the very year of his death, 959, military operations did not cease in the East, where his chief adversary was the already famous Saif ad-Dullah, who, having settled in 947 his difficulties with the Egyptian Ikhshidids, turned against Byzantium. In the beginning, the advantage was with the Greeks. In 949, they seized Marash, Germanasia. In 950, they totally defeated Saif al-Dullah in the narrow passage near the town of Hadath. And in 952, they crossed the Euphrates and took the Mesopotamian town of Saruj. But in 952 and 953, Saif al-Dullah defeated the Greeks not far from Marash and took the son of the domestic prisoner. In 954, Saif al-Dullah gained a fresh victory over the domestic Bardas, Phocas, near Hadath, and in 956, the future emperor, John Ximenes, was defeated by him in the province of the Upper Euphrates, near the fortress of Tal Batrik. Only in 957 did success turn to the side of the Greeks. In this year, Hadath surrendered to them. In 958, John Drzyndzis defeated the Arabs in northern Mesopotamia and took Samosata. During the life of Constantine Porphyrogenitus, Saif al-Dullah was unable to avenge himself upon the Greeks for their last failure. If the fighting on the eastern frontier was difficult for Byzantium and was far from being always successful, the maritime operations of the Byzantine fleet ended in total disaster. In 949, a great naval expedition was undertaken against the Cretan Arabs, who, as was always the case, were greatly feared and were desolating the coast of Greece and the islands of the Aegean Sea. To further success of the enterprise, the emperor entered into friendly relations with their enemies of the Spanish Saracens. The emperor has left in his ceremonies a detailed account of the composition and equipment of this expedition. The incompetent patrician Constantine Gongalas, who had been given the chief command of the Byzantine fleet, landed troops at Crete, but suffered a terrible defeat and lost the greater part of his vessels. The monotonous conflicts of the Greeks with the Saracens in the west in Italy and in Sicily, did not have any influence on the general course of events. It is true that the military operations in the East during the reign of Constantine were not always successful for the Byzantine Empire, but the advance of the last years in removing the frontier beyond the Euphrates laid the foundation for the brilliant triumphs of his successors. End of section 21. Section 22 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Struggle with the Saracens, 867 to 1057, Part 2, by A. Vasil'ev. The reign of the weak emperor Romanus II is distinguished by great victories by the Byzantine arms over the Saracens, thanks to the talents and energy of Nicephorus Phocas, the future emperor. This great general captured the island of Crete in March 961, and thus destroyed the nest of pirates who had struck terror into the inhabitants of the islands and of the always open shores of the Mediterranean Sea. After having enjoyed a triumph in Constantinople, Nicephorus Phocas was removed to the eastern frontier, and he began there also a successful war with Saif ad-Dawla. At the end of 961 or in the beginning of 962, he seized Anazarbus. In 962, he captured Miraj, Raban, and Duluk, in the vicinity of Manbij. He took prisoner the famous poet Abu Faris, the governor of the town, and at last, in December of the same year, he took possession of Aleppo, the capital of the Hammadid emirs, after a difficult siege. All these places, however, did not remain in the hands of the Greeks, but Nicephorus Phocas retired to the Byzantine territory. Less successful were the military operations of the Byzantine troops in the west, and especially in Sicily. Taormina, as it is well known, was taken by the Saracens in 902, but was again lost by them, and now on 24 December 962, after a siege of 7 months, the Saracens captured it once more, and there remained in the hands of the Greeks only the inaccessible Rametta, situated in the eastern part of the island. The reigns of Nicephorus Phocas, John Zimisces, and Basil II, Olgaroctimus, the three next successors of Romanus II, when viewed from the side of the military successes of the empire in its fight with the Saracens, form the most glorious and successful period of Byzantine history. After the death of Romanus, 15 March 963, his brilliant general Nicephorus Phocas, who was adored by his troops, was proclaimed emperor by them on 2 July of that year, at Caesarea in Cappadocia. Upon arriving at Constantinople, he quickly overthrew Joseph Bringas, who had been all-powerful at court, and was then crowned on 16 August. To consolidate his power, he married Theophano, the late emperor's widow, who had been regent of the empire. The new emperor turned his chief attention to the east, although he was drawn away at times by his hostile relations with the Bulgarians. His policy toward Bulgaria brought about the intervention of the Russian prince Sviatoslav and caused conflicts in Italy with the Western Emperor Otto the Great. In the summer of 964, Nicephorus Phocas arrived in Cilicia, and since Adana had been abandoned by its inhabitants, he concentrated his energies about Manistra, Mopoestria, and Tarsus. While his armies were besieging these towns, The lighter detachments devastated the north and south of Cilicia, took Anaxarchus, and even advanced to the boundaries of Syria, where they took possession of the seaport town of Rosas. In the meantime, the sieges of Mamistra and Tarsus were so unsuccessful that the emperor returned to Cappadocia for the winter, leaving a detachment of sufficient strength to watch the besieged towns. At the renewal of military operations in 965, Mamistra and Tarsus were so greatly exhausted by famine and disease that they were incapable of holding out any longer. On 13 June 965, Mamistra was taken, and on 16 August, Tarsus surrendered. In this year, 965, in connection with the campaign on land, we may mention the conquest of Cyprus by the patrician Nicolas Chalcuttis, about which only very meager accounts have been preserved. The Egyptian fleet, which was ordered to convey provisions to the besieged Tarsus and to recover Cyprus from the Greeks, appeared in August 965 off the southern coast of Asia Minor and suffered defeat. The conquest of Cyprus gave into the hands of Byzantine dominion over the northeastern shore of the Mediterranean Sea, and the general results of the campaign of 965 were such that the possession of Cilicia and the island of Cyprus opened for Nicephorus the road to Syria. On 23 June 966, near Samosata, on the Euphrates, an exchange of prisoners took place, and the Arab poet Abu Firas, already known to us, obtained his freedom. Fighting, however, was renewed in the autumn, when Nicephorus Phocas appeared in the east and invaded the districts surrounding Amida and Dara, and besieged Manbij, Hierapolis, in northern Syria, from whose inhabitants he demanded and received one of the Christian relics belonging to the town, a brick on which the image of the Savior was impressed. Advancing far of the borders of Syria, he drew near to the accomplishment of his chief design, the conquest of Antioch. He began to besiege the city in October 966, but it was so well fortified that Nicephorus Phocas could not at this time capture it, and so, raising the siege, he returned to Constantinople by way of Tarsus. In January 967, the chief antagonist of Nicephorus Phocas in the east, Saif el-Dullah, died after a prolonged illness and was succeeded by his son, Said Abdullah. The war with Bulgaria and disturbances inside the empire did not allow Nicephorus to profit by the difficulties arising from the succession to the throne of the Hammadids, and consequently the year 967 is only marked by insignificant conflicts with the Saracens, which did not always end to the advantage of the Byzantine troops. Only in the latter half of 968 was the emperor free to depart again to the east. The chief aim of this campaign was the conquest of the two most important towns of Syria, Antioch and Aleppo. Before beginning a regular siege of these towns, he made devastating incursions into Syria. Towns one after another succumbed to his attacks. Amisa, Tripolis, Acre, Taratus, Tortosa, Marcavia, Gibala, Bibulus, Laodicea also suffered much from the Byzantine troops. Nicephorus began now to besiege Antioch in earnest, but was again unsuccessful. Leaving Peter Phocas, the Standopodarch, with the army at Antioch, the emperor returned to the capital. During his stay there, important events were happening near Antioch. Dissensions and disturbances broke out there, and profiting by these quarrels, Peter Phocas and Michael Bertzis, the commander of the garrison of the fortress of Burgos, took possession of Antioch on 28 October 969. The chief object was now obtained. The city was in the hands of the Byzantine emperor. An enormous booty fell to the share of the conquerors. Soon after this, the Byzantine troops advanced against the Syrian town of Aleppo, which at the end of 969, or in the beginning of January 970, after a siege of 27 days, also passed into their hands. The curious text of the treaty concluded by Peter Phocas with Kahuya, who was at this time in possession of Aleppo, is still preserved. By this treaty, the boundaries in Syria were accurately fixed and a list of localities was drawn up, some of which passed into the possession of the Greek emperor and others into feudal dependence. Antioch, the most important of the conquered towns, was annexed to the empire, but Aleppo only became a vassal. The population was subjected to taxation for the benefit of Byzantium. The Christians living under Muslim rule were, however, freed from all imposts. The emir of Aleppo was obliged to assist the emperor in case of war with the non-Muslim inhabitants of their provinces. The restoration of the destroyed churches was guaranteed to the Christians. The emir of Aleppo was also obliged to give protection to the Byzantine commercial caravans when entering his territory. It was agreed that, after the deaths of the ruler of Aleppo, Cuadra, and his successor, Bakir, the new governor of Aleppo could only be appointed by the emperor from the nobility of Aleppo. Rules were even prescribed about the surrender of runaway slaves and so on. This treaty was only ratified after the death of Nicephorus Phocas, who fell by the hands of assassins on the night of 10 to 11 December 969. We can say that never before were the Saracens subjected to such humiliation as during the reign of Nicephorus Phocas. Cilicia and a part of Syria were taken away from them, and a great part of their territory acknowledged itself as being in vassal dependence upon the empire. The military operations of the troops of Nicephorus in Sicily did not correspond with the successes in the east. In Sicily, as we have said, only one town, Rametta, remained in the hands of the Greeks, and this was besieged by the Saracens in 964. To help the besieged town, a great fleet was dispatched under the command of Manuel, but the troops which had landed were defeated, and in 965 Rametta was taken by assault. The whole of Sicily thus passed into the hands of the Saracens. In 967 a durable peace was concluded between Nicephorus Phocas and the Fatimite Caliph Macler, to whom Sicily was in subjection. During the first years of his reign, John Zimisces was unable personally to take part in the military operations of the eastern frontier. The wars with the Russian prince Sviatoslav and with Bulgaria, and with the revolt of Bardas Phocas, required his unremitting attention. But the wars finished successfully and the revolt of Bardas Phocas was crushed. The dissensions which had broken out in Italy found a happy solution in the marriage of the Byzantine princess Theophano with the heir to the German throne, the future Emperor Otto II. It was only when these questions had been settled that John Zimisces was able to return to the east. In the meantime, a difficult problem arose there, namely, how to retain all the new acquisitions which Nicephorus Phocas had won in Cilicia and Syria. In 971, the Egyptian Fatimite Moritz dispatched one of his commanders into Syria for the purpose of conquering Antioch. The city was subjected to a severe siege and was only saved by an unexpected attack by the Carpathians on the Egyptian troops, who were compelled to raise the siege and to retire hurriedly to the south. At the news of Zimisces, who was at that time in Bulgaria, immediately sent Michael Burgess to the assistance of Antioch, and he at once rebuilt the town wall, which had suffered much. In 973, Malay, Melki, an Armenian, who commanded the Greek troops, invaded the north of Mesopotamia, devastated the provinces of Nisibis, Maya, Farkin, and Edessa, and captured Malatia. But he suffered a severe defeat near Amida and died in captivity. These successes of the Greeks angered the Saracens to such an extent that a revolution broke out in Baghdad, and the people demanded an immediate declaration of a holy war, jihad, against the victorious empire. So far as we can judge from the fragmentary and confused accounts of the sources, in 974, John Tzimisces himself set out to the east. He there concluded an alliance with Armenia and victoriously passed along the route of the campaign of 973, i.e., through Amida, Mayafarkin, and Nisibis. Special significance attached to this campaign in the east in 975, concerning which was a very valuable document in the form of a letter by the emperor to his ally, the Armenian king Ashot III, has been preserved by the Armenian historian Matthew of Edessa. The plan of this campaign is striking owing to its very audacity. The emperor aimed at freeing Jerusalem from the power of the Saracens, and thus undertook an actual crusade. On leaving Antioch, the emperor passed a message in turn to Baalbek, which was taken after a vain resistance. Damascus also voluntarily surrendered and promised to pay tribute to fight for the Byzantines. Turning to the south, the emperor entered North Palestine, and the towns of Tiberias and Nazareth, as well as Caesarea, on the coast voluntarily surrendered to him. From Jerusalem itself came a petition to be spared a sack, but apparently he was not in sufficient strength to advance further, and he directed his march along the seacoast to the north, capturing a whole series of towns: Beirut, Berytus, Sidon, Jabba, Byblos, Balania, Kabbalah, Basra, Bazo. But at Tripolis, the troops of the emperor were defeated. Today, all Phoenicia, Palestine, and Syria, says the emperor with some exaggeration in his letter to Ashot, are freed from the Saracen yoke and acknowledge the dominion of the Romans. And in addition, the great mountain of Lebanon has become subject to our authority. In September 975, the imperial troops retired to Antioch, and the emperor himself returned to his capital, where he died on 10 January 976. After the death of John Tzimisces, the two young sons of Romanus II, Basil and Constantine, succeeded. Basil became the head of the government. The first 3 years of their reign were occupied with quelling the rebellion of Bardas Sclerus on the eastern frontier, among whose troops were not a few Saracens. This revolt was suppressed by the Greek commander Bardas Vogt in 979, but only with much difficulty. Bardas Sclerus escaped to the Caliph of Baghdad, who welcomed a useful prisoner. Bardas Vogt remained in the east and fought the Saracens, especially the weakened Hamadids, with alternating success, and he endeavored to counteract the rapidly increasing influence of the Egyptian Fatimites in Syria. In 986 began the famous Bulgarian War, which lasted for more than 30 years and ended in 1019 with the destruction of the Bulgarian kingdom of Samuel. Such an arduous and prolonged war might naturally have turned the attention of Basil II completely away from the eastern frontier of the empire. But in fact, he was compelled to intervene through serious complications which were taking place there. Bardas Vogt, the victor over Bardas Sclerus, having fallen into disgrace at court, was proclaimed emperor by his troops in 987, and Bardas Sclerus, having escaped from captivity in Baghdad, also appeared in Asia Minor. Bardas Vogt, however, captured him by a stratagem, and then crossed Asia Minor to the Hellespont. The condition of Byzantium was at this time very difficult. From the east, the troops of Bart's were advancing to the capital, and from the north the Bulgarians were pressing on. To this time we must refer the negotiations of Vasil II with the Russian Prince Vladimir and the consequent appearance in Byzantium of a Russian contingent of 6,000 men. Vasil II did not lose his presence of mind. With fresh forces he fought Bart's in 989, and in this battle the latter was slain. The empire was thus freed from one of its dangers. In the same year, a new insurrection of Bart's clerics was crushed. During this time, Syria was subjected to attacks by the troops of the Egyptian Fatimites, who several times assaulted Aleppo. Aleppo begged the Greeks for help, and the emperor sent Michael Bertsis, the governor of Antioch, to its assistance. But he suffered a severe defeat on the river Orontes in 994. This petition for help from Aleppo and the news of the defeat of Michael Bertsis reached Vasil II when campaigning in Bulgaria. Notwithstanding the Bulgarian War, which was fraught with so much danger to the empire, the emperor decided to go personally to the east in the winter of 994 to 995, especially as danger was threatening Antioch. He unexpectedly appeared under the walls of Aleppo, which was being besieged by the Egyptian troops, and was successful in freeing the former capital of the Hamamids from the enemy. He also captured Rafina and Emesa, but having fought unsuccessfully under the walls of the strongly fortified Tripolis, he returned to Bulgaria. In 998, the Greek troops under Damianus Dalanisus were severely defeated near Apamea. In 999, he met Vasil II again in Syria at the towns of Shazar and Emesa, but he was once more unsuccessful at Tripolis, having spent some time in arranging affairs in Armenia and Georgia, Iberia. An emperor returned to Constantinople in 1001. In the same year, a peace for 10 years was concluded between the emperor and the Egyptian Fatimite Hakim, down to the very year of his death. There were no more encounters between him and the Eastern Muslims. In the west, the Sicilian Saracens made yearly attacks on South Italy, and the imperial government, being occupied in other places, could not undertake expeditions against them. Its forced inactivity gave a welcome opportunity to the Western Emperor Otto II to attempt the expulsion of the Saracens from Sicily. Desiring to obtain a firm point of support in South Italy, he occupied some fortified Byzantine places, as, for instance, Taranto. But his chief aim was not reached, for in 982 the Saracens severely defeated him at Stilla. After his death in 983, the authority of the Greeks was somewhat restored, and the Byzantine governor occupied Bari, which had revolted. But the attacks of the Saracens on southern Italy continued, and Bari was only saved by the intervention of the Venetian fleet. At the end of his reign, Basil planned a vast expedition for the purpose of winning back Sicily, but during its preparation he died in 1025. The death of Basil II, that terrible scourge of the Eastern Saracens, gave fresh heart to these enemies of the empire. The Saracens, with great success, availed themselves of the weaknesses of the successors of Basil II and of the disturbances which broke out in the empire, and they quickly took the offensive. Under Romanus III and Juris, 1028 to 1034, the emir of Aleppo defeated the governor of Antioch, and the campaign undertaken in 1030, after long preparation under the personal command of the emperor, ended in a signal defeat near Aleppo, after which the emperor quickly returned to Constantinople. In this campaign, the young George Miniatus, who later on played a very important part in Byzantine history, distinguished himself for the first time. The defeat of 1030 was to some degree mitigated by the capture of the important town of Edessa by George Meniasis in 1031, and by his seizing there the second relic of the town, the famous letter of Jesus Christ to Akbar, king of Edessa. This letter was sent to Constantinople and solemnly received by the emperor and the people. During the reign of the next emperor, Michael IV, the Paphlagonian, 1034 to 1041, the usual collisions went on in the east, sometimes at Antioch, sometimes at Aleppo, whilst at the same time the Saracen corsairs devastated the southern coast of Asia Minor and destroyed Myra in Lycia. In the west, the object of the imperial government was to recapture Sicily from the Saracens. The internal quarrels among the Cilician Muslims made the intervention of the Greeks easy, and during the reign of Michael IV, they undertook 2 expeditions. The first, under the command of Constantine Opus in 1037, was unsuccessful, but the second, in which the army was composed of different races, such as the Bulgarian Russian Drzina detachment, and in which the Norse king Harald Fairhair distinguished himself, was dispatched in 1038 under the chief command of the brilliant young Aniasis. The beginning of the expedition was fortunate. Messina, Syracuse, and the whole eastern coast of the island passed into the hands of the imperial troops. But George Aniasis fell into disgrace, and being recalled to Constantinople, was put into prison. With his removal, all the Byzantine conquests, with the exception of Messina, passed again into the power of the Saracens. During the reign of Constantine IX, Monomachus, 1042 to 1054, almost complete peace reigned on the frontier of Syria and Mesopotamia. But on the other hand, from 1048, the Byzantine troops were obliged to fight, especially in Armenia, with the Seljuk Turks, who from this time forward appear as a new and formidable enemy on the Eastern Front. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Struggle with the Saracens. Summary by J.B. Barrie. See Summary. It will be seen from the foregoing pages that ever since Leo, the Isaurians, saved Constantinople from the formidable attacks of the Saracens in AD 717, there was continuous warfare between the empire and the caliphate for 300 years. Its history is for the most part a monotonous and barren chronicle of raids to and fro across the Taurus Mountains, truces, interchanges of prisoners, briefly registered in Greek and Arabic annals. Only occasionally have we a description of events full enough to excite some interest, like the campaign of the Caliph Matarim, AD 838, or the siege of Thessalonica. Success has varied, but few were decisive until Nicephorus Phocas definitely turned the tide in favor of the empire and reconquered long-lost provinces. After his victories, the Abbasid power, which had seen its best days before the end of the 9th century, declined rapidly till the caliphate passed under the control of the Seljuks. So long as the struggle lasted, the Eastern War had the first claim on the armies and treasuries of the empire, and these were not sufficient to enable the emperors to deal at the same time effectively with their European enemies, the Slavs and Bulgarians, and to maintain intact their possessions in Sicily and southern Italy. It was only when the Saracen danger in the east had been finally averted by the army of Nicephorus that his successors were able to recover some of the European provinces which had been lost. If the caliphs had a more extensive territory under their rule than the emperors, it is not certain that they had larger revenues even when they were strongest. Their state was very loosely organized, and it was always a strain on them to keep its heterogeneous parts together. The empire, on the other hand, was kept strictly under central control. It might be conquered, but it could not dissolve of itself, and the event proved that it had a much greater staying power. It is to be observed that throughout the period, the hostilities which were the order of the day do not seem to have interfered very seriously with the commercial intercourse between the peoples of the two states, and reciprocal influences of culture flow constantly between them. Through educated captives, who were often detained for 4 or 5 years and were generally well treated, knowledge of the conditions and features of the Byzantine world passed to Baghdad, and reversely. The capitals of the two empires vied with each other in magnificence, art, and the cultivation of science. For instance, there cannot be much doubt that Theophilus was stimulated in his building enterprises by what he had heard of the splendor of the palaces of Baghdad. Oriental influences had been affecting the Roman Empire ever since the 3rd century. Through its intercourse with the Sassanid kingdom of Persia, they continued to operate throughout the Abbasid period and were one of the ingredients of Byzantine civilization. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Denis Gagné. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 24, Chapter 6, Armenia, Part 1, by Frédéric Macler. Lying across the chief meeting place of Europe and Asia, Armenia suffered immeasurably more from the conflict of two civilizations than it profited by their exchange of goods and ideas. If the West penetrated the East under the pressure from Rome, Byzantium, or crusading Europe, if the East moved westwards under Persian, Arab, Mongol, or Turk, the roads used were too often the roads of Armenia. This was not all. East and West claimed and fought for control or possession of the country. Divided bodily between Rome and Persia in pre-Christian times, an apple of discord between Persia and the Byzantine Empire during the early part of the Middle Ages, Armenia, for the rest of its national history, was alternately the prey of Eastern and Western peoples. When the Armenian kingdom was strong enough to choose its own friends, it turned sometimes to the east, sometimes to the west. It drew its culture from both, but belonging wholly neither to west nor to east, it suffered consistently at the hands of each in turn, and of both together. The stubborn pride of the Armenians in their national church prevented them from uniting permanently either with Christendom or with Islam. Though driven by Eastern pressure as far west as Cilicia, where it was in touch with the Crusaders, Armenia never held more than a doubtful place in the state system of medieval Europe. Sooner than sink their identity in Greco-Roman Church, the Armenians more than once chose the friendship of infidels. On the other hand, whether as neighbors or as enemies, as allies or as conquerors, the races of the East could never turn the Armenians from their faith. When Armenia ceased to exist as a state, its people kept alive their nationality in their church. As with the Jews, their ecclesiastical obstinacy was at once their danger and their strength. It left them friendless, but it enabled them to survive political extinction. Isolated by religion, Armenia was also perpetually divided against itself by its rival princes. Like the church, the numerous princely houses both preserved and weakened their country. They prevented the foundation of a unified national state. But a large power, stretching perhaps from Cappadocia to the Caspian borders, and disabled by ill-defined frontiers, could never have outfaced the hostility of Europe and Asia. A collection of small principalities grouped around rocky strongholds difficult of access, had always, even after wholesale conquest, a latent faculty of recovery in the energy of its powerful families. The Arabs could have destroyed a single royal line, but slaughter as they might, Armenia was never leaderless. They could not exterminate its nobility. The political history of Armenia, especially during the first half of the Middle Ages, is a history of great families, and this helps to explain the puzzling movement of Armenia boundaries, a movement due not only to pressure from outside, but also to the short-lived uprising, first of one prince, then of another, amidst the ruin, widespread and repeated, of this country. During the triumph of Rome, and for many generations of Rome's decline, Armenia was ruled by a national dynasty related to the Arsacidae, kings of Parthia, BC 149 to AD 428. The country had been for many years a victim to the wars and diplomacy of Persia and Rome, when in AD 386-7 it was partitioned by Sapor III and the Emperor Theodosius. From 387 to 428, the Arsacid kings of Armenia were vassals of Persia, while the westernmost part of their kingdom was incorporated in the Roman Empire and ruled by a count. The history of the 1,000 years that followed, 428 to 1473, is sketched in this chapter. It may be divided into 5 distinct periods. First came long years of anarchy, during which Armenia had no independent existence, but was the prey of Persians, Greeks, and Arabs, from 428 to 885. 4.5 centuries of foreign domination were then succeeded by nearly 2 centuries of autonomy. During the second period, Armenia was ruled from Transcaucasia by the national dynasty of the Bagratuni. After 1046, when the Bagratid kingdom was conquered by the Greeks, who were soon dispossessed by the Turks, Greater Armenia never recovered its political life. Meanwhile, the third period of Armenia's medieval history had opened in Asia Minor, where a new Armenian state was founded in Cilicia by Prince Ruben, a kingsman of the Bagratuni. From 1080 to 1340, Rubenian and Haitumian princes ruled Armeno-Cilicia, first as lords or barons, from 1080 to 1198, then as kings, from 1198 to 1342. During this period, the Armenians engaged in a successful struggle with the Greeks, and in a prolonged and losing contest with the Seljuks and the Mamluks. Throughout these years, the relations between the Armenian rulers and the Latin kingdoms of Syria were so close that up to a point, the history of Armeno-Cilicia may be considered merely as an episode in the history of the Crusades. This view is strengthened by the events of the fourth period, 1342 to 1373, during which Cilicia was ruled by the crusading family of the Lusignans. When the Lusignan dynasty was overthrown by the Mamluks in 1375, the Armenians lost their political existence once more. In the fifth and last period of their medieval history, 1375 to 1473, they suffered the horrors of a Tartar invasion under Tamerlane, and finally passed under the yoke of the Ottoman Turks. When Artaxerxes, the last Arsacid vassal king, was deposed in 428, Armenia was governed directly by the Persians, who already partly controlled the country. No strict chronology has yet been fixed for the centuries of anarchy which ensued, from 1428 to 885, but it appears that Persian rule lasted for about 2 centuries, from 428 to 633. Byzantine rule followed, spreading eastward from Roman Armenia, and after 2 generations, 633 to 693, the Arabs replaced the Greeks and held the Armenians in subjugation until 862. In this long period of foreign rule, the Armenians invariably found a change of masters, a change for the worse. The Persians ruled the country through a succession of marspans, or military commanders of the frontiers, who also had to keep order and to collect revenue. With a strong guard under their own command, they did not destroy the old national militia, nor take away the privileges of the nobility. At first, they allowed full liberty to the Catholicos and his bishops. As long as the Persians governed with such tolerance, they might fairly hope to fuse the Armenian nation with their own. But a change of religious policy under Yezdegerd II and Piruz roused the Armenians to defend their faith in a series of religious wars lasting until the end of the 6th century, during which Vardan, with his 1,036 companions, perished for the Christian faith in the terrible battle of Ararar, year 454. But whether defeated or victorious, the Armenians never exchanged their Christianity for Zoroastrianism. On the whole, the Marspans ruled Armenia as well as they could. In spite of the religious persecution and of a dispute about the Council of Chalcedon between the Armenians and their fellow Christians in Georgia, the Armenian Church more than held its ground, and ruined churches and monasteries were restored or rebuilt towards the opening of the 7th century. Of the later Marspans, some bore Armenian names. The last of them belonged to the Bagratuni family, which was destined to sustain the national existence of Armenia for many generations against untold odds. But this gleam of hope was extinguished by the fall of the Persian Empire before the Arabs. For when they conquered Persia, Armenia turned to Byzantium and was ruled for 60 years by officials who received the rank of Curapilates and were appointed by the emperor. 633 to 693. The Curapilates, it appears, was entrusted with the civil administration of the country, while the military command was held by an Armenian general of the forces. Though the Curapilates, too, seems to have been always Armenian, the despotic yoke of the Greeks was even harder to bear than the burden of the religious wars imposed by the Persians. If the Persians had tried to make the Armenians worship the sacred fire, the Greeks were equally bent on forcing them to renounce the Eutychian heresy. As usual, the Armenians refused to yield. The Emperor Constantine came himself to Armenia in 647, but his visit did nothing to strengthen Byzantine authority. The advance of the Arabs, who had begun to invade Armenia 10 years earlier under Abdurrahim, made stable government impossible. For sooner than merge themselves in the Greek Church, the Armenians sought Muslim protection. But the Arabs exacted so heavy a tribute that Armenia turned again to the Eastern Empire. As a result, the Armenians suffered equally from Greeks and Arabs. When they paid tribute to the Arabs, the Greeks invaded and devastated their land. When they turned to the Greeks, the Arabs punished their success and failure alike by invasion and rapine. Finally, at the close of the 7th century, the Armenian people submitted absolutely to the Caliphate. The Curapilates had fled, the general of the forces and the patriarch, Catholicos, Sahak IV, were prisoners in Damascus, and some of the Armenian princes had been tortured and put to death. A period of unqualified tyranny followed. The Arabs intended to rivet the chains of abject submission upon Armenia and to extort from its helplessness the greatest possible amount of revenue. Ostikhans, or governors, foreigners almost without exception, ruled the country for Baghdad. These officials commanded an army and were supposed to collect the taxes and to keep the people submissive. They loaded Armenia with heavy imposts and tried to destroy the princes' families by imprisoning and killing their men and confiscating their possessions. Under such treatment, the Armenians were occasionally cowed, but usually rebellious. Their national existence, manifest in rebellion, was upheld by the princes. First one, then another, revolted against the Muslims, made overtures to the enemies of Baghdad, and aspired to refound the kingdom of Armenia. Shortly after the Arab conquest, the Armenians turned once more to their old masters, the Greeks. With the help of Leo the Isaurian Sumbat, Sempad Bagratuni defeated the Arabs and was commissioned to rule Armenia by the emperor. But after a severe struggle, the Muslims regained their dominion and sent the Arab commander Qasim to punish the Armenians, 704. He carried out his task with oriental ferocity. He set fire to the church of Nakhchivan, into which he had driven the princes and nobles, and then pillaged the country and sent many of the people into captivity. These savage reprisals were typical of Arab misrule for the next 40 years, and after a peaceful interval during which a friendly Ostikhan Marwan entrusted the government of Armenia to Ashat Bagratuni, the reign of terror started afresh, 759. But in defiance of extortion and cruelty, insurrection followed insurrection. Local revolts, led now by one prince, now by another, broke out. On one occasion, Musheg Mamu Konin drove the Ostikhan out of Dwin, but the Armenians paid dear for their success. The Arabs marched against them, 30,000 strong. Musheg fell in battle, and the other princes fled into strongholds, 780. Though in 786, when Harun ar-Rashid was caliph, the country was for the time subdued. Alliances between Persian and Armenian princes twice ripened into open rebellion in the first half of the 9th century. The Arabs punished the second of these unsuccessful rebellions by wholesale pillage and by torture, captivity, and death, circa 850. As the long period of gloom, faintly starred by calamitous victories, passed into the 9th century, the Arab oppression slowly lightened. The Abbasid Empire was drawing to its fall. While the Arabs were facing their own troubles, the Armenian nobility were founding principalities. The Macedonian family, it is true, died out in the middle of the 9th century without founding a kingdom. Yet because they had no wide territories, they served Armenia disinterestedly, and though of foreign origin, could claim many of the national heroes of their adopted country. Vasil'ev, Musheg, and Manuel, 3 generals of the Christian Arsacidae. Verdun, who died for the faith in the religious wars. Vahan the Wolf and Vahan Kamsarakan, who fought the Persians. David, Grigor, and Musheg, rebels against Arab misrule. The Arkruni and the Sini, who had also defended Armenia against the Arabs, founded independent states in the 10th century. The Arkruni established their kingdom, Vasperikan, round the rocky citadel of Van, overlooking Lake Van, 908. Later, 2 different branches of their family founded the 2 states of the Reshtuni and the Antsevasi. The Sini kingdom, Siunia, arose in the later half of the century, 970. Many other principalities were also formed, each claiming independence, the largest and most important of them all being the kingdom of the Bagratuni. Like the Macedonians, the Bagratuni seem to have come from abroad. According to Moses of Chorene, they were brought to Armenia from Judea by Hirachi, son of Paror, in BC 600. In the times of the Parthians, King Valarsak gave Bagarat the hereditary honor of placing the crown upon the head of the Armenian king, and for centuries afterwards, Bagarat's family gave leaders to the Armenians. Varazharat's Bagratuni was the last Marspan of the Persian domination, and the 3rd Kurapolits of Armenia under the Byzantine Empire. Ashat or Ashod Bagratuni seized the government when the Arabs were trying to dislodge the Greeks in the middle of the 7th century, and foreshadowed the later policy of his family by his friendliness towards the Caliph, to whom he paid tribute. He fell in battle, resisting the Greeks sent by Justinian II. Sumbat Bagratuni, made general of the forces by Justinian, favored the Greeks. Escaping from captivity in Damascus, it was he who had defeated the Arabs with the help of Leo the Isaurian, and governed the Armenians from the fortress of Taik. In the middle of the 8th century, another Ashat reverted to the policy of his namesake, and was allowed by Marwan, the friendly Ostican, to rule Armenia as, quote, Prince of Princes, end quote. In consequence, he refused to rebel with other Armenian princes when the Arab tyranny was renewed, and for his loyalty was blinded by his compatriots. Of his successors, some fought against the Arabs and some sought their friendship. Bagratuni princes took a leading part on both sides of the Armeno-Persian rebellions, suppressed by the Arabs in the first half of the 9th century. The Bagratuni were also wealthy. Unlike the Macedonians, they owned vast territories and founded a strong principality in the country of Ararat. Their wealth, their lands, and their history made them the most powerful of Armenian families, and pointed out to them a future more memorable than their past. Midway in the 9th century, the power of the Bagratuni was inherited by Prince Ashat. The son of Sumbat the Confessor, he refounded the ancient kingdom of Armenia and gave it a dynasty of 2 centuries' duration. Under the rule of these Bagratuni kings, Armenia passed through the most national phase of its history. It was a conquered province before they rose to power. It became more European and less Armenian after their line was extinct. Like Ashat himself, his descendants tried at first to control the whole of Armenia, but from 928 onwards, they were obliged to content themselves with real dominion in their hereditary lands and moral supremacy over the other princes. The second and more peaceful period of their rule was the very summer of Armenian civilization. Ashat had come into a great inheritance. In addition to the provinces of Ararat and Taik, he owned Gagark and Turubiran, large properties in Higher Armenia, as well as the towns of Bagaran, Mush, Kolb, and Kars with all their territory. He could put into the field an army of 40,000 men, and by giving his daughters in marriage to the princes of the Arkruni and the Sini, he made friends of 2 possible rivals. For many years his chief desire was to pacify Armenia and to restore the wasted districts, and at the same time to earn the favor of the Caliphate. In return, the Arabs called him, quote, Prince of Princes, end quote, 859, and sent home their Armenian prisoners. 2 years later, Ashat and his brother routed an army double the size of their own, led into Armenia by Shahap, a Persian who was aiming at independence. Ashat's political loyalty to the Arabs finally moved the Caliph Mu'tamid to make him king of Armenia, 885-7. And at the same time, he likewise received a crown and royal gifts from the Byzantine Emperor, Basil the Macedonian. But Armenia was not even yet entirely freed from Arab control. Tribute was paid to Baghdad, not immediately, but through the neighboring Ostikin of Azerbaijan, and the coronation of Armenian kings waited upon the approval of the caliphs. During this brief reign of 5 years, Ashat I revived many of the customs of the old Arsacid kingdom, which had perished 4.5 centuries earlier. The crown, it seemed, was handed down according to the principle of primogeniture. The kings, though nearly always active soldiers themselves, did not appear to have held the supreme military command, which they usually entrusted to a, quote, general of the forces, end quote. An ancient office once hereditary in the Mamukonian family, but in later times often filled by a brother of the reigning king. In Ashat's time, for instance, his brother Abbas was generalissimo, and after Ashat's death was succeeded by a younger brother of the new king. The Catholicos was, after the king, the most important person in Armenia. He had been the national representative of the Armenians during the period of anarchy when they had no king, and his office had been respected by the Persians and used by the Arabs as a medium of negotiation with the Armenian princes. Under the Bagratid kings, the Catholicos nearly always worked with the monarchy, whose representatives it was his privilege to anoint. He would press coronation upon a reluctant king, would mediate between kings and their rebellious subjects, would lay the king's needs before the Byzantine court, or would be entrusted with the keys of the Armenian capital in the king's absence. Sometimes in supporting the monarchy, he would oppose the people's will, especially in a later period, when long after the fall of the Bagratuni dynasty, king and Catholicos worked together for religious union with Rome against the bitter hostility of their subjects. Ashat made good use of every interval of peace by restoring the commerce, industry, and agriculture of his country, and by repopulating hundreds of towns and villages. For the sake of peace, he made alliances with most of the neighboring kings and princes, and after traveling through his own estates and through Little Armenia, he went to Constantinople to see the Emperor Leo the Philosopher, himself reputedly an Armenian by descent. The two monarchs signed a political and commercial treaty, and Ashat gave the emperor an Armenian contingent to help him against the Bulgarians. Ashat died on the journey home, and his body was carried to Bagaran, the old city of idols, and the seat of his new formed power. But long before his death, his country's peace, diligently cherished for a lifetime, had been broken by the Armenians themselves. One after another, various localities, including Vanan and Gagark, had revolted, and although Ashat had been able to restore order everywhere, such disturbances promised ill for the future. The proud ambition of these Armenian princes had breathed a fitful life into a conquered province, only to sap the vitality of an autonomous kingdom. Under Sumbat I, 892-914, the lesser princes did more mischief than under his father Ashat, because they made common cause with the Arabs of Azerbaijan, who hated Armenia. For more than 20 years, Sumbat held his kingdom against the persistent attacks, now separate, now connected, of the Ostikins of Azerbaijan and of the Armenian princes, and for more than a generation he and his son looked perforce to the Greeks as their only source of external help. As soon as Sumbat had defeated his uncle Abbas, who had tried to seize the throne in the first year of his reign, he turned to face Afshin, Ostikan of Azerbaijan. Afshin protested against the renewal of the Greco-Armenian alliance and twice invaded Armenia. On the first occasion, Sumbat not only forced the Arabs to retire by a display of his strength, but made conquests at their expense. He seized Dwin, the capital of the Arab emirs, and sent the Muslim chiefs captive to the Emperor Leo, 894. A year later, Dwin was almost entirely destroyed by an earthquake. The second time the Arabs invaded Armenia, Sumbat, though taken by surprise, cut their army to pieces at the foot of Mount Aragats, or Alagos. Afshin then provoked rebellion among the Armenian princes, but without seriously weakening Sumbat. At last, through Armenian treachery, Sumbat was defeated by Ahmad, Ostikan of Mesopotamia, who had invaded the province of Tehran. Afshin took advantage of this reverse to invade Armenia for the third time. Sumbat retired to Taik, but Kaz, the refuge of the queen, capitulated to Afshin, who took Sumbat's son as hostage and his daughter as wife. Not long after, Afshin died, and the hostages were given back, 901. Sumbat took this opportunity to obtain from the Caliph both exemption from the authority of the Astrakhan of Azerbaijan and also permission to pay the annual tribute direct to Baghdad, 902. Afshin's feud with Armenia was renewed by his brother Yusuf, urging that the separation of Armenia and Azerbaijan gave dangerous liberty to the Armenians. He invaded the country. Sumbat's troops frightened him into retreat before he had struck a blow, but he soon obtained help from some Armenian princes who were restive under heavy taxation. Constrained to retire into the Blue Fortress with a handful of men, Sumbat assaulted the Muslim and Christian besiegers with great success, and after withstanding a year's siege, he capitulated only on receiving a promise that the lives of the garrison should be spared, 913. Yusuf broke his promise. He tortured Sumbat for a year and finally put him to death, 914. The Armenian princes retired into fortresses and Armenia fell once more under the Arab yoke. For several years, Yusuf sent fresh troops into Armenia and organized the devastation of the country from his headquarters at Dwin. No crops were sown and a terrible famine resulted. It is reported that parents even sold their children to escape death and that some ate human flesh, 918. But the triumph of Yusuf was short. In the first year of Arab occupation, Sumbat's son, Ashat II, surnamed Erkath the Iron, had already avenged his father's death by routing the invaders and reconquering the fortresses they held. In 915, the Armenian princes had issued from their strongholds to declare him king. Several years later, he visited Byzantium, where the Catholicos had interested the court in the troubles of Armenia, and returned home with a force of Greek soldiers. His reign was one of incessant struggle against the Arabs and the Armenian princes, 915 to 928. To thwart the newborn power of Armenia, Yusuf crowned a rival king and provoked a fierce civil war, which was finally ended through the mediation of John the Catholicos. Many other internal revolts followed, but Ashat suppressed them all, and Yusuf turned aside to attack the peaceful kingdom of Van. Here too he was unsuccessful, but he appointed a new Astrakhan of Armenia. The purpose of this new Astrakhan and of his successor Bashir was to capture the Armenian king and the Catholicos. But Ashat retired to the island of Sevan and built 10 large boats. When Bashir marched against him with a strong army, he manned each boat with 7 skilled archers and sent them against the enemy. Every Armenian arrow found its mark. The Arabs took flight and were pursued with slaughter as far as Dwin by Prince George Marspatuni, Ashat's faithful supporter. After this epic resistance, Ashat left Sevan in triumph and took the title of, quote, King of the Kings of Armenia, end quote, in token of his superiority to the Armenian princes. He died in 928. 2 reigns of perpetual warfare were followed by nearly a century of comparative peace, 928 to 1020. Ashat's successors were content with more modest aims. At home, they confined their real rule to their own patrimony and exercised only a moral sway over the other Armenian states. Abroad, they sought the favor of the Arabs rather than that of the Greeks. In this way alone was it possible to secure a measure of peace. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Denis Gagné. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, Section 25, Chapter 6, Armenia, Part 2, by Frédéric Macler. Ashat II was succeeded by his brother Abbas, 928 to 951, who concluded a treaty with the Arabs of Dwin and exchanged Arab for Armenian prisoners. He restored towns and villages and built churches. But when he built the Cathedral of Kars, he brought not peace but a sword to his countrymen. Ber, king of the Abbassidians, or Abkhaz, wanted the cathedral to be consecrated according to Greek rites. On the banks of the Kar, Abbas defeated him twice to cure him of error, and then blinded him for having looked on the building with impious eyes. Ashat III, 952 to 977, adopted a conciliatory policy. When his rebellious brother Michel founded a kingdom in Vannes with Kars for its capital in 968, Ashat entered into friendly relations with him. He earned the goodwill of Baghdad by defeating a rebel who had thrown Azerbaijan and Mesopotamia into confusion. Side by side with a prince of the Arkruni family, he faced the Emperor John Zimisces, who came eastward to fight the Arabs and who seemed to threaten Armenia by pitching his camp in Tehran. Baffled by the bold front of Ashat's army, 80,000 strong, the emperor demanded and received an Armenian contingent, and then marched away from the frontier. By some circumspect action, Ashat III gave peace to Armenia. He reorganized the army and could put into the field a host of 90,000 men, surpassing his predecessors in the building of pious foundations. He bestowed great revenues on convents, churches, hospitals, and almhouses. He made Ani his capital and laid the foundation of its greatness. He was known as Olarmaz the Pitiful, for he never sat down to meals without poor and impotent men about him. Ashat's son, Sambat II, from 977 to 990, was a lover of peace and a great builder like his father, but he was forced into war with his rebellious uncle Mushel, king of Anand, and before his death he angered the church by marrying his niece. Under his brother and successor, Gagik I, 990 to 1020, the Armenians enjoyed for a whole generation the strange experience of unbroken prosperity. Gagik was strong enough to prevent foreigners from attacking him and to gain the friendship of the other Armenian princes. Free from war, he used all his time and energy to increase the moral and material welfare of his people. He enriched the pious foundations that dated from the time of his brother and father, and appropriated great revenues to churches and ecclesiastics, taking part himself in religious ceremonies. In his reign, the civilization of Armenia reached its height. Flourishing in the unaccustomed air of peace, convents and schools were centers of light and learning. Commercial towns such as Ani, Bitlis, Ardzen, and Nakhichevan became wealthy marts for the merchandise of Persia, Arabia, and the Indies. Agriculture shared in the general prosperity. Goldsmiths, much influenced by Persian models, were hard at work, and coppersmiths made the plentiful copper of the country into objects of every description. Enameling flourished in the neighboring Georgia, but no Armenian enamel survives to tell whether the art was practiced in Armenia itself. Armenian culture was preeminently ecclesiastical. Its literature did include chronicles and secular poems, but was overwhelmingly religious as a whole. Armenian manuscripts, famous alike for their antiquity, their beauty, and their importance in the history of writing, are nearly all ecclesiastical. Most interesting of all, in many ways, especially for the comparison of texts and variant readings, are the numerous copies of the Gospels. The Moscow manuscript, from 887, is the earliest Armenian manuscript actually dated, and two very beautiful Gospels of a later date are those of Queen Melke and Trebizond. A collection of theological and other texts executed between 971 and 981 is their earliest manuscript written on paper. Other important writings were dogmatic works and commentaries, and sharikans or sacred songs composed in honor of church festivals. Armenian art, again, was mainly ecclesiastical, and survives, on the one hand, in the illuminations and miniatures which adorn the sacred texts, and on the other, in the ruined churches and convents which still cover the face of the country. Architecture was military as well as ecclesiastical, but it is hard not to believe that the people of Ani were prouder of their galaxy of churches than they were of their fortress, their walls, and their towers. The 10th century, especially after a branch of the Bagratuni had founded an independent state in Vanand in 968, the intellectual focus of Armenia seems to have been Kars, with its crowd of young Armenian students who came there to study philosophy, belles-lettres, and theology. But the true center and most splendid proof of Armenian civilization was Ani, city of 40 keys and 1,001 churches. In the 8th century, no more than a village, it slowly grew larger and more populous. Ashat I and Ashat III were crowned at Ani, and there Ashat III established the throne of the Bagratuni dynasty. He defended the city with a fortress, and his queen enriched it with 2 fine convents, but the most splendid buildings were added by Sambat II, who also fortified Ani on the north with a double line of walls and towers and a great ditch of stone. The citadel was defended on the east and south by the river Akurian, and on the west by the Valley of Flowers. Among the magnificent palaces and temples, richly adorned with mosaics and inscriptions, stood the cathedral, masterpiece of the famous architect Tredat, or Tiridates, built on Persian and Byzantine lines. This mixture of architectural styles is typical of the national art of Armenia, which betrays a subtle mingling of Persian, Arab, and Byzantine influences. The churches of Sevan, of Digor, of Kagar near Erivan, even the Armenian Church of Paris in the Rue Jean Goujon, still symbolizes the desperate battle the Armenians had to fight against the foreigner, and still suggests that the only way of maintaining the unequal struggle was to turn the encroaching elements to the service of the Armenian Church, dearest and most inviolable stronghold of Armenian nationality. Under Gagić I, that nationality seemed safe. His reign proved Armenia's capacity for quick recovery and promised the country a fair future if peace could be kept. But the universal grief at Gagic's death was unconscious mourning for the end of prosperity. It presaged the slow declension of Armenia from national pride to servitude, and the gradual passing of the royal house from kingly power to exile and extinction. 2 generations of misfortune, 1020 to 1079, opened with civil war. Gagić had left 2 sons. His successor, John Sambat, 1020 to 1040, timid and effeminate, was attacked and defeated by his younger and more militant brother, Ashat, who was helped by Sennacherib Arkruni, king of Vasparakan, or Van. Peace was concluded through the mediation of the Catholicos Petros Geradarts and Georgi, king of the Georgians, but only by a division of territory. John Sambat kept Ani and its dependencies, while Ashat took the part of the kingdom next to Persia and Georgia. On the death of either brother, the country was to be reunited under the survivor. But Ashat was discontented. He roused the king of Georgia to attack and imprison John Sambat, who escaped only by yielding 3 fortresses to Georgi. Still unsatisfied, Ashat feigned mortal illness and begged his brother to pay him a last visit. Once by Ashat's bedside, John Sambat saw the trap and begged for his life. Ashat, deceitful to the end, freed him merely to hand him over to Prince Aparat, who promised to kill him at a secret spot. But, visited by sudden remorse, Aparat restored the king to Ani and his throne, and fled himself to Abul Azwar, governor of Dwin, to escape the wrath of Ashat. While Ashat schemed against his brother, Armenia was threatened on both sides by different enemies, one old, the other new. The new assailants were the Seljuk Turks, led against Vasparakan at the opening of John Sambat's reign by Tughril Beg, whose precursor Hassan had already wasted Mesopotamia. When they had overcome the resistance of Vasparakan, they advanced into John Sambat's territory. At the beginning of his reign, John Sambat had an army of 60,000, but the Armenian generalissimo Vasak Palavuni had to meet the Turks with a bare 500 men. Climbing Mount Sirkevil to rest, he died there. Whether by his own hand or by treason, or by rock falling from the mountain while he prayed, is unknown. Meanwhile, Tughril Beg left Armenia for the time and conquered the whole of Persia. On the west, Armenia was threatened once again by the Byzantine Empire. The Turkish advance, instead of inducing the Greeks to help Armenia, revived them in their old ambition of conquest, with fatal results not only to the Armenians but to themselves. During the reign of John Sambat, this ambition was twice fed by Armenian policy. Conquered and then left by Tughril Beg, Sennacherib of Vasparakan gave up his kingdom to Basil II in 1021 in exchange for the town of Sebastia, or Siwas, rather than wait to offer a second vain resistance to the Turk on their inevitable return. 2 years later, Basil entered Georgia to repress a revolt in which John Sambat had been secretly implicated. In fear of the emperor's wrath, John Sambat violated the treaty he had made with his brother, and through the agency of the Catholicos Petros Geradarts, he gave in writing a promise that after his own death, Basil should inherit Ani. Basil was well pleased, but some years later his successor, Constantine VIII, summoned to his deathbed an Armenian priest named Kyriakos, and handed him an inequitable document saying, quote, "Bear this letter to thy king, and tell him from me that, like other mortals, I find myself on the threshold of eternity, and I would not extort the possession of another. Let him take back his kingdom and give it to his sons." End quote. The mischief might have ended here but for the treachery of the priest, who kept the letter in his own possession and finally sold it for a large sum to Michael IV in 1034. Much as his dishonesty cost the emperor, it was to cost Armenia more. As soon as Jonbuder was dead, Michael sent an embassy to claim Ani and its dependencies. His chance of success was good because Ani was divided by two factions. One led by the Generalissimo Varam Palavuni wished to crown Jagić, the 14-year-old nephew and heir of Jonbuder. The other intended to give the crown to Vasil'ev, the regent, or failing him to the Emperor Michael. For the moment, party differences were sunk in unanimous denial of Byzantine claims, but Vasil'ev destroyed this short-lived amity by seizing the state treasure and several strongholds. Varam's party won a fair renown by defeating the Greeks, who were sent by the emperor to take by force what his embassy had failed to win by persuasion. One after another, 3 Greek armies invaded Armenia. Each spread desolation far and wide without conquering Ani. Michael then sent a 4th army to besiege Ani, while the king of the Albanians, or Aluans, invaded the northeast province of Armenia on behalf of the Greeks. Varam broke up the invading army by a bold attack. The Greeks, terrified by the fury of the Armenians, fled in disorder, leaving 20,000 dead and wounded beneath the walls of the town. This victory enabled Varam to crown Jagić II, 1042 to 1046. With a mere handful of men, the boy king recovered the state treasure and the citadel of Ani from Vasil'ev, whom he cast into prison. Unhindered for the moment by Greek interference or Armenian treachery, Jagić drove out the Turks and began to restore order in the country. But unfortunately for himself and for his people, he was generous enough to forgive Vasil'ev and to raise him to honor. Posing as the king's friend, this traitor worked to alienate the Armenian princes from Jagić and to encourage the hostile intention of Constantine Monomachus, successor to Michael V. Constantine copied the Armenian policy of Michael. Failing to secure Ani by negotiation, he sent an army to seize it. Jagić defeated the Greeks and forced them to retire. Like Michael, Constantine then sent a larger army, and at the same time urged Abul Aswar, governor of Dwin, to harass the Armenians on the east. But Jagić disarmed Abul Aswar by gifts, and after a short battle put to flight the confident Greeks. Still, Constantine would not give up hope. Where peace and war had failed, trickery might succeed. Inspired by Vasil'ev, he asked Jagić to come to Constantinople to sign a treaty of perpetual peace. Swearing on the cross and the Gospels in the presence of Jagic's delegate that he would be true to his word. Unwilling to go himself and discouraged by Varamians, the king ultimately yielded to the evil counsel of Vasil'ev and passed out of Armenia to his ruin. Before he had spent many days in Constantinople, the emperor demanded Ani of him, and when he refused it, imprisoned him on an island in the Bosphorus. When the Armenians heard of this disaster, there was much division among them. Some wanted to deliver Ani to David Anhulin of Albania, others to Bagarat, king of Georgia and Abbasia. But the Catholicos Petros, to whom Jagić had entrusted the keys, informed the emperor that Ani should be his for a consideration. Once assured of a good price for his shameful merchandise, Petros sent the 40 keys of the bartered city to Constantine. Jagić rebelled against the accomplished fact, but finally abdicated his throne, receiving in exchange the town of Bizu in Cappadocia. Here he married the daughter of David, king of Sebastia, and led the wandering life of an exile. After many years, he learnt one day that the metropolitan, Mark of Caesarea, had named his dog Armen, in mockery of Armenians. Jagić could not stomach the insult. Steep it as he must in the bitterness of exile, in hatred of a rival church, in contempt for a people he had never encountered, but as conqueror until they overcame him by guile. To avenge the honor of his country's name, he caused the dog and the ecclesiastic to be tied up together in a sack, and had the animal beaten until it bit his master to death. For this crime against the metropolitan, 3 Greek brothers seized Jagić by treachery and hanged him in the castle of Sisistra in 1079. He left 2 sons and a grandson, but they did not long survive him. When the last of them had died in prison, the Bagratuni line was extinct. During the exile of their king, the Armenians fell a prey to Greek and Turk. At first, not knowing of his abdication, they resisted the Greeks and dispersed the army sent under the command of the eunuch Paracamus to take possession of Ani. But on hearing that Jagić was never again to enter the country, the Armenians lost all heart, and allowed Perikamis to possess the city. Once masters of Armenia, the Greeks committed atrocious cruelties. They exiled or poisoned the princes, replaced Armenian troops by Greek garrisons, and worked for the utter destruction of the country. But they had reckoned without the Turk. Learning of Armenia's weakness, Tughril-Beg returned and spread ruin and desolation far and wide for several years. He sacked the fortified town of Cbteddy and tortured the inhabitants. The rich commercial town of Arzen shared the same fate, 1049. The Greeks at last determined to make an end of his savagery. Together with Liparid, king of Georgia, their general Comnenus offered battle to the Turks near Babur. But owing to disagreement among the Christians, the Turks were victorious and carried the king of Georgia into captivity. With no one now to oppose him, Tughril overran most of Armenia except Ani. Vanand resisted in vain, but their failure in the siege of Manzikert forced the Turks to retire. Tughril fell back, only to wreak his revenge upon Arskide. His death, like that of the Arab Afshin long before, brought no relief to Armenia. For like Afshin, he left a brother, Alp Arslan, to complete his work of destruction. Alp Arslan besieged Ani unsuccessfully for a time, but finally overcame its resistance and sacked the city with unimaginable fury. The river Akurian ran red with blood, palaces and temples were set on fire and covered, thousands of corpses with their ruins. 1064. The Turks then invited Vanand to submit. Jagić, the king, feigned friendship and made an alliance with Alp Arslan. But, like Sennacherib of Van before him, he gave his kingdom to the Eastern Empire in exchange for a stronghold farther west. In 1065 he transported his family to the castle of Dzimdov in Little Armenia. The Greeks, however, could not save Vanand from the Turks, who pushed their conquest as far as Little Armenia. Kars, Karin, Babur, Sebastia, and Caesarea had submitted to Alp Arslan. When the Emperor Romanus Diogenes opposed him at Manzikert in 1071, the Greeks were defeated and the Turks led the emperor into captivity. By the end of the 11th century, not a vestige remained of Byzantine dominion over Armenia. The Greeks saw too late the fatal consequences of their selfish hostility towards a country which on south and east might have served as a rampart against their most dangerous foe. The national history of Greater Armenia ended with the Turkish conquest and with the extinction of the Bagratuni line. Little by little, numbers of Armenians withdrew into the Taurus Mountains and the plateau below. But though their country rose again from ruin, it was only as a small principality in Cilicia. The fruits of Armenian civilization, the architectural splendor of Ani, the military strength of Van, the intellectual life of Kars, the commercial pride of Bitlis and Arzen were no more. Greater Armenia had been eastern rather than western, coming into contact with race after race from the east, with Byzantium alone, half eastern itself, on the west. But the civilization of Armeno-Cilicia was western rather than eastern. Its political interests were divided between Europe and Asia, and its history was overshadowed by that of the Crusades. To the Crusades the change was preeminently due. Crusading leaders stood in every kind of relationship to the new Armenian kingdom. They befriended and fought it by turns. They used its roads, borrowed its troops, received its embassies, fought its enemies, and established feudal governments near it. For a time their influence made it a European state built on feudal lines, seeking agreement with the Church of Rome and sending envoys to the principal courts of Christendom. But the Armenian Church, which had been the inspiration and mainstay of the old civilization, and the family ambitions, which had helped to destroy it, lived on to prove the continuity of the little state of Armeno-Cilicia with the old Bagratid kingdom. Nationalist feeling, stirred to life by fear of religious compromise and by the growth of Latin influence at court, was to provoke a crisis more than once in the centuries to come. Among the Armenian migrants to the Taurus Mountains, during the invasions that followed the abdication of Jagić I, was Prince Reuben, or Rupin. He had seen the assassination of Jagić, to whom he was related, and he determined to avenge his kinsman's death on the Greeks. Collecting a band of companions whose numbers increased from day to day, he took up his stand in the village of Goromazol, near the fortress of Bardsburg, drove the Greeks out of the Taurus region, and established his dominion there. The other Armenian princes recognized his supremacy and helped him to strengthen his power, though many years were to pass before the Greeks were driven out of all of Cilician towns and strongholds which they occupied. Cilicia was divided into two well-marked districts: the plain, rich and fertile but difficult to defend, and the mountains, covered with forests and full of defiles. The wealth of the country was in its towns, Adana, Mamistra, and Anazarbus. For long the chief centers of hostility between Greeks and Armenians, Aias with its maritime trade, Tarsus and Sis, each in turn the capital of the new Armenian state, Germanesia or Marash, and Olnia or Zethun. The mountainous region, difficult of approach and sprinkled with Syrian, Greek, and Armenian monasteries, easily converted into strongholds, was the surest defense of the province, though in addition the countryside was protected by strong fortresses such as Vaca, Bardsburg, Kapan, and Lambrin. When Reuben died after 15 years of wise rule, from 1080 to 1095, he was able to hand on the lordship of Cilicia to his son Constantine from 1095 to 1100, who first brought Armeno-Cilicia into close contact with Europe. Constantine continued his father's work by capturing Vaca and other fortresses from the Greeks, and thus increasing his patrimony. But he broke new ground by making an alliance with the Crusaders, who in return for his services in pointing out roads and in furnishing supplies, especially during the siege of Antioch, gave him the title of Marquess. If the principality thus founded in hostile territory owed its existence to the energy of an Armenian prince, it owed its survival largely to external causes. In the first place, the Turks were divided. After 1092, when the Seljuk monarchy split into rival powers, Persia alone was governed by the direct Seljuk line. The other sultans of Seljuk blood ruled parts of Syria and Asia Minor. Although the sultans of Iconium or Rim were to be a perpetual danger to Cilicia from the beginning of the 12th century onwards, the division of the Turks at the close of the 11th century broke for a time the force of their original advance and gave the first Rubynians a chance to recreate the Armenian state. In the second place, the Crusades began. The Latin states founded in the east during the First Crusade checked the Turks, and also prevented the Greeks, occupied as they were with internal and external difficulties, from making a permanent reconquest of Cilicia. The Latins did not aim at protecting the Armenians, with whom indeed they often quarreled, but as a close neighbor to a number of small states, nominally friendly but really inimical to Byzantium, Armenia was no longer isolated. Instead of being a lonely upstart principality, it became one of many recognized kingdoms, all hostile to the Greek recovery of the Levant, all entitled to the moral sanction and expecting the armed support of the mightiest kings of Europe. For about 25 years after Constantine's death, his two sons, Thoros I from 1100 to 1123 and Leo I from 1123 to 1135, ruled the Armenians with great success. As an able administrator, Thoros organized the country and would have given his time to building churches and palaces if his enemies had left him in peace. But he had to fight both Greeks and Turks. He took Anazarbus from the Greeks and repulsed an invasion of Seljuks and Turkomans. In his reign, the death of Gagić II was at last avenged. Armenian troops seized the castle of Sisistra and put to death the three Greek brothers who had hanged the exiled king. Leo I, who succeeded Thoros, had not the administrative gifts of his predecessors, but like them he was a brave soldier. He captured Mamistra and Tarsus, the chief towns still in Greek hands, and for a time was unquestioned master of all Cilicia. But the Greeks were not permanently ousted from Cilicia until 1168. Leo's dominion was short-lived, owing to the failure of his diplomacy. He wove his political designs round the Christian principality of Antioch. At first he joined with Rottger of Antioch against the Turks. Then, quarreling with Rottger, he joined the Turks against Antioch in 1130. In revenge, Rottger's successor, Bohemond II, allied with Baldwin, Count of Marash, seized Leo by a trick in 1131, and as the price of freedom, extorted from him the towns of Mamistra and Adana, a sum of 60,000 piastres, and one of his sons as hostage. Leo paid the price demanded, but afterwards retook by force what he had been compelled to yield to treachery. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Denis Gagné. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 26, Chapter 6, Armenia, Part 3, by Frédéric Macler. Meanwhile, Antioch attracted the envious eye of the Emperor John Comnenus. First, he tried to gain it for the empire by a marriage project. Failing in this, he fought for it. This time Leo joined with Antioch against the Greeks, but again he suffered for his choice. While he was encamped before Seleucia at the head of the Latin and Armenian troops, the emperor invaded Cilicia, took Tarsus, Mamistra, and Adana, and had already begun to attack Anazarbus when Leo hurried back to relieve the city. The emperor despaired of capturing it until his son Isaac advised him to cover his engines of war with clay to prevent them from being broken. This device succeeded. Leo retired to the castle of Vaca and, in spite of help from Antioch, was forced to surrender. 1135. Antioch recognized the emperor's supremacy, and Leo was put into chains and sent to a Byzantine prison, where he died 6 years later. 1141. 2 of his sons were imprisoned with him. The elder was tortured and put to death, but Thoros, the younger, survived to deliver his country. Before deliverance came, the Armenians were tormented for 9 long years by their old enemies, the Greeks and the Turks. Leo's misfortune gave Cilicia to the Greeks, who pillaged and destroyed strongholds and towns, convents and churches. The Turks and even the Latins joined in demolishing the laborious work of the first Rubinians. But when the Turkish emir, Ahmad Malik, had seized Vaca and Kapan, the emperor returned to Cilicia, bringing with him Thoros, son of Leo I. In this campaign, however, the emperor was killed while hunting, and the Greek army retreated, while Thoros managed to escape and disclosed his identity to an Armenian priest. Thoros II, from 1145 to 1168, had to reconquer his kingdom from the Greeks before he could rule it. At the head of 10,000 Armenians, and with the help of his brothers Stephane and Malay, who had been at the court of Nur ad-Din, Sultan of Aleppo, he recaptured the fortresses of Vaca, Simonalkla, and Arins. One by one, all the great cities of the plain opened their gates. Manuel Comnesus hastened to bring his Hungarian war to a close, and to send his cousin, the Caesar Andronicus, to oppose Thoros, who retired to Mamistra on the approach of the Greek army. The town was without ammunition, and Thoros understood to recognize the supremacy of the Greeks if they would respect his paternal rights. Andronicus refused, and threatened to bind Thoros with his father's fetters. But on a dark rainy night, Thoros breached the walls of the town and surprised the enemy at their revels. Andronicus escaped with a handful of men, but Thoros pursued him as far as Antioch, and then returned to Mamistra. He held to ransom the Greek nobles he had captured, and divided the money among his soldiers, telling the wondering Greeks that he did so in order that his men might one day recapture them. Among the prisoners was Ocean, lord of Lembron, father of the famous Nerses Lembronasti. Ocean paid 20,000 pieces of gold as his ransom, and for the second half left his son Hethum, or Hayton, as hostage. Thoros had later so great an affection for Hethum that he gave him his daughter in marriage, and regarding the payment of Ocean's debt as the girl's dowry, he sent them both to Lambron, hoping thus to win the friendship of Ocean and his family. This hope was not fulfilled, for Lambron, with its leaning towards Byzantium, was destined to give much trouble to future rulers of Armenia. Manuel's next step was to induce other rulers to attack Thoros. First, he bribed Masud I, Sultan of Iconium, to oppose him. The Sultan twice invaded Cilicia, only to be repulsed, once by the sight of Thoros's preparations, once by the plague, 1154. The emperor then turned to the Latins, and excited Reginald of Châtillon, regent of Antioch, to fight against Armenia. Thoros and Reginald fought a bloody but doubtful battle at Alexandretta, but Reginald, not receiving the emperor's promised help, made peace with Thoros and marched against the Greeks. He made a naval attack on Cyprus and inflicted great injury on its defenseless people. This diversion enabled Thoros to consolidate his power and even to extend it in the mountainous districts of Phrygia and Isauria. Manuel was greatly dissatisfied with the unexpected result. He sent against Thoros another army, which failed like the first, and then came to Cilicia in person. Warned in time by a Latin monk, Thoros put his family and his treasure in the stronghold of Tashkigar, or Rock of Tajiq, and hid himself in the mountains, while the emperor deprived him of his hardly won cities. When peace was finally made through the mediation of Baldwin III, king of Jerusalem, Thoros was restored to power under the title of Pansebastos, and Manuel kept the 2 towns of Anazarbus and Mamistra, 1159. But the barbarity of the Greeks provoked fresh hostilities, which resulted in their expulsion from the country. While Thoros helped the Crusaders against the Sultan of Aleppo, his brother Stephane retook the towns which the Sultan of Iconium had captured from the Christians. Jealous of Stephane's success, the emperor's lieutenant, Andronicus Euphorbinus, invited him to a feast and cast him into a cauldron of boiling water. 1163. Once more a powerful Greek army was sent to Cilicia, but Thoros determined to avenge his brother's death, and, by defeating the invaders in a great battle near Tarsus, brought to a successful close his lifelong struggle against Byzantium. Greek domination in Cilicia was at an end. Thoros died regretted by all, leaving a child, Reuben II, to succeed him, and a brother to undo his work. This brother, Boulais, had been a Templar and a Catholic, and then became a leader of the Turkoman nomads. He spread destruction wherever he went. The young king took refuge with the Catholicos at Ramkla, where he soon died. Boulais openly joined the Sultan Nur ad-Din, invaded Cilicia, and did great harm to the Armenians. But he made himself so unpopular by his cruelty that his own soldiers killed him. 1175. After his death, the Armenians filled his place by his nephew Reuben III, 1175 to 1185. The eldest son of the Stephane, who had been cast into boiling water by the Greeks. Of peaceful disposition, Reuben nonetheless freed his country from external attack. But from his Armenian enemies, he was only saved by his brother Leo. Although the Greeks had been driven out of Cilicia, some of the Armenian principalities, Lebron among them, still looked upon the emperor as their suzerain. Hethum of Lambron was related to the Rubenians by marriage, but he preferred Byzantine to Armenian supremacy, and asked Bohemond III of Antioch to help him against Reuben III. Bohemond seized Reuben by treachery, imprisoned him at Antioch, and marched against the Armenians, hoping to conquer Cilicia, not for Hethum or the emperor, but for himself. Leo, however, repulsed him, and forced him and Hethum to make peace with Reuben. On his release, Reuben devoted himself to the welfare of his people, who loved him for his liberality and wise administration. He built towns and convents and finally retired into a monastery. Reuben's successor was his brother Leo II, 1185 to 1219. Surnamed the Great or the Magnificent, already known as his country's defender and destined to raise the lordship or barony of Armeno-Cilicia to the status of a kingdom. His long reign of 34 years fully justified his change of style, for he gave his country a stability and prosperity that were unparalleled in its annals. His first work was to free the Armenians from Muslim pressure. He conquered Rustam, Sultan of Iconium, who suddenly invaded Cilicia, and 2 years after his accession, he drove back the united forces of the Sultans of Aleppo and Damascus, 1187. When he was once more at peace, he built fortresses on the frontier and filled them with well-trained garrisons. With Cilicia he incorporated Isauria, which had been seized by the Seljuks of Rum. In diplomacy, his sovereign purpose was to obtain the help of Western Europe against the Greeks and Muslims. He sought the friendship of the European princes by means of marriage alliances. His niece, Eliza, was married to Raymond, son of Bohemond of Antioch, and he himself married Isabella of Austria. Later he repudiated Isabella and married Sibylla, daughter of Amaury of Lusignan, king of Cyprus. Long before his second marriage, he had made a friend of Frédéric Barbarossa, who at the outset of his ill-starred crusade asked for Leo's help in return for the promise of a crown. Leo quickly sent abundant provisions and ammunition to the Crusaders, and when the imperial army entered Isauria, he himself went with the Catholicos to greet the emperor. They never met, for Barbarossa had been drowned on the way, bathing in the Calicadnus. After some years, Frédéric's son, Henry VI, and Pope Celestine III sent the promised crown to Leo, and at the feast of the Epiphany in 1198, he was consecrated in the Cathedral of Sis by the Catholicos Gregor VII Apparat, in the presence of the Archbishop of Mayence, Conrad of Wittelsbach, papal legate, and representative of the emperor. The Eastern Emperor Alexius Angelus also sent Leo a crown in confirmation of Armenian authority over Cilicia, so long disputed by the Greeks. Leo was anxious to include the Pope among his European friends. Many letters passed between the popes on the one side and the Catholicos and King of Armenia on the other, with a view to uniting the Roman and Armenian churches. But the Armenian authorities, willing themselves to make concessions to Rome, were opposed by the Armenian people, who strenuously defended their church against the authority of the papacy. In the end, the sole result of attempted reconciliation was an embitterment of religious feeling. King by the consent of Europe, Leo made his country a European state. He chose a new seat for his government, removing it from Tarsus to Sis, where he entered German, English, French, and Italian captains who came to serve under the Armenian banner. In defending the relations of the princes to the royal house, in establishing military and household posts, in creating tribunals, and in fixing the quota of taxes and tribute, he copied to a great extent the organization of the Latin princes of Syria. One of the fruits of his alliance with Bohemond of Antioch was the adoption of the Assizes of Antioch as the law of Armeno-Cilicia. In addition, Leo encouraged industry, navigation, and commerce. He cultivated commercial relations with the West, and by granting privileges to the Genoese and Venetian merchants, he spread Cilician trade throughout Europe. Mindful, too, of the good works of his forefathers, he founded orphanages and hospitals and schools, and increased the number of convents, where skilled calligraphists and miniaturists added luster to the prosperity of his reign. Leo's reputation, founded on peaceful achievement, is all the greater because he attained it in spite of intermittent wars. Of his own will, he entered on a long succession struggle in Antioch to defend the rights of his young kinsman, Reuben Raymond, against the usurpation of an uncle, Bohemond IV, the One-Eyed, Count of Tripolis, who had seized the government of Antioch with the help of Templars and Hospitallers. Leo recaptured Antioch and restored Reuben Raymond to power. Bohemond returned, drove out his nephew a second time, and bribed the Sultan of Iconium, Rukn ad-Din, to invade Cilicia. Though deserted at the last minute by the Templars, for whose service he had paid 20,000 Byzantine pounds, Leo forced the Seljuks to retire with serious losses, and turned again to Antioch. While he was preparing to besiege the town, he referred the succession question to Innocent III, who entrusted its solution to the King of Jerusalem and the Patriarchs of Jerusalem and Antioch. The dispute seemed about to end peacefully when one of the cardinals sent by the Pope was corrupted by the enemy to anathematize Leo and Armenia. The anathema was publicly repelled by John Medzabaro, the Catholicos, and Leo, too, furious to wait for the decision of the arbitrators, continued the siege of Antioch and captured the town. 1211. After a triumphal entry, he reinstated Reuben Raymond once more and left Antioch for Cilicia, where he sequestrated the property of the Templars and drove them out of the country. The other wars of Leo's reign were not of his choosing. Without provocation, the Sultan of Aleppo, Ghiyath ad-Din Ghazi, son of Saladin, sent an embassy to demand that Leo should do homage or fight. Leo had the envoys taken for a diversion into the country for a few days while he marched on the Sultan, who was peacefully awaiting the return of his embassy. The Sultan's army fled before the sudden attack of the Armenians, and he was obliged to pay Leo a larger tribute than he had hoped to extort for himself. Leo's last war, waged against his other old enemy, Iconium, was not so successful. Too ill to fight himself, he sent the Bail, Adam, and the Grand Baron Constantine against Izz-ad-Din Caicus I, who had laid siege to the fortress of Kapan. Adam withdrew from the campaign after a quarrel with his colleague, and by a feigned retreat and sudden volte-face, the Turks defeated the Armenians and continued their interrupted siege of Kapan. But on hearing that Leo was ravaging Iconian territory, the Sultan made haste to return to his own country and to make peace with Armenia. 1217. 2 years later, Leo died, to the sorrow of his people. He had made Armenia strong and respected, but even in his reign the old ambitions of the princes were abreast of opportunity. When Leo was away in Cyprus visiting the relatives of his queen, Hethum of Lambrin revolted and invaded the king's territory. Leo was strong enough to seize and imprison the rebel and his 2 sons on his return. But the revolt showed that Leo's power rested on the perilous foundation of his own personality and could not withstand the strain applied to it immediately after his death. Leo left no son. He had once adopted Reuben Raymond of Antioch as heir to the Cilician throne, but he repented of his choice on proving the youth's incapacity. In the end, he left the crown to his daughter Isabel under the regency of 2 Armenian magnates. One of the regents was soon killed, but his colleague, the Grand Baron Constantine, became, for a time, the real ruler of the country. Though never crowned himself, he made and unmade Armenian kings for the next 6 years, circa 1220 to 1226. His first act was to discrown Reuben Raymond of Antioch, who, with the help of crusaders, had entered Tarsus and proclaimed himself king. Constantine defeated the invaders of Memistra and imprisoned Reuben at Tarsus, where he died. He then gave the crown to Philip of Antioch, 1222, to whom, with the consent of the Armenian princes and ecclesiastics, he had married Isabel. But the new king was a failure. He had promised to conform to the laws and ceremonies of Armenia, but on the advice of his father, Bohemond the One-Eyed, Prince of Antioch, he soon broke his word, and began to favor the Latins at the expense of the Armenians. He sent in secret to his father the royal ornaments of Armenia and many other national treasures, and then tried to flee with Isabel. Constantine caught and imprisoned him, and demanded the return of the stolen heirlooms from Bohemond as the price of Philip's safety. Bohemond preferred to let his son die in a foreign prison. For the 3rd time, Constantine decided the fate of the Armenian crown. With the approval, not of the lady, but of the Armenian magnates, he married Isabel to his own son Hethum. After founding a dynasty of his own blood, he discrowned no more kings, but with Hethum's consent he undertook to reorganize the Cilician state. Deeply rent by the succession question, and shorn of part of Isauria by watchful Iconium. Nevertheless, for the sake of peace, Constantine made an alliance with the Sultan of Iconium, and conciliated the Principality of Lambrin, which had revolted in the reign of Leo the Great. Later on in Hethum's reign, Constantine again governed Cilicia in his son's absence. The change of dynasty brought with it a change in policy. Cilicia was no longer molested by the Greeks, and the Seljuks of Iconium, though troublesome for some years to come, were losing powers. The paramount danger to the Armenians, as to the Seljuks themselves, came from the Mamluks of Egypt, and the crucial question for Armenian rulers was where to turn for help against the new enemy. After more than a century's experience, the Armenians could not trust their Latin neighbors as allies. Hethum I, 1226 to 1270, though anxious to keep their goodwill, and with his eyes always open to the possibility of help from the West, put his trust not in the Christians, but in the heathen Mongols, who for half a century were to prove the best friends Armenia ever had. At the beginning of Hethum's reign, the Mongols were overrunning Persia, Armenia, and Asia Minor, but they did good service to their Armenians by conquering the Seljuks of Iconium and depriving them of most of their Syrian and Cappadocian territories. Hethum made a defensive and offensive alliance with Baku the Mongol general, and in 1244 became the vassal of the Khan Ogdai. 10 years later, he did homage in person to Mengu Khan and cemented the friendship between the two nations by a long stay at the Mongol court. Meanwhile, the Seljuks, who had incited Lembrin to revolt early in the reign, took advantage of Hethum's absence to invade Cilicia under the Sultan Izz-ad-Din Kaikous II. Hethum defeated the Turks on his return, seized several important towns, and recovered the whole of Isauria. His triumph gave him brief leisure. The rest of his reign was filled with a struggle against the Mamluks, whose northward advance was fortunately opposed by the Mongols. Hethum and the Khan's brother Hulagu joined forces at Edessa to undertake the capture of Jerusalem from the Mamluks. The allies defeated Nasir, Sultan of Aleppo, and divided his lands between themselves, but all hope of further success vanished with the Khan's death. Hulagu hastened back to Tartary on receiving the news, leaving his son Abaga in charge of an army of 20,000, 1259. Baybars, Sultan of Egypt, took the opportunity to enter Syria and defeated the Mongols more than once. He seized Antioch from the Christians and invaded Armenia with a large army. One of Hethum's sons was slain, the other, afterwards Leo III, was taken captive. The Mamluks wasted part of Cilicia, disinterred the bones of our Armenian kings, and retraced their steps with numerous captives and much plunder. All that Hethum could do was to ransom his son by sacrifice in the castle of Derbesak and by dismantling 2 other fortresses on the frontier. He entrusted to Leo the government of his country, and after a turbulent reign of 44 years, retired into a monastery. Leo III, 1270 to 1289, had to face the same problems that had troubled his father: internal revolt and the enmity of Egypt and Iconium. In addition, he was scourged by personal illness and by a visitation of plague and famine. Taking advantage of disaffection among the Armenian princes, who had revolted unsuccessfully against Leo, Neighbours invaded Cilicia with an army of Turks and Arabs. Leo was deserted and fled to the mountains, leaving the country defenseless. Sis repulsed the invaders, but Tarsus capitulated. Its magnificent buildings were set on fire, thousands of its people were massacred, and thousands more led into captivity, 1274. This disaster was followed by famine and plague. Leo himself fell ill. His 2 sons died. Scarcely healed of his sickness, the king had to face a second Mamluk invasion. But this time the Armenian princes rallied to him, and as usual saved their country from final catastrophe. The Mamluks were caught in a trap and suffered losses so great that the corpses of the dead prevented the living from taking flight. Neighbours, gravely wounded by an arrow, reached Damascus to die, 1276. The Khan Abaga sent delegates to congratulate Leo on his victory and proposed that he should add Turkey, Rome or Asia Minor, and several Mesopotamian towns to his Cilician kingdom. Leo wisely refused this offer of a vast realm, but he agreed to the Khan's other proposal of addressing letters to the Pope and the kings of the West to ask them to join the Mongols for the capture of the Holy Land from the Mamluks. On 25 November 1276, John and James Vasil, the messengers of Abaga Khan, announced to Edward I of England their approaching arrival in the West with letters from the Mongol Empire and the King of Armenia. After defeating the Seljuks of Iconium, 1278, who had invaded Armenian territory while the Armenians were repulsing the Mamluks, Leo was bound by his alliance to go to the help of the Mongols, who were again at war with the Mamluks. The Armenians joined the Mongol army under Mangu Timur without mishap, and met the Mamluks, led by Saif ad-Din Kalaun al-Alfi at Hims on the Orontes, 1281. The Mamluks would have been defeated but for the inexplicable conduct of Mangu Timur, which gave the day to the Sultan, already at the point of flight. As a result, Leo barely escaped to Armenia with 30 horsemen. The Mongols returned to face the anger of their Khan, who beheaded both the generals and forced the soldiers to wear women's clothes. After this disaster, the Mongols were hostile to Armenia for 2 years, because Abaga's successor hated the Christians. But on the accession of another Khan in 1284, the Mongols resumed their old friendship with the Armenians, and Leo was able to spend the last 5 years of his reign in works of peace. Prosperity vanished with Leo's death. Under his son Hethum or Hayton II, the One-Eyed, 1289 to 1305, Armenia was in a peculiarly difficult position. The Mamluk rulers of Syria and Palestine were bent on annihilating Armenia, the last bulwark of Christendom. Hethum had no reliable allies. The Mongols were not only losing power, but were turning towards Islam. The Christians of the West were broken reeds, for the time of great impulses and united effort was past, even if the Armenian people had not opposed religious agreement with Rome. Hethum himself weakened Cilicia by his fitful sovereignty. The author of a national chronicle in verse, he preferred the part of monk to that of king, and long refused to be crowned. He abdicated 3 times, once to enter a monastery, once to turn Franciscan, once to become, quote, father of the king, end quote, to his nephew Leo IV. At a 4th juncture, abdication was thrust upon him. As a result, he ruled Cilicia for little more than half the time that elapsed between his accession in 1289 and his death in 1307. From 1290 to 1291, and again from 1294 to 1296, he entrusted the government to his brother Thoros III. Thoros, in his turn, became a monk, and when Hethum went with him to Constantinople to see their sister Retha, he left a 3rd brother, Simbat, to rule Armenia in his absence, 1296 to 1297. This time he did not intend to abdicate, but Simbat had himself crowned at Sis with the consent of Ghazan Khan, the Mongol ruler of Persia, and married a Tartar princess. On Hethum's return, Simbat drove him and Thoros out of Cilicia. They appealed in vain to the Khan and to their kinsfolk in Cyprus and Constantinople. Cbteddy seized them near Caesarea in Cappadocia and imprisoned them in the high fortress, Barzaberd, where Thoros was put to death and Hethum blinded and left in chains, 1298. This coup d'etat was reversed by a fourth brother, Constantine, who dethroned and imprisoned Cbteddy. When, however, the Armenians wished to reinstate Hethum, who was slowly recovering his sight, Constantine repented of his loyalty and tried to release Cbteddy. But with the help of Templars and Hospitallers, Hethum in his turn seized his brother and sent them to Constantinople, 1299. After his experience, he did not abdicate again for 6 years. Such unstable government did not help the Armenians to resist the Mamluks, but Hethum was a good soldier when the militant side of his nature was uppermost, and until 1302, when the Tartar alliance was lost, he defended Cilicia with moderate success. It was the threat of invasion by Ashraf, the successor of Kalaun, that finally decided him to be crowned, 1289. He sent troops to guard the frontiers and appealed for help to Arghun Khan and to Pope Nicholas III. Nothing but vague promises from Philip the Fair came of these appeals, but indirectly Cilicia was saved by the Christians, who at the Pope's instigation laid siege to Alexandria. After taking Ramkla, the seat of the Catholicos, and massacring its inhabitants, the Sultan hurried back to Egypt with the Catholicos in his train, and Hethum gained peace and the release of the Catholicos at the price of several fortresses, 1289 to 1290. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Denis Gagné. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, Section 27, Chapter 6, Armenia, Part 4, by Frédéric Macler. Some years later, during the contention between Hethum and his brothers, Susamish, viceroy of Damascus, prepared to invade Cilicia at the head of a Mamluk army. Hethum scattered his troops and handed him over to Ghazan Khan. After this success, Hethum and the Khan took the offensive and tried to seize Syria and Palestine from the Mamluks. But the Khan suddenly returned to Persia to repress the revolt of his kinsman Baidu and left his troops under the command of Kutlug Shah. Although Hethum and Kutlug Shah were at first successful, they were finally, after losing many men in the Euphrates, compelled to retreat. Ghazan Khan had promised, on leaving Hethum, that he would come back to undertake the conquest of the Holy Land for the Christians. But in 1302, he died. His successor, Uljetu, far from fulfilling that promise, turned Muslim and forswore the ancient alliance with Armenia. The Mongols made war on the Armenians and spent a year reducing Cilicia to a heap of ruins. Turks and Mamluks then invaded the country 3 times and leveled the ruins left standing by the Mongols. Again, Hethum was roused to action. As the enemy were about to depart laden with plunder, he attacked them and killed or captured nearly 7,000 of their men. The Sultan of Egypt made peace, and for a time the Turks disappeared from Cilicia. All through Hethum's reign, the defense of Cilicia depended upon the military qualities of himself and of his people alone. He made the most of his diplomatic opportunities, but with no appreciable result. He tried hard to keep the Mongol alliance, but even before 1302, the Khan could not help him against Ashraf, and would not help him against his brother Cbteddy. He made marriage alliances with Constantinople and Cyprus, giving his sister Miriam in marriage to Michael IX, son of the Emperor Andronicus, and marrying another sister, Zabel, to Amori, brother of the king of Cyprus. After the loss of the Mongol alliance, he redoubled the efforts of his predecessor to earn Western help by religious concession. The Catholicos, Grigor VII, and Vasil'ev prepared a profession of faith in 9 chapters, and proposed to introduce into the Armenian Church various changes of ritual conforming to the Roman usage. Before anything further was done, the Catholicos died, and Hethum resigned the crown to his nephew, Leo IV, 1305 to 1307. In 1307, Leo and his uncle summoned the princes and the ecclesiastics to the First Council of Sis. There, owing to the king's insistence, the profession of faith drafted by the late Catholicos was read and adopted. But when the people knew of it, their fury overleapt the bounds of loyalty and patriotism. In their anger, they aroused Belargu the Mongol against Heatham and Leo. Already in Cilicia, Belargu treacherously invited the king and his uncle to Anazarbis, where he put them to death with the princes of their persuasion, 13 August 1307. All hope of gaining Western aid in return for religious concession was once more deferred. The only tangible fruit of Heatham's advances to the Latins had been the help given him by the Templars and Hospitallers against his rebellious brothers. Tried and found wanting time after time, the rulers of the West were nevertheless Armenia's only possible friends. Like Heatham, his successor Ocean, 1307 to 1320, worked steadily for their cooperation. Like Heatham, he made marriage alliances, sought religious accommodation, and sent despairing appeals for help. And like Heatham, he was left to defend Armenia himself. Isabel of Lusignan, daughter of Hugh III, was his first wife, and her successor was Joan of Anjou, niece of King Robert of Naples and daughter of Philip I of Anjou-Taranto, known as Philip II, Latin Emperor of the East. Besides marrying into two Western families, Ocean tried to solve the religious problem. In 1316, he summoned to Adana an assembly which examined and adopted the ecclesiastical settlement made at Sis 9 years before. The king and the Catholicos Constantine II had the dogma of the procession of the Holy Ghost proclaimed in conformity with Catholic teaching. But once more, the angry people frustrated the will of their rulers, and only the overwhelming peril from the Mamluks could dull the edge of religious discord. As appeals for help sent to John XXII and to Philip of Valois were fruitless, the burden of defending Cilicia fell upon Ocean. He had expelled Belargu and his Mongols from the country at the beginning of his reign, avenging on them the death of his kinsman. After this, he had found time to build strongholds and churches, especially in Tarsus, where he restored and strengthened the famous ramparts, and built the magnificent church now known as Kilisa Jami, meaning church mosque. But in the middle of his religious troubles, the Mamluks again threatened Cilicia, and he spent the last years of his reign defending the country single-handed. For 20 years after his death, 1320 to 1340, Armenia struggled unavailingly against the rising power of the Mamluks. The minority of Ocean's son, Leo V, 1320 to 1342, produced a nationalist crisis. The long-continued friendship of Armenian rulers with the Latins, their adoption of Latin institutions, and their intermarriage with Latin families had made their court more Latin than Armenian. While their friendly discussions with the papacy had strengthened the cause of the Uniates, who worked for a complete union of the Armenian Church with Rome. But Leo's minority gave the nationalists their chance. The government was in the hands of a council of regency composed of 4 barons. Leo himself, being under the guardianship of Ocean of Gorigos, Ocean married Leo's mother, exiled the king's Lusignan cousins, and married him to his own daughter in order to counteract Latin influences. When Leo came to power, however, he undid Ocean's work. He married a Spanish wife connected with the Lusignans, Constance of Aragon, widow of Henry II of Lusignan, recalled his cousins, and finally put Ocean to death. During his reign, Cilicia was confined to its ancient boundaries, but though the country's defenses were in ruins, and the princes were occupied with political and ecclesiastical disputes, Leo immersed himself in religious discussions. Meanwhile, Nazir, Sultan of the Mamluks, on hearing that Europe was preparing for a new crusade, made an alliance with the Tartars and Turkomans for the conquest of Armenia. Devastated and plundered by successive armies of Tartars, Turkomans, and Mamluks, Cilicia was once more saved from complete destruction by a few heroic Armenians. They hid in passes through which the enemy had to march, and massacred several thousand Mamluks. The Sultan agreed to a 15-year truce on condition that the Armenians paid the Egyptians an annual tribute of 50,000 florins, half the customs and revenue from the maritime trade of Ayas, and half the sea salt. In return, the Sultan undertook to rebuild Ayas and the other fortresses at his own expense, and not to occupy any stronghold or castle in Cilicia with his troops. At last, about 1335, Philip VI of France decided to go to the help of the Armenians, and Nazir resolved to conquer them. The net result of the two decisions might have been foreseen. On the one hand, Leo received 10,000 florins from Philip, with a few sacks of corn from the Pope. On the other hand, Armenia was invaded and conquered by the Mamluks. Leo fled to the mountains, 1337. But, after forcing him to swear on Bible and cross, never again to enter into relations with Europe, Nazir left him to rule what was left of his country until his death in 1342. He was the last of the Rubenian Hithumian rulers, who thus left Armenia as they had found it, a prey to the foreigner. For a generation after Leo's death, 1342 to 1373, Armenia was ruled by Latin kings. Two of them were Lusignan princes connected by marriage with the Hithumian dynasty, and the other two were usurpers, not of royal blood. The Lusignans derived their claim to the Armenian crown from the marriage of Zabel, sister of Hethum II, to Amori of Tyre, brother of Henry II of Cyprus, 1295. John and Guy, two sons of this marriage, were in the service of the emperor at Constantinople when Leo V died. Some months after Leo's death, John, the younger, was called upon to administer the Cilician kingdom, not as king, but as Baal or regent. At his suggestion, the elder brother Guy left Constantinople and accepted the crown of Armeno-Cilicia in 1342. Crowned by the Catholicos according to Armenian rites, Guy acted at first as an Armenian patriot, refusing to pay tribute to the sultans of Egypt and Turkey. But when Egyptian invasions follow, Guy not only adopted the time-honored custom of appealing for help to the Pope, Clement VI, and of promising to effect, if possible, the union of the Armenian Church with Rome, but surrounded himself with Latin princes, to whom he entrusted the defense of towns and fortresses. The Pope actually sent 1,000 horsemen and 1,000 pieces of Byzantine silver, but the Armenians, resenting Guy's Latinizing policy, assassinated him with his brother Bohemond and the Western Knights who had come to his aid, 1344. His other brother John had died a natural death a few months earlier. The next king, the usurper, Constantine IV, son of Baldwin, Marshal of Armenia, was more successful, 1344 to 1363. With the help of Theodades of Rhodes and Hugh of Cyprus, he repulsed an Egyptian invasion with great slaughter, leaving Aias alone in the enemy's hands. He hoped that the news of his success would move Europe to help him, but when his embassy returned empty-handed from Venice, Paris, London, and Rome, he marched without allies against the Mamluks, drove them from the country, and captured Alexandretta from them, 1357. As a result of his victory and of his efforts to subdue the religious discord, Armenia was at peace for the rest of his life. Constantine IV was succeeded by a second usurper, Constantine V, son of a Cypriot serf who had become an Armenian baron. Elected king because of his wealth, he offered the crown to Peter I, king of Cyprus, but when Peter was assassinated in 1369, Constantine kept the throne himself. 4 years later, the Armenians put him to death, and during the anarchy which followed, they entrusted the government to the widow of Constantine IV, Mary of Gorygos, who had already played an active part in Armenian politics before the king's assassination. The last king of Armenia was Leo VI of Lusignan, 1373, died 1393. His father was John, brother of Guy, and his grandmother was Zabel, sister of Hethum II. He himself had been imprisoned with his mother Soldan of Georgia by Constantine IV, who had wished to destroy the royal Armenian line. His reign was not a success. All his effort to avert the long impending doom of Cilicia were powerless. He fought energetically against the Mamluks, but was led captive to Cairo, 1375. There he appointed as almoner and confessor John Dardel, whose recently published chronicle has thrown unexpected light upon the last years of the Cilician kingdom. In 1382, the king was released and spent the rest of his life in various countries of Europe. He died in 1393 at Paris, making Richard II of England his testamentary executor, and his epitaph is still preserved in the Basilica of Saint Denis. After his death, the kings of Cyprus were nominal kings of Armenia until 1489, when the title passed to Venice. Almost at the same time, 1485, by reason of the marriage, 1433, of Anne of Lusignan with Duke Louis I of Savoy, the rulers of Piedmont assumed the empty claim to a kingdom of the past. During the exile of Leo IV, Greater Armenia was enduring a prolonged Tartar invasion. After conquering Baghdad, 1386, Tamerlane entered Vaspurakan. At Van he caused the people to be hurled from the rock which towers above the city. At Ernjak he massacred all the inhabitants. At Siwas he had the Armenian garrison buried alive. In 1389 he devastated Turuberan and Teran. In 1394 he finished his campaign at Kars, where he took captive all the people whom he did not massacre and passed on into Asia Minor. By the beginning of the 15th century, the old Armenian territory had been divided among its Muslim conquerors, Mamluks, Turks, and Tartars. Yusuf, Sultan of Egypt, ruled Sassoon. The Emir, Ergin, governed Vasparakan from Austin, and Tamerlane's son, Miran Shah, reigned at Tabriz. These Muslim emirs made war upon one another at the expense of the Armenian families who had not migrated to Asia Minor on the fall of the Bagratid kingdom. By the close of the 15th century, Cilicia, too, was finally absorbed into the Ottoman Empire. Kings and kingdom had passed, but the Armenians still possessed their church. In the midst of the desolation, schools and convents maintained Armenian art and culture and handed on the torch of nationality. Some of the Armenian manuscripts which exist today were written in the 14th and 15th centuries. The long religious controversy, of which the Uniates were the center, survived the horrors of the period and continued to agitate the country. Among the protagonists were John of Krina, John of Araton, Thomas of Medzov, Gregory of Tathu, and Gregory of Class. In 1498, Armenian delegates attended the Council of Florence with the Greeks and Latins in order to unify the rites and ceremonies of the churches. The most important work of the church was administrative. During Tamerlane's invasion, the Catholicos had established the pontifical seat among the ruins of Sis. But towards the middle of the next century, Sis rapidly declined, and it was decided to move the seat to Etchmiadzin in the old Bagratid territory. As Grigor IX refused to leave Sis, a new Catholicos, Kyriakos Virapensis, was elected for Etchmiadzin, and from 1441, the Armenian Church was divided for years between those who accepted the primacy of Etchmiadzin and those who were faithful to Sis. Finally, the Catholicos of Etchmiadzin became, in default of a king, the head of the Armenian people. With his council and synod, he made himself responsible for the national interests of the Armenians and administered such possessions as remained to them. After the Turkish victory of 1453, Muhammad II founded an Armenian colony in Constantinople and placed it under the supervision of Joachim, the Armenian Bishop of Bruza, to whom he afterwards gave the title of, quote, Patriarch, end quote, with jurisdiction over all the Armenians in the Ottoman Empire. From that time to this, the Armenian Patriarch of Constantinople has carried on the work of the Catholicos and has been the national representative of the Armenian people. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Empire and its Northern Neighbours, Part 1 by Charles Kadlec. While the Germans impressed their characteristic stamp on both the medieval and modern history of Western Europe, it was reserved for the Eastern Slavs, the Russians, to build a great empire on the borderlands of Europe and Asia. But the work of civilization was far more difficult for the Russians than for the German race. The barbaric Germans settled in regions of an old civilization among the conquered Romans and Romanized peoples, whereas the geographical and ethnical surroundings entered by the Eastern Slavs were unfavorable, insofar as no old inheritance existed there to further any endeavors in civilization. This had to be built up from the very foundations. Boundless forests, vast lakes and swamps were great obstacles to the colonization of the immense plain of Eastern Europe, and the long stretch of steppes in southern Russia was for many centuries the home of Asiatic nomads, who not only made any intercourse with the Greek civilization impossible, but even endangered incessantly the results of the native progress of the Russian Slavs. The growth of the Russian Empire implies not only the extension of the area of its civilization, but also the absorption of many elements belonging to foreign races and speaking foreign tongues, and their coalescence with the dominant Russian nation. It was only the southernmost parts of the later Russian Empire that had from time immemorial active connections with the several centers of ancient Greek civilization. In the course of the 7th century BC, numerous Greek colonies were founded on the northern shore of the Black Sea, such as Tyrus, Olbia, Cheronisus, Theodosius, Panticapaeum, now Kerch, and Taunus. These towns were the intermediaries of the commerce between the barbaric people of what is now Russia and the civilized towns of Greece. They were at the same time centers of Greece civilization, which they spread among their nearest neighbors who inhabited the southern steppes of Russia, and were known in history first under the name of Scythians, and then of Sarmatians. Of what race these peoples were is not clearly established. The ancient historians mention several tribes who lived to the north and northwest of the Scythians and Sarmatians, and were in all probability Slavs or Finns. The Scythian and Sarmatian nomads were a continuous danger to the security of the Greek colonies. They extorted from them regular yearly tributes. Still, the chief towns to the north of the Black Sea did succeed, though with difficulty, in maintaining their existence during the whole period of the Scythian and Sarmatian dominion. These towns in course of time exchanged Greek independence for Roman protectorate. After the Sarmatians, there appeared new enemies of the Greek colonies along the northern littoral of the Black Sea. Already in the 1st century of our era, the name of the Sarmatians is superseded by that of Alans, which new generic name, according to the explanation of ancient historians, comprehends several nomadic races, mainly Iranian. In the 2nd and 3rd centuries A.D., new immigrants poured into the northern slopes of the Black Sea. The western part of the steppes was occupied by German races, especially by the Goths, the eastern part by Asiatic Huns. The Goths remained more than 2 centuries in the steppes of southern Russia and the lands bordering the Black Sea, whence they made incursions into the Roman Empire. By the inroad of overwhelming masses of the Huns of the Gothic state was subverted in AD 375, and the Goths disappeared slowly from the borders of the Black Sea. Only a small part of them remained, some in the Caucasus and others till much later in the Crimea. The other Goths acquired new homes in other lands of Europe. Of the Greek colonies on the north of the Black Sea, only those in the Crimea outlived the Gothic period. With the expansion of the power of the Huns, a new period begins in the history of Eastern and Central Europe. Hitherto Asia sent its nomads only as far as the steppes of southern Russia. The Huns are the first nomads who by their conquests extend Asia to the lands on the central Danube. Like a violent tempest, their hordes not only swept over the South Russian steppes, but also penetrated to Roman Pannonia, where Attila, their king, in the first half of the 5th century founded the center of his gigantic but short-lived empire. After Attila's death, his empire fell to pieces, and the Huns disappeared almost entirely among the neighboring nations. Only a small part fled to the Black Sea, where they encountered the hordes of the nomadic Bulgars, a people in all probability of Finnish or Ugrian origin, but mixed with Turkish elements. The Bulgars were originally settled in the lands between the rivers Kama and Volga, where even later the so-called Kama and Volga Bulgars are found. But part of them moved at an unknown time to the southwest, and when the Huns had migrated to Pannonia, came to the Black Sea, where they appear already in the second half of the 5th century. Before they arrived there, they had lived under so strong a Turkish influence that they could easily blend with the remnants of the Huns. The Greek authors of the 6th century especially mention in these regions two Bulgarian tribes, the Kuchagurs or Kudagurs, and the Udagurs or Utragurs. The Kuchagurs roamed as nomads on the right bank of the Don to the west, the Udagurs from the Don to the south, eastward of the Sea of Azov. After the departure of the Bulgarian hordes in the second half of the 7th century, only the Udagurs remained in the lands near the Black Sea. They are later known as the Black Bulgars. Like other barbarians, the hordes of the Bulgars were an unceasing source of trouble to the Eastern Roman Empire. Justinian was forced to pay a yearly tribute to the Kuchagurs, but as even this subsidy did not restrain them from frequent invasions, he made use of the common Byzantine policy, bribing the Udagurs to be their enemies. The Udagurs violently attacked the Greek colonies situated on both shores of the Cimmerian Bosphorus. Pantocapium, better known to the Byzantine authors as Bosphorus, resisted only a short time, and finally had to acknowledge the Udagurs' supremacy in order to save some sort of autonomy. In 522, during Justinian I's reign, Bosphorus had a Greek garrison. Immediately after the Huns, other nomads from Asia thronged to Europe. They were part of a people named by the Chinese Wan, but calling themselves Yukila, who in Europe became known by the name of Avars. The nation appeared in the territory of the Emperor of the Tolpa, founded by a succession from the Chinese Empire. The Empire of the Tolpa was short-lived. The Wan revolted against their masters and founded on a part of their territory, a separate state, for a time under the supremacy of the Tolpa. But in the second half of the 4th century, they rose to such power that they tried to gain their independence. They succeeded in this endeavor under their chief Shalun, 402 to 410, who assumed the title of Kagan. From that time down to the 6th century, the Wan became the foremost people in Central Asia. They ruled over eastern Turkestan and over the present territories of Mongolia and Manchuria, as far as Korea. But from the end of the 5th century, the empire of the Wan was already in decline. The subdued races took advantage of their weaknesses and endeavored to shake off their yoke. The Chinese called these hordes Tuku, the nearest they could get to Turks. The Chinese knew of a long series of Turkish hordes and counted them among their tributary tribes. Some of these hordes were also under the dominion of the Huns. In the middle of the 6th century, the half-mythical chieftain Tumen united the numerous Turkish tribes and rose to the leadership of the whole Turkish nation in northern and central Asia, whereupon the Turks allied themselves with the Tolpa against the Wan. These succumbed to Kagan Anaku, Anage, in 552 committed suicide, and their empire came to an end. That part of the Turks which formerly was under the dominion of the Wan remained in their homes and acknowledged the supremacy of two men, but the other part migrated to the west into the steppes of southern Russia and farther into Pannonia. These new nomadic hordes appear in Europe under the name of Avars, but according to Theophilus Simicata, the European Avars were not the genuine Avars, but pseudo-Avars. In any case, they, like the other Asiatic nomads, were not an ethnically pure race, but a mixed people. During the migration, the number of the Avars increased considerably, since other tribes, kindred as well as foreign, joined them, and among these were also a part of the Bulgars. Soon after their arrival in Europe in 558, the Avars encountered the Eastern Slavs, called Anti in the ancient histories, the ancestors of the later South Russian Slavonic races. The Avars repeatedly invaded the lands of the Anti, devastating the country, dragging away the inhabitants as prisoners, and carrying with them great spoils. A few years later, in 568, they appear in Pannonia, which they selected as the center of their extensive dominion, and where they roamed for 2 centuries and a half. From there they made their predatory incursions into the neighboring lands, especially into the Balkan Peninsula, often in company with the Slavs. The worst period of these devastations by the Avars lasted no longer than about 60 years, but they soon experienced several disasters. From the western Slavonic lands they had been driven by Samo, the founder of the first great Slavonic Empire, 623 to 658, and in the east the Bulgarian ruler Kovrat, who was in friendly relations with the Greeks, shook off their yoke. After 626, when the Avars beleaguered Constantinople in vain, the Balkan Peninsula remained unmolested by their inroads, their last hostile incursion being the aid they gave to the Slavs in their attack on Thessalonica. Moreover, there began in their dominion internal disorders which were, in all probability, the principal cause of the downfall of their power. In 631, there arose a severe conflict between the general Avars and their allied Bulgarian horde, because the chieftain of the Bulgarians had the courage to compete with an Avar for the throne. A fight arose between the two contending parties, which resulted in the victory of the Avars. The vanquished Bulgarian and 9,000 of his followers with their families were driven from Pannonia. During the period in which the dominion of the Avars reached from the middle course of the Danube almost to the Dnieper, there flourished between the Sea of Azov and the Caspian the dominion of the Chazars, nomads of another Turkish race, which in course of time became a half-settled nation. The Chazars formed one of the best organized Turkish states, and their dominion lasted several centuries. Their origin is entirely unknown. The history of the Chazars becomes clearer with the beginning of the 6th century, when they made repeated inroads into Armenia, crossed the Caucasus, and extended their dominion to the river Araxes. The Chazar warriors not only devastated Armenia, but pushed their inroads even into Asia Minor. Kobad, king of Persia, sent an army of 12,000 men to expel them, and conquered the land between the rivers Cyrus and Araxes. Having moreover occupied Albania, Shivron, Kawad secured the northern frontier of the land by a long wall stretching from the sea to the gate of the Alans. The fortress of Dariel, and containing 300 fortified posts. The Persians ceased to keep this wall in good repair, but Kawad's son, Tosras I, Najawan, 531 to 578, with the consent of the ruler of the Chazars, had erected the Iron Caspian Gate, from which the neighboring town near the Caspian Sea was called in Arabic Bab al-Abab, Gate of Gates, and in Persian, Darband, Gate. The ramparts, however, erected by Croesus near Darband and running along the Caucasian mountains for a distance of 40 parasangs, about 180 miles, were of no great use, as the Chazars forced their way by the Darband Gate into Persia and devastated the land. In the last quarter of the 6th century, the Chazars were a part of the great Turkish Empire, founded by 2 men. His son, whose name is given in the Chinese annals as Sezkin, and by the Greek authors as Askin or Askil, 553 to 569, ruled over an immense territory stretching from the desert of Shamo as far as the Western Sea, and from the basin of the river Tarim to the tundras near the river Kien, Kem or Yangtze Sea. The Turkish Empire was further extended by his successor Kaykan-Dezebel, named also Sizabil, in Turkish Sinjabu. During his reign, also the Chazars belonged to the Turkish Empire. The Persian Empire was a great obstacle to the tendency of the Turks to expand, and as the Byzantines were also the enemies of the Persians, the Turks sought to conclude alliances with them against the common foe. Kaykan Siskun, in 563, was the first to send an embassy to the Byzantines to negotiate a treaty of alliance, and under Justin II in 568, Another mission was sent by the Turks to Constantinople. In return, the Greeks also sent their ambassadors to the Turks, and in 569, Ximachus journeyed from Cilicia to Central Asia as Justin II's envoy. Among other embassies of the Greeks to the Turks should be mentioned that of Valentinus in 579, which was to notify the accession of the new Emperor Tiberius II to the throne. On Valentinus' second journey, he had 106 Turks among his retinue. At that time, there lived a considerable number of Turks in Constantinople, principally those who had come there as attendants of Byzantine envoys on their return journey. After a long and arduous journey, Valentinus arrived at the seat of Kagan Turzan, in the steppes between the Volga and the Caucasus. Evidently one of the Kagans, subordinate to the Supreme Kagan, who ruled over the Khazars, and from here the Byzantine embassy, continued its way into the interior of the Turkish Empire to reach the Supreme Kagan. During their stay there, Turkcent acted in open enmity against the Byzantines, assaulting their towns in the Crimea, assisted by Anagay, prince of the Udagars and vassal of the Turks. The power of the Turks declined during the reign of Sinjabu's successors. At the end of the 6th century, they began contests for the Kagan's throne. Although the Supreme Kagan was able in 597 to subdue the revolt with the aid of the 3 other Kagans, the disturbances were soon renewed, and the horde of Turks dwelling between the Volga and the Caspian Sea, the Khazars, freed themselves from the power of the Supreme Turkish Kagan in the early years of the 7th century. During the 7th, 8th, and 9th centuries, the empire of the Khazars was very powerful. As soon as the Khazars became independent of the supremacy of the Turkestan Turks, they expanded their dominion in all directions to the injury of the Black Sea Bulgars, Udagars, the Crimean Greeks, and other peoples. The Bulgarians were for a long period in the 7th century the allies of the Byzantines. In 619, Organus, lord of the Huns, obviously the Udagars, came with his magnates and their wives to Constantinople and embraced with them the Christian faith. In like manner, Kovrat, Khan of the Bulgars, having freed himself from the power of the Avars 635, became an ally of the Byzantines. But when Kovrat died and his sons had divided his realm between them, Batbanyan, the youngest of them, who remained near the Sea of Azov, was compelled to acknowledge the supremacy of the Khazars and to pay them a tribute. When in the second half of the 7th century the Arabian Caliphate succeeded the Persian Empire, the Khazars waged wars with the Arabs. Their relations with the Byzantines did not change. They had been the steady allies of the Greeks against the Persians and remained their allies also against the Arabs, in spite of frequent conflicts due to their opposing interests in the Crimean Peninsula. During the reign of the 3rd Caliph, Othman, the Arabs consolidated their power in Armenia and even took a part of their lands from the Khazars. After 683, Armenia was again menaced by the Khazars, but in 690 they were severely defeated, and many were burned in churches where they had sought shelter. According to Macon, the Arabs passed the Caspian Gate and killed many Khazars. Those who survived were compelled to embrace Islam. At the beginning of the 8th century, the Khazars also ruled over a part of the Crimea and conquered almost the whole of the peninsula before the end of the century. Only the town of Cherson kept its independence, although for a short time it fell under their rule. Towards the end of the 7th century, Justinian II, the dethroned emperor, 685 to 695, was sent there into exile. Sometime later he tried to regain his throne, but when the inhabitants of the city attempted to hinder his design, he fled to the Gothic towns of Doris in the Crimea, whence he sent to the Kagan of the Khazars, Vizar, Kleavar, asking for hospitable reception. This the Kagan accorded him with much kindness, and gave him his sister Theodora in marriage. Justinian then lived some time in Panagoria or Hamatarka on the peninsula now called Taman, which at that time belonged to the Khazars, but the Emperor Tiberius Aspinar induced the Kagan by incessant bribes to turn traitor and to send him Justinian either dead or alive. The Kagan ordered his Teutons, lieutenants, in Panagoria and Bosphorus to slay Justinian. The plans for the execution of the treachery were ready, but Theodora warned her husband in time, and he fled to the Bulgarian prince Turvel, who even aided him to regain his throne in 705. Justinian now turned all his thoughts to wreaking his revenge on the inhabitants of Cherson. 3 times he sent fleets and troops to the Crimea, but no sooner did the Third Army begin to beleaguer Cherson, with some success than the forces of the Khazars arrived and relieved the town. Cherson retained thereafter its autonomy under an elected administrator, Pretium, until the time of the Emperor Theophilus. That is far more than a century. From Byzantine sources, we learn that the Emperor Leo the Isaurian sent an ambassador to the Kagan of the Khazars to ask the Kagan's daughter as a bride for his son Constantine, who was then in his 15th year. The Khazar princess was christened and named Irene 732. In 750, she became the mother of Leo, surnamed the Khazar. She introduced into Constantinople the Khazar garment called Towitzakia, which the emperors donned for festivities. In the 8th century, the Khazars had wars with Arabs with alternating success. Georgia and Armenia were devastated by these wars during a period of 80 years. In 764, the Khazars again invaded their territories, but after that they are not mentioned by the Arabian authors before the end of the 8th century. The Kagan of the Khazars then made an inroad into Armenia in 799 with a great army and ravished it cruelly, but finally he was expelled by the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. This was, as far as we know, the last predatory expedition of the Khazars into the land south of the Caucasus. The organization of the imperial power of the Khazars is very interesting. At the head of the state was the supreme Kagan, Kadlec, but his power was only nominal. The real government was in the hands of the deputy, called Kagan Bey, or even simply Kagan, and Aisha. He was the chief commander of the forces and chief administrator. The supreme Kagan was never in touch with his people. He lived in his harem and appeared in public only once every 4 months, when he took a ride accompanied by a bodyguard, which followed him at a distance of a mile. His court numbered 4,000 courtiers, and his bodyguard 12,000 men, a number of which was always kept undiminished. The supreme Kagan of the Khazars practiced polygamy, having 25 legal wives, who were every one of them daughters of neighboring princes. Moreover, he kept 60 concubines. The main force of the Khazar army was formed by the bodyguard of 12,000. These troops are called by the Arabian writers al-Arisha or al-Larisha, which Westberg says should be Karasiya, because the overwhelming majority of them were Muslim necessary from Khwarezm, the Khiva of our days. In addition to these men belonging to other nations, Vasudi mentions Russians and Slavs were also taken into the bodyguard or other service of the Kagan. This Mussulman bodyguard stipulated that it should not be obliged to take part in a war against co-religionists, and that the vizier must be chosen from its ranks. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, The Empire and its Northern Neighbours, Part 2 by Charles Kadlec. An ideal tolerance in religion was exercised in the dominions of the Khazars. The Khazars proper, Turks, were originally all heathen and shamanists, but in course of time Judaism began to spread among the higher classes. Further, some of the nations subdued by the Khazars were heathen, while others professed Christianity. The bodyguard, as we have seen, was almost entirely composed of Muslims, and part of the inhabitants of the capital, Italy, as well as some foreign merchants, were also adherents of Islam. The ruler and his courtiers professed Judaism about the middle of the 8th century, according to other authorities not earlier than the end of the 8th or the beginning of the 9th century. Judaism and Christianity could spread among the Khazars from two quarters, from the Caucasus and from the Crimea. The existence of Jewish communities is attested by inscriptions dating from the 1st to the 3rd century of our era in the towns Pantikapium, Gagné, now Anapa, at the northwestern end of the Caucasus, and Denis. In the 8th century, Phanagoria, or Tamatarka, was the principal seat of the Jews of the Cimmerian Bosphorus, and in the 9th century it is even called a Jewish town, the Sakash of the Jews. Islam did not predominate among the Khazars before the second half of the 10th century. It seems that Christianity did not find many followers. It was the religion only of some Caucasian tribes subdued by the Khazars, and probably of some foreign merchants who visited the Khazar towns for their business. St. Cyril endeavored to convert the Khazars to Christianity, but with no considerable result. But we learn from a legend of the saint that only 200 Khazars were christened. All religions were ideally tolerant towards each other in the Khazar lands, so that this half-barbarian state could serve as an example to many a Christian state of medieval and even modern Europe. The courts of justice were organized in the capital town of the ruler, according to religions. 7, or according to Ibn Fadlan. 9 judges held courts to administer justice. 2 of them were appointed for the Muslims, 2 for the Jews, 2 for Christians, and 1 for the heathen. If the judges of their own religion were unable to decide a complicated controversy, the litigants appealed to the Qadis of the Muslims, whose administration of justice at that time was considered as the most perfect. But in spite of religious tolerance, it was a great drawback to the Khazar state that there existed within it so many different religions, and in all probability it suffered much harm from the adoption of the Mosaic faith by the rulers and their courtiers. The inhabitants of the Khazar Empire could not coalesce into one nation, and the Khazar realm continued until its downfall to be a conglomerate of different ethnic and religious elements. The state was upheld by artificial means, especially by the foreign Muslim mercenaries. Although the downfall of the empire did not begin in the 9th century, yet in the 10th it certainly was in rapid decline. That the Khazar civilization attained a high development is apparent from the flourishing commerce of a part of the inhabitants, and from the existence of several great towns in the empire. The authorities mention principally the towns Idil, Belanjar, Samander, and Sarkel. Belanjar was the more ancient capital of the Khazars. Some ancient authors wrongly assert that it is identical with Idil or Artel. The Oriental historians give us a better knowledge of the later residents of the Khazar Khagans, the town Idil or Artel. Then we have Belanjar. It was the greatest town of the Khazars, situated some miles from the estuary of the river Volga, by the Turks named also Idil or Artel, to the north of the present town of Astrakhan. The ancient Arab authors called this town Al-Ba'ida. the White City, which corresponds with the later name Saragossa, Yellow City, as the western part of the town of Idil was called. The Arabian geographers relate that the town of Idil was composed of two, according to Masudi, of three parts separated by the river Idil. The western part, situated on the river, was the greater, where the supreme Kagan resided. The ruler's palace was the only building constructed of brick. The other houses were either of timber or clay. The eastern part of the town was probably the business center of the Khazars, but according to Ibn Rushd, the Khazar inhabitants lived in this twin town only in winter, moving in spring to the steppes. This led Markar to the opinion that Idil was the winter resort, Kishlak, of the Khazars in Balanchar, their summer dwelling, Yelak. Later writers, beginning with the 12th century, give the name Saxon to the town of Idil. On the River Don was an important town of the Khazars, Sarkel, White Town, a name which the Greeks translated correctly as Ronopision, and the Russians Belabesha. According to Constantine Porphyrogenitus, this town was built in the reign of the Greek Emperor Theophilus, 829 to 842, at the request of the Kagan of the Khazars. The emperor is said to have sent 3 Petronas, who built the city for the Khazars about 835, and was at the same time made an imperial governor, Strategist of the city of Cherson, which had hitherto enjoyed full autonomy, being governed by a protean elected by the citizens. The Emperor Constantine does not say against whom Sarkel was built, but according to Cedrinus, 11th century, it was against the Patzinaks. Ouspensky tries to prove that the town of Sarkel was founded at the initiative of the Greeks to secure the Greek territory on the north shores of the Black Sea, and at the same time to protect the Khazars, their allies. To the Khazar Empire belonged, according to Ibn Rushd, a people called Burtis or Bartis by the Orientals. Their territory extended along the Volga at a distance of a fortnight's journey from the territory of the Khazars proper. The Burtis disposed of an army of 10,000 horse. Their limited political capacity prevented them from founding an independent state. In fact, Ibn Rushd narrates that they had no other chieftains than the elders of their communes. Their territory was rich in forests. They reared cattle, were hunters, and practiced a little agriculture and commerce. They raided the neighboring Bulgars and Patzinaks. They practiced the vendetta and sanguinary feuds. The ethnical affinity of the Burtis is still a matter of dispute. According to Masudi, they were a people of a Turkish race, settled along the banks of a river called also Burtis, according to Markard, the Samara. They exported great quantities of black and brown fox-hides, generally called Burtasians. To the north of the Burtis, the Bulgars were settled. Their land extended over the regions of the central Volga to the river Kama, and was full of swamps and dense forests. They are the so-called Volga and Kuma Bulgars, white or silver Bulgars, who remained in their original homes when part of the nation emigrated to the Black Sea. They were divided into 3 tribes, the Barsals, the Esagels, and the Bulgars proper. They also belonged to the most advanced Ural-Altaic peoples. They very early began to till their lands, and were good hunters and shrewd tradesmen, as intermediaries of the commerce between the Swedes, Russians, Slavs, and Khazars. The southern boundaries of their lands were only a 3 days' journey distant in the territory of the Burtis. The Volga Bulgars often made predatory invasions on their swift horses into the lands of the Burtis and carried the inhabitants into captivity. Among themselves they used fox-hides instead of money, although they obtained silver coins, dirham, i.e. drachma from the Muslim countries. These silver coins were used by the Bulgars as money when trading with foreigners, the Swedes and Slavs, who did not exchange wares except for money. The great number of foreign coins found in the present government of Perm near the river Kama is the best proof of the brisk trade the Bulgars already drove in the 5th century with foreign lands, especially with the Far Orient, the coins being Circassian and Indo-Bactrian of the 5th century. To supply the increasing need for specie, the Bulgars began to coin their own money in the 10th century. 3 Bulgarian coins of native origin struck in Bulgari, in the towns of Bulgar and Suvar, under the rulers Talib and Mumin, have been preserved from the years 950 and 976. Trade drew members of very different nations to the Bulgarian cities: Khazars, Swedes, Finns, Slavs, Greeks, Armenians, and Kazbek. The principal commercial route of the Bulgars was the Volga. By this river, merchandise was carried to the west and southwards to the Caspian Sea, for several centuries called the Khazar Sea. 2 waterways led to the west, one to the western Dvina and the Dnieper, the other by the Oka upstream to its sources and thence by land to the river Desna, to reach Kiev downstream. Merchandise was also shipped southwards to the Sea of Azov. The ships went down the Volga to the point opposite to where the Don bends farthest eastward. From here the wares were transported by land to the Don, and then shipped to the Sea of Azov. There was, moreover, another trade route by land to the south. The center of the Volga-Bulgarian realm was situated in the country where the river Kama joins the Volga. North and south of the confluence of the Kama and along its upper course were the principal Bulgarian towns. The capital, called Bulgar by the Arabian writers, was situated at a distance of about 20 miles to the south of the junction of the Kama, and about 4 miles from the Volga, between the present towns of Spassk and Tatayushi. In the Russian annals of 1164, it appears under the name of the great town, and not earlier than 1361 it is for the first time called Bulgari. The advantageous situation near the Volga was the cause of its rapid growth, and its extensive trade made it famous all over the Orient. The best proof of the great size of the city is perhaps the narrative of Ibn Akbal, an author of the second half of the 10th century, who tells us that even after the devastation of the town by the Russians, it contained 10,000 inhabitants. It was only after the invasion of the Mongols that the town of Bulgar declined. It decayed considerably during the second half of the 14th century, owing to the ravages of Tamerlane, and was completely destroyed by the Golden Horde. The first beginnings of the political life of the Bulgars are unknown to us. The history of the Volga-Bulgars becomes somewhat clearer when the Russian annals and the Arabian writers give some notices of them in the 10th century. The advantageous situation of the land was favorable to the formation of a state. The north and east were inhabited by the inert Ugrian tribes of the eastern Finns, who were no menace to their neighbors. To the south lived the Khazars, powerful indeed but remote, and separated by the territory of the British from the Bulgars. It was not until the 9th century that a dangerous neighbor arose on their western borders in the Russian state. The expeditions of the Russians against the Bulgars will be mentioned later. The Ugrian tribes, settled to the north and east of the Bulgars, were partly under the dominion of the Bulgars and partly retained their independence, such as the Permiaks, Yugurs, Otyaks, and Shemamises. All these people had their own tribal princes, and their submission to the Bulgars consisted only in the payment of a tribute chiefly of furs. We get some information of the political organization of the Bulgars from Ibn Fadlan, who in June 921 was dispatched by the Caliph Macler of Baghdad to the ruler of the Bulgars to instruct them at his request in Islam. He built a mosque, and for the Bulgarian ruler a castle where he could resist the attacks of hostile princes. Ibn Fadlan arrived at Bulgar in the early summer of 922 and accomplished his task. We learn from his description of the journey preserved by the geographer Jagić that the throne of the Bulgarian rulers was hereditary and their power limited by that of the princes and magnates. As a proof of this, 4 princes, subject to the Bulgarian king, are mentioned, who went with their brothers and children to meet the embassy led by Ibn Fadlan. They were probably tribal chieftains, although we are informed by other authors that there were only 3 Bulgarian tribes. With the 9th century, we get a clearer insight into the history of the Magyars, another Euro-Altaic nation, which began to play its part in history within the territory of the later Russian Empire, on the northern coast of the Black Sea. There are but few nations of whose origin and original settlements we know so little as we do of the Magyars. The majority of writers contend that they are a nation of Finnish origin, which only at a later period was under the influence of the Turks and Slavs. The principal champion of this theory is Hunfalvi. Vanbury, on the contrary, thinks that the Magyars are a Turkish race, which inhabited the northern and northeastern borderlands of the Turco-Tatar tribes, and was in touch with the Ugrian tribes. To Vanbury, the language is not of such decisive weight as the social life and civilization, the whole mode of living, the first appearance in history, the political organization of the Magyars, show clearly that they belong in origin to Turco-Tatar races. According to Vanbury, even the names by which the Magyars are called by foreigners are of considerable moment. Not only the Byzantines, but also the Arabo-Persian writers called them Turks. Vanbury therefore is of the opinion that the Magyars originally belonged to the Turco-Tatar peoples, and that they, in course of time, adopted in the vocabulary Finno-Ugrian words. The ethnical blending of the 2 races began in time so remote that it escapes historical observation. Winkler found in the Magyar language a yet greater mixture. The Finnish foundation was influenced, as he thinks, by the Turkish, Mongol, Dravidian, Iranian, and Caucasian languages. By far the majority of scholars accept Hunfalvi's theory, but although Vanbury's fundamental opinion may not be quite correct, it must be conceded that the cultural influence of the Turks on the Finno-Ugrian Magyars was so strong that they thoroughly changed their former mode of life, and that from hunters they became a nomadic people, one of the most warlike of nations. The Oriental authors give us the first mention of the Magyars, although they wrote in the 10th century and later. The first original source from which they derive their information comes from the 2nd quarter of the 9th century. Ibn Rusta locates the territory of the Magyars between the Patzinaks, who lived as nomads in the Euro-Caspian steppes, and the Aseglian Bulgars, i.e. in the territory of the Bashkirs, called by the Arabian authors Bashkurt, and the like. It seems that Ibn Rusta confounds the Bakshirs with the Magyars, which can be easily explained by the kinship of the 2 nations. According to Paula, they were one nation, of which the lesser part, the Bakshirs, remained in their original territory, later on called Great Hungaria, whereas the greater part, the Magyars, migrated about the beginning of the 9th century in the southwesterly direction to the Black Sea. But this was not the first Magyar wave flowing from north to south. Constantine Porphyrogenitus, who also gives us important information regarding the Magyars, says that only a part of the new immigrants remained near the Black Sea. whereas another branch called Sabarti Asfaloi moved farther to the east into Persia, where these eastern Magyars lived even in his time in the 10th century. At first, the Magyars occupied the lands near the Black Sea, between the rivers Don and Dnieper. Ibn Rushd and Gradisi very clearly mention two great rivers to which they give different names. Constantine Porphyrogenitus calls this first territory of the Magyars near the Black Sea Libidia. Many writers have tried to explain this word, but without success. Constantine speaks of a river Chitmus, or Chitgalus, which watered the territory of the Magyars. The lands between the rivers Don and Dnieper belonged to the Chazars at the beginning of the 9th century. The Magyars, therefore, must have fought them to get possession of their new home. Constantine Porphyrogenitus says indeed that the Magyars were the allies of the Chazars, and that they were their neighbors during 3 years, which some authors correct to 200 or 300 years, or at least to 30 years. But an alliance seems to have been impossible, at least at the beginning of the settlement of the Magyars near the Black Sea. The existence of an alliance between the two nations is further made improbable by another report of Constantine that the Khazars, which means, according to Vanbury, insurgents, a part of the Chazars who were in revolt, joined 7 Magyar tribes, becoming thus the 8th tribe. Even if we do not take into account that the Magyars occupied lands belonging to the Chazar Empire, they could not at the beginning have been the friends of the Chazars, because they received among them the insurgent Khazars. Besides, a part of the Chazars, a certain number also of Black Bulgars, living near the Don, joined the Magyars, for all the nomadic hordes absorbed the different foreign elements barring their way. And so the Magyars, too, were a motley ethnical conglomerate when they settled on the banks of the Black Sea. Constantine Porphyrogenitus has preserved for us the names of the 7 tribes composing the Magyar people. The principal tribe, Megvid, in all probability, gave its name at that time to the whole nation. The Mussulman writers at least know this name, Magariyam, whereas the Byzantines called the Magyars for a longer period Turks, evidently considering them, just as the Mussulman writers did, to be a nation of Turkish origin. At the head of the several Magyar tribes were chieftains, called after the Slav fashion voivodas, army leaders. According to the reports of the Mussulman authors, the Magyars, like the Chazars, had 2 rulers. One of them was called Kunda, and is said to have held the higher rank, but the real government was in the hands of the Gila. Constantine Porphyrogenitus gives a different description of the political organization of the Magyars, saying that besides the ruling prince, there were 2 judges, one of them called Gila, and the other Carcass. The dignity of the Gila, Magyar, Gula, may be identical with that of the Gila of the Muslim writers. The Gila was both a judge and a military commander, according to Ibn Rushd, but as he was sometimes unable on account of old age to perform the duties of a military chieftain, the Magyars elected beside him a deputy called Kenda. This prominent dignity, combined with its outer splendor, could easily be mistaken by foreigners for that of the chief ruler. Pauler thinks that Constantine Porphyrogenitus, who certainly used some Chazar writings, meant by the word Carchus the dignity of the Kenda. It seems at any rate that the dignities of Carchus and Kenda were copied by the Magyars from the institutions of the Chazars. These words are Turkish, whereas Gya is Magyar. The offices disappeared in the Christian period, but during a heathen reaction the Magyars reinstated that of the Carchus, as appears from the decree 3.2 of King Ladislaus the Saint, dating from the year 1092. According to Ibn Brusta, the Magyars in their new homes lived during the summer on the steppes, moving with their tents wherever they found a better pasture for their horses and cattle. They even tilled some land, but with the coming of winter they went to the river to live by fishing. Besides that, they made predatory raids into countries inhabited by the Russian Slavs. They led the captive Slavs to the town of Kark and bartered them there to Greek merchants for Byzantine gold, brocade, carpets, and other Greek merchandise. It is difficult to say how long the Magyars lived in their original territory, the so-called Libidia, by the Black Sea. Paula thinks they lived in the lands between the Don and the Dnieper for about 60 years, starting thence with their predatory raids to even more distant countries. In 862 they reached the kingdom of Louis the German and devastated it. They again penetrated into the lands along the Danube about 884, during the lifetime of Saint Methodius. That the Magyars lived for a considerable period in Libidia may be inferred from their changed relation with the Khazars. An alliance was by now concluded, and that could not have been accomplished in a short time. To the northeast of the Khazars, between the rivers Atel, Volga, and Yek, Ural, the Turkish nation of the Vasil'evs, led, according to Constantine Porphyrogenitus, a nomadic life. The Greeks called them Patinakitai, the Arabs Bashnak, the Latin medieval authors Bezanigi, Pesinati, Beseni or Bessi, and the Slavs Pechenegs. According to the statements of Oriental writers, the territory of the Patinaks in the middle of the 9th century seems to have been wider than it was later when described by Constantine Porphyrogenitus. It comprised the lands between the rivers Yek and Don, a distance of 1 month's journey, reaching on the west to the Slavs, on the south or southwest to the Khazars, and on the east and north of the Kipchaks, Cumans in Russian Polotitsi, and Guzis in Russian Turkey. Like other Turco-Tatar hordes, the Patzinaks, during a period of several centuries, troubled the various nations of southeastern Europe, until at last they disappeared among them, absorbed by or making room for the Cumans. Banbury is of the opinion that the Patzinaks and the Cumans were one and the same nation, which under different names and at different periods played its part in the history of the peoples of southeastern Europe. This opinion may not be quite correct, but nevertheless it cannot be doubted that the Patzinaks were closely related to the Cumans. The common original home of all these Turkish races was the boundless steppes of Central Asia. From these steppes, whole groups of kindred hordes poured into the steppes of southern Russia. The westernmost of these hordes was that which in Europe was given the name of Patzinaks, while they roamed as nomads in the steppes near the Aral and the Caspian seas. The Chinese called them Gagné, in which name all the other kindred hordes were comprised before they were perhaps differentiated in Europe. According to Constantine Porphyrogenitus, the hordes of the Patzinaks were driven from their original seats in Europe between the Volga and the Ural about 55 years before he wrote, circa 950-2, chapter 37, A De Administranda Imperio. This would mean that the Patzinaks crossed the Volga as late as the very end of the 9th century. In conflict with this statement are the evidence about the Magyars and the Russians leads us to suppose that the Patzinaks expelled the Magyars from the territory between the Don and the Dnieper as early as the 7th, or at least the latest, the 8th decade of the 9th century. Constantine also informs us of the reason why the Patzinaks left their original seats in Europe. They were pressed on by the Guzes, or Guz. The majority of the Patzinaks therefore moved to the west beyond the river Don, expelling the Magyars. Only a small part of the Patzinaks remained in the east and blended with the Gozes. The Magyars did not go far from their original seats. They occupied territories hitherto inhabited by Slavs, especially the Tvertsi. This territory comprised the lands to the northwest of the Black Sea and was watered by the rivers Vogt, Dniester, Prut, and Siret. Constantine calls it Atal-Kuzu, which was until recent times explained as the Magyar Atal-Kuts, i.e., the land between the rivers. Westberg, however, sees in the Byzantine form Kuzu the oriental name of the river Dnieper, Kosho of Moses of Chorene. The new home of the Magyars therefore consisted of the lands of southwestern Russia, Bessarabia, and Moldavia. Paula puts their arrival in these lands in the year 889, following Regina of Prum, while the narrative of Constantine Porphyrogenitus was dated 896 to 897. From Atal-Kuzu, the Magyars went on with their predatory raids into the neighboring countries, and certainly gained in a short time a good acquaintance with their future home, Hungary. When the German king Arnulf in 892 waged a war against Vasil'ev, Prince of Great Moravia, a Magyar horde, at that time in Hungary, joined with the Germans and devastated Great Moravia. 2 years later, 894, the Magyars came again in considerable numbers to the Danube, but this time they allied themselves with the Moravians, and with them invaded Pannonia and the German March or borderland. But Bulgaria was far nearer to the Magyars than Hungary, the distance between the two nations being not greater than half a day's journey. The Bulgars in 894 were at war with the Greeks. The Emperor Leo allied himself at that time with the Magyars, while the patrician Nicephorus Phocas 895 led an army from the south against the Bulgars. The patrician Eustathius sailed with the fleet to bring the Magyar forces, but the Bulgarian Tsar Simeon hired the Patzinaks against the Magyars. The Magyar army was led by one of the sons of the supreme ruler, Arpad. As soon as they had crossed the Danube, they ravaged the land terribly and vanquished Simeon in 2 consecutive battles. It was not until the third conflict that Simeon gained a victory and destroyed the greater part of their army. Only a few Magyars saved themselves by flight, to find their land absolutely ruined and depopulated, as the Patzinaks had killed all the inhabitants who remained at Atal-Kuzu. This national catastrophe induced the Magyars to migrate under the leadership of Arpad into Hungary about the year 895 to 896. Their territory near the Black Sea was henceforward completely occupied by the Patzinaks, who now wandered as nomads on the great plains between the Don and the estuary of the Danube. They numbered 8 hordes living separately, each probably having its own center like the Avars, who lived in their hirelings. The relations of the Patzinaks to their neighbors and to the surrounding nations are interesting. The Greeks, endeavoring to restrain them from invading their colonies in the Crimea, sent them valuable gifts and bought their assistance against their enemies, such as the Magyars, Danubian Bulgars, Russians, and Chazars. In times of peace, the Patzinaks furthered the commercial intercourse between the Russians and Cherson, Korsun, by transporting their merchandise. In times of war, they not only robbed the Russian merchants, but penetrated with their predatory expeditions even as far as the dominions of Kiev. The princes of Kiev preferred, therefore, to be on friendly terms with the Patzinaks, and when they had a war with other Russian lands, they often won them over to be their allies. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Empire and Its Northern Neighbours, Part 3 by Charles Kadlec. As yet, our attention has been engaged with the history of the steppes of southern Russia. Now we must turn to the history of the Slav tribes, who laid the foundations of the later Russian Empire. Even to recent times there prevailed in Russian literature the opinion defended by the German scholar A. Schlosser that the Russian Empire was founded as late as the middle of the 9th century by Northmen, Swedish immigrants, who united under their dominion numerous Slav and Finnish tribes, losing in course of time their own nationality, and finally becoming blended with the Slav elements. This is the theory of the Varangian origin of the Russian Empire, which was accepted even by the foremost Russian historians, Karamazin, Pogodin, and Soloviev. The Russian scholars were misled by the report of their own native annalist that the first Russian princes were called to the throne from foreign lands, and not earlier than the latter half of the 9th century. Just a few scholars tried to prove that the Russian Empire originated by its own innate vitality, without any external assistance. The historical truth lies between the two extreme theories. It was expounded by the late Professor V. Klachevsky. While the name Rus no doubt belongs to the Swedes in the dynasty which ruled till Fyodor Ivanovich descended from the Rottger. The legend that in 862 three Swedish brothers Rorik, Sinius, and Truver were called by the Slav and Finnish tribes to rule over them only recounts a single incident in the formation of a great state in what is now Russia. By the authors of the 6th century, a southern division of the eastern group of Slavonic tribes is sometimes mentioned, which they call the Anti. These are the tribes which we now call Little Russians or Ukrainians. The Avars tried to subdue the Anti, who in 602 were allied with the Byzantines, but without success. From the 7th century onwards, we have no information at all of this branch of the Eastern Slavs. This is explained by the circumstance that the Byzantine historiography in these times had considerably declined. But nevertheless, we can propound a probable supposition as to the history of the Anti from the latter half of the 7th to the 9th century. As early as the 2nd quarter of the 7th century, the dominion of the Avars was on the decline, and when in 679 the principal part of the Bulgars departed from the lands near the Black Sea to the Balkan Peninsula, a favorable time opened for the Anti. They were free from the hostile nomadic hordes, who marred any peaceful existence until the 9th century, when the Magyars appeared near the Black Sea. We must suppose that the Anti spread very far to the east during this period of peace. We learn from Procopius that Slav colonization had already approached the Sea of Azov in the first half of the 6th century. The Anti were at this time settled to the north of the Utagars. Afterwards, up to the 10th century, they probably occupied the whole northern borderland of the steppes of southern Russia, as far as eastward as the River Don, but were driven out of these countries by the later arrival of new nomadic hordes. We have no reports of the names of the several tribes of the Eastern Slavs of that period. The Russian annals enumerate them only according to their position in the 11th century, but at that time the Russian peoples had already a history of several centuries. They began at the end of the 6th or at the beginning of the 7th century to spread over Russian territory from the southwest, especially from the southeastern slopes and spurs of the Carpathian Mountains. At that time, the Russian Slavs already had a nucleus of political organization. Masudi mentions a once powerful Slavonic race, the Walanana, who lived on the western banks of the Bug and were once oppressed by the Avars. The Wallenama were probably the first East Slavonic tribe to become the center of some state organization. They founded a small federation of Slavs. From this southwestern corner of modern Russia, the Slavonic colonization spread in an eastern and northeastern direction. In the wild and boundless forests of Russia, the Slavonic immigrants hunted wild animals, kept bees, and soon tilled the land in clearings, founding there small solitary homesteads, not only surrounded by the forest but also secured on every side by ditches and mounds. In course of time, these settlements of single farms developed into hamlets of villages of several farms. Besides the villages, there soon arose along the Dnieper, the greatest river in western Russia, several commercial centers, the kernels of future commercial towns. The Greek colonies on the Black Sea had given the impulse to these commercial relations with the more distant Russian countries long before the Christian era. This connection did not cease even when some Greek cities on the Black Sea were destroyed during the migrations of the nations. The Slavonic colonists thus found a market for various products of their forest industry. Furs, honey, and wax were the principal wares exported from Russia. The development of the Russian trade was also favored by the circumstance that, just at the time when the Eastern Slavs began to occupy the wooded plains of Russia, the dominion of the Khazars was organized in the southern steppes between the Caspian and the Black Sea, a dominion which performed a rather important cultural mission in the territories of the later southeastern Russia. Through the Khazar lands passed important commercial routes, partly by land, partly by the rivers connecting Mesopotamia and Central Asia with Eastern Europe and vice versa. In the second half of the 7th or in the first half of the 8th century, the Khazars further extended their empire over the lands of the central Dnieper, subduing and making tributary the Slavonic tribe settled around Kiev and subsequently called Polians. The subjection of the Polians to the Khazars was not a hard one, and indeed brought eminent advantages to the Polians. The Slavs along the Dnieper were guarded against the inroads of the nomadic hordes of Asia, and had therefore free commercial relations with the Black Sea, while new roads to the east through the dominion of the Khazars were open to them. The Arabian author Ibn Khaldun, in the first half of the 9th century, gives us good information on the early and great development of the Russian trade with the Byzantine Empire and the Orient. Russian merchants not only sailed on the Black and Caspian seas, but brought their wares even to Baghdad, to which in the middle of the 8th century the center of the Arabian Caliphate was transferred. The frequent finds of Arabian coins in the territories of Russia are an important proof of the development of this trade. Most of these coins date from the 9th and 10th centuries, when the trade with the Orient flourished best, but some of them belong to the beginning of the 8th century. The Dnieper connected the Slavonic colonies of western Russia, not only with the south, but also with the north. It was possible to journey from the Dnieper to the river Lovat, and to penetrate thence by Lake Ilmen, the river Volkhov, the Rottger Lake, and the river Neva to the Baltic Sea. Another route to this sea from the Dnieper was by the river Dvina. Along both branches of this route from the Varangians to the Greeks arose the oldest commercial towns of Russia: Kiev, Smolensk, Lebek, Novgorod, Polotsk, and others. Besides these towns situated directly on the Varangian Greek trade route, there were a great number of other towns which formed the connection between this route and the affluents of the Dnieper, as well as the connection by water with the Volga, by which likewise passed the commercial route to the Orient through the Volga Bulgars. As long as the steppes of southern Russia between the Don and the Dnieper were not occupied by the Magyars, no obstacles hindered the Russian commerce with the Byzantines. But as soon as the Magyars began to endanger the route, the several towns had to provide for the security of their commerce. From that time, the towns of Russia began to fortify themselves and to organize a military force. The commercial centers developed into fortresses offering their protection against hostile attacks. At this very time, the beginning of the 9th century, there began to appear on the Russian rivers great numbers of enterprising Swedish companies, the so-called Varangians, traveling in armed bands to Byzantium for commercial purposes. It seems that only a part of the Varangians reached their goal, whereas the majority remained in the Russian commercial towns, especially in Novgorod and Kiev. Here the inhabitants employed them not only for their business, but principally for their defense. The Varangians, therefore, entered the military service of the Russian towns, and also formed mercenary guards of the Russian commercial caravans. The fortified Russian towns, which could command some military force, developed in course of time into centers of small states. The inhabitants of the neighboring smaller towns and villages began to gravitate toward the greater towns, and in this wise arose the first Russian town-states, the Volosti. At first all of them were probably republics, but later some of them became principalities. These principalities probably developed in those towns, where the Varangian companies were led by a powerful Konung, who succeeded in seizing the government. But some Volosti certainly had princes of Slavonic origin. These city-states were not founded on a racial basis. The majority of them were composed of different tribes or parts of tribes. In others, one whole tribe was joined by parts of the other tribes. From these fusions, towns arose amongst the population settled near the principal streams, the Dnieper, the Volkhov, and the western Dvina. But the tribes which were too far from the main routes of commerce never combined to form townships, much less states. They formed part of the territories of other tribes. The Volost of Kiev very soon played the most important part of all these Volosti. It grew to be the center of the Russian trade. It was the meeting place of all the merchant ships of the Volkhov, the western Dvina, the upper Dnieper, and its tributaries. The germs of the state of Kiev are old. Reshevsky puts the organization of a strong army in the power of the princes of Kiev as early as the beginning of the 8th century or even earlier, which seems to be an overestimate if we consider that the Polians were tributary to the Trezars. But we cannot doubt that the independent state of Kiev already existed in the beginning of the 9th century. At this time, the Russians, evidently those of Kiev, made predatory invasions to the shores of the Black Sea, and not only to the northern coast, reports of which have been preserved in the biography of St. Stephen of Soros, Sugdia, but also to Asia Minor on the southern shores, as mentioned in the biography of St. Gregory of Amatris. An accurately dated report of the existence of the Russian state is found in the Annals of St. Burton, which inform us that the Greek Emperor Theophilus in 839 included in an embassy to Louis the Pious members of the nation called Rus, who had been sent to Constantinople as representatives of their lord, called Jagić, to conclude a treaty of friendship with the emperor, fearing the barbarians who barred their way, evidently the Magyars. They wished to return by way of Germany. There can be no doubt that by the Kagan of the nation called Rus is meant the Prince of Kiev. The name Russia was given first to the land of Kiev, and later to all the lands, Volosti, united under the scepter of the Prince of Kiev. Another exact date in the history of Kiev is the year 860, according to a Byzantine chronicle. the Russians made a predatory invasion as far as Constantinople in the summer of that year, taking advantage of the fact that the Emperor Michael had marched with his army to Asia Minor. They sailed with 200 ships against the imperial city. The Russian chronicle puts the event erroneously in the year 866 and says that it happened under Asgold and Deir, princes of Kiev. If the princes of Kiev were able in the 9th century to venture on such distant military expeditions beyond the sea, their state must have already existed for many years. Certainly the period of the small principality was at an end. The territory of the state was extended over a greater number of velocity, which were now under the scepter of the ruler, who later assumed the title of Great Prince. In the foregoing account, we have given a short outline, after Kluchevsky and Horevsky, of the history of the remotest times of Russia. Although the descriptions of the oldest phase of the political life of the Russian Slavs presented by both these historians are on the whole in harmony, there is nevertheless a great difference between them in their estimate of the influence of the Varangians on the beginnings of Russian state organization. These Northmen, until the middle of the 9th century, undoubtedly lived in great numbers among the East Slavonic races, especially among the Slovens, Kavichis, and Polians, and they helped the princes to extend their territories and domineer over the subjected inhabitants. Kluchevsky, in acknowledging the weight of the evidence brought forward, and especially the Swedish character, the names of the first Russian princes, and the members of their retinue, Trotsina, does not object to the assertion that among the founders of the small Russian states there were, besides the Slavs, also Varangians, i.e. Swedish konungs, chiefs of Swedish companies who came to Gagné, Russia, in the course of their adventurous travels. Reshevsky, on the contrary, directly denies the account given by the Russian chronicle of the Varangian origin of the Russian state and the princely dynasties, but nevertheless even he acknowledges a certain influence of the Varangian companies in the building up of the Russian state during the 9th and 10th centuries. Although Reshevsky defends his opinion very ingeniously, it seems to us that Kluchevsky is nearer the truth. We believe that the Varangians, not only the retinue but also the princes, settled at first in the Vost of Novgorod, and only after having gained a firm hold there, went farther to the south and conquered the Volos to Kiev. We believe also that by the name Russian or Rus, just these Swedish companies with their chiefs were originally meant, although later the Polians and the country of Kiev and at last all the inhabitants of the great Russian state were designated by this name. The Oriental sources undoubtedly mean the Swedes when they use the word Rus, and the Russian names of the rapids of the Dnieper, reported by Constantine Porphyrogenitus, are evidently of Swedish origin. The physical conditions forced the Varangians of Novgorod to look for a way to the Dnieper, to Kiev. Commercial interests also demanded it. The once small state spread southwards to the regions of the Dnieper. The Varangians were assisted in these efforts by the Slavs and Finns, over whom they ruled. We see by the history of the state of Smolensk, formed by part of the Kurviches, and that the state of the Severans, with its capital of Leibek, that besides the Varangian, Slavonic states also developed in Russia, for Oleg became ruler of both these states when he went from Novgorod to Kiev. Oleg, who appears in history according to the Russian chronicles for the first time in 880, is a half-legendary person. Foreign authors do not even mention his name. Oleg's first care, after having gained possession of Kiev, was to build new fortified places, castles, against the Patznaks, and to bring the neighboring Slavonic tribes under his dominion. After having secured his power at home, Oleg undertook in 907 a great military expedition against Constantinople. The Greeks bound themselves to pay subsidies to several Russian towns, for in these towns resided princes who were under Oleg, as the chronicle puts it. Moreover, a commercial treaty was concluded with the Greeks, by which great advantages were conceded to Russian merchants in Constantinople. Although this treaty between Oleg and the Greeks is the first Russo-Greek treaty, the content of which is given us by the sources, it is evident that such treaties must have been concluded as early as the 9th century. One of them is mentioned in 839. The expedition of the Russians against Constantinople was afterwards undertaken in 860, because the Greeks had violated the agreement. In 911, after many verbal negotiations, additional clauses were introduced bearing on civil and penal law and the rules of procedure in the courts. The text of this treaty is preserved in the Russian Chronicle, and it has a special interest, for it contains the names of Oleg's envoys, which are all of them Scandinavian. The first historical Russian prince who appears in contemporary foreign sources is Igor. According to the Russian Chronicle, he began to reign in 913, but Rostevsky thinks that he ascended the throne much later. Owlivia puts Igor, not Rottger, at the head of the Russian dynasty. Igor, too, undertook a military expedition against Constantinople in the summer of 941. The reason probably was that the Greeks had ceased to pay to the Russians the subsidies which they had promised to Oleg. We are informed of Igor's expedition, not only by the Russian Chronicle, but also by foreign sources. The Russians again chose a time when the Greek fleet was employed against the Saracens. Igor landed first on the shores of Bithynia and cruelly ravaged the land as far as the Thracian Bosphorus. Driven from Constantinople by Greek fire, he returned again to Bithynia. Meanwhile, the Greek army began to rally. Frost, want of food, and the losses sustained by the Greek fire compelled Igor to return to Russia. He is said to have escaped with only 10 ships to the Cimmerian Bosphorus. The war lasted for 3 years more and was ended in 945 by the conclusion of another treaty between Russia and Byzantium, in which not only the former treaties with Oleg were confirmed, with some modifications and additions, but both parties also undertook not to attack the lands of the other party and to assist each other. We learn from this treaty that the great principality of Kiev was divided, not only among the members of the dynasty, but also among the foremost chiefs of the companies, and that even women had their apportioned territories. The whole state was administered from the standpoint of civil law in a businesslike manner. Oleg had already, in his treaty of 907, agreed with the Greeks what subsidies were to be paid to the several Russian towns, or rather to his deputies residing there, in Russian, possedniki, whereas in Western Europe, officials were remunerated by fiefs. In Russia, they had territories upon which they imposed taxes on their own behalf, and to collect them was their principal care. The taxes were paid in money, probably Arabian, as well as in kind, especially in furs. Either the subject tribes brought their dues to Kiev, or the princes rode to the territories to receive them. Constantine Porphyrogenitus describes the second manner of levying the taxes. In the early days of November, the Russian princes and all their retinues started from Kiev to the territory of the Derevlians, Dragovishas, Krivishas, and other subject tribes, and lived there all the winter, returning by the Dnieper to Kiev in April, when the ice had floated down to the sea. Meantime, the Slavs built during the winter boats, hollowed from one piece of timber, and in spring floated them downstream to Kiev, where they sold them to the retinue of the prince on their return from winter quarters in the lands of the subject tribes. The courtiers shipped their wares, evidently furs and other taxes in kind, gathered from the tribes, and in June they proceeded by the Dnieper to the castle or fortress of Vitichev, and thence to Constantinople. Professor Klarchevsky very acutely recognized that the imposts which the Prince of Kiev levied as a ruler were at the same time the articles of his trade. When he became a ruler as a Kanon, he, as a Varangian, Variag, did not cease to be an armed merchant. He shared the taxes with his retinue, which served him as the organ of administration and was the ruling class. This class governed in winter, visiting the country and levying taxes, and in summer trafficked in what was gathered during the winter. The Oriental authors give us reports of predatory expeditions of the Russians to the shores of the Caspian Sea. From the first, undertaken in 880, all these raids ended in disaster. A particularly audacious one took place in 944. The Russians arrived with their ships by the Caspian Sea at the estuary of the river Cyrus, and sailing upstream invaded the land called the Arabs' Aran, the ancient Albania, which belonged to the Caliphate. Their first success was the conquest of Burda, the capital of Aran, situated on the river Turda, a southern tributary of the Cyrus. From Burda, they ravaged the surrounding country. The governor of Azerbaijan levied a great army, which beat the Russians after losing a first battle, but this defeat was not decisive enough to induce them to leave the country. Dysentery, however, spreading rapidly among the Russian army, delivered the Albanians from their enemies. After depredations which lasted 6 months, the Russians left the land, returning home with rich spoil. It is strange that the Russian chronicles are silent about these invasions of the shores of the Caspian Sea, since there is no reason to doubt their reality. They are an evidence that the state of Kiev was already strong enough in Oleg's time, but the earliest expeditions undertaken in the 10th century were certainly his, to venture on war not only against Constantinople, but also against the East. The easier, therefore, was it for Igor to undertake such a campaign. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Empire and its Northern Neighbours, Part 4, by Charles Kadlec. After Igor's death, his wife Olga ascended the throne, the first Christian princess in Russia. Christianity had begun to spread in the Principality of Kiev soon after the first expedition of the Russians against Constantinople in 860. It is probable that the Prince of Kiev himself at this time embraced the Christian faith. During Oleg's reign, Christianity suffered a decline, although it did not disappear, as can be inferred from the register of the metropolitan churches subordinated to the Patriarch of Constantinople, published by the Emperor Leo VI, 886 to 911. In the Treaty of Igor with the Greeks in 945, heathen and Christian Russians are mentioned, and the Russian Chronicle calls the Church of St. Elias Ilya in Kiev a cathedral, which implies that there were other churches in the city. But it seems nevertheless that the Christian faith did not take strong root among the Russians, and there was hardly an improvement when the Princess Olga embraced Christianity, which happened probably in 954, 3 years before her voyage to Constantinople. The purpose of this visit is not known. Former writers thought Olga went there to be baptized, but it seems to be nearer the truth that her journey had only diplomatic aims. A true type of the adventurous Viking was Prince Svetoslav, son of Igor and Olga, the first prince of the Varangian dynasty to bear a Slavonic name. The chronicle describes him as a gallant, daring man, undertaking long expeditions to distant lands and neglecting the interests of his own country. His mind was filled with the plan of transferring the center of his state to the Balkan Peninsula. He spent the greater part of his time in foreign lands. He was the first of the Russian princes who forced the Jagić to pay him tribute, whereas they had formerly been tributary to the Khazars. But before that he tried to break the power of the Khazars, which from the beginning of the 9th century had been continually declining. They were pressed in the south by the Arabs and the Transcaucasian tribes, in the north by the Patzinaks, and in the west by the Russians. Some tribes had already thrown off their yoke. Igor himself had cast an eager gaze on the Crimean Peninsula and on the shores of the Sea of Azov, where he would have liked to found a Russian dominion. His political aims were followed by his successors. The Khazars hindered these efforts. Svetoslav, therefore, in 965 undertook an expedition against them and conquered their town Zarkel, Belaveshla, White Town. After the defeat of the Khazars, Svetoslav attacked the Ossetes, remnants of the Alans, and the Kazakhs, Cherkesses, and subdued them. By this expedition against the Khazars and the tribes belonging to their dominion, Svetoslav laid the foundation of Tomato-Rakani in Russia, which derived its name from its capital, Tomato-Rakan, the ancient Tamatarka. In 967, Svetoslav undertook an expedition against the Greeks. The Byzantine Emperor Nicephorus, indignant that the Bulgarian Tsar Peter had not hindered the Magyars from invading the Balkan Peninsula, waged war against the Bulgars and sent the patrician Kalosiris to Prince Svetoslav for assistance. Kalosiris turned traitor. He concluded on his own account with Svetoslav a treaty for mutual support. The Russian prince was to get Bulgaria and Kalosiris the imperial throne. Svetoslav marched into Bulgaria and conquered it and remained in Pereyaslavets, Breslov, the residence of the Tsar. During his absence in 968, the Patzinaks attacked the land of Kiev, and only a ruse induced them to leave the beleaguered city. Being informed of this menace by the inhabitants of Kiev, Svetoslav returned and expelled the Patzinaks, but he remained at home only to the end of 970, his mother Olga having died meanwhile in 969. Then he again went to Bulgaria, leaving his sons as governors, Yaropolk in Kiev and Oleg among the Derevlians. When the inhabitants of Novgorod also demanded a prince of their own, he gave them his natural son Vladimir, but the government was in the hands of the boyars, as all the sons were minors. In his war with the Greeks, Svetoslav was unfortunate, although he hired Magyar and Patzinak troops. In a short time he was forced to make peace with Byzantium, 971, and to renew the former treaties, to which a new clause was added. The Russian prince bound himself not to encroach on the Greek possessions of the Crimea, opposite the territory of Cherson or Bulgaria. On his return home to Russia, Svetoslav perished 972 in a sudden attack by Korea, prince of the Patzinaks. The sons of Svetoslav quarreled. When Olga was killed by Yaropolk, Vladimir, fearing a similar fate, fled to the Swedes but returned after 3 years, 980, and getting rid of Yaropolk by the treason of one of his retinue, ascended the throne of Svetoslav. Vladimir's retinue, composed of heathen Varangians, had the principal share in the victories of their lord. Vladimir therefore manifested his heathenism with the greatest zeal, and erected idols on the hills of Kiev. He himself also lived the life of a heathen. Besides 5 legal wives, he had many concubines. The annals report 800. He very adroitly got rid of the turbulent Varangians who had supported him. The more prominent he won over to his party. The others were dismissed to Constantinople. His principal aim was to extend and to consolidate the Russian Empire, which since Vladislav's time threatened to be dismembered into minute principalities. In 981, he undertook an expedition against the Vaitics, conquered them, and forced them to pay tribute. They again revolted in 982, but were subdued once more. In 984, Vladimir took the field against the Radlishers, subdued them, and forced them to pay tribute. The next year he marched against and defeated the Bulgars, and then concluded a treaty of peace with them. In the last decade of the 10th century, he once more waged a victorious war against the Bulgars. In 1006, he concluded with them a commercial treaty by which the merchants of either state were allowed to carry on their trade in the dominions of the other if they were provided with an official seal. The statement of the chronicle that Vladimir in 981 took the Polish castles of Red Russia, the present eastern Galicia, is doubtful, but it is certain that he fought a war with the Polish king Boleslav the Mighty, 982, which was ended by a treaty as Boleslav was engaged in a war with Bohemia. The peace was moreover secured by the marriage of Vladimir, son of Vladimir and Prince of Turov, with the daughter of Boleslav. The incessant raids of the Patzinaks was very troublesome to Vladimir. We read now and again in the annals that the Patzinaks invaded the Russian country, so that there was constant war with them. These unceasing inroads of the nomads led Vladimir to build strong fortresses on the east and south of his territory, and to garrison them with the best men of the Slavs of Novgorod, the Kariches, Judas, and Vaitiches. The Russian princes, as a rule, subdued the southern tribes by means of the northern peoples. With their assistance, they defended themselves also against the barbarians of the steppes. Under Vladimir, friendly relations with Byzantium were again inaugurated. The first step was made by the Greek Emperor Basil II, who in 988 asked Vladimir to assist him against the anti-emperor Vogt. Vladimir promised his help on condition that the emperor would give him his sister in marriage. Basil accepted this condition if Vladimir consented to be baptized. The Russian prince agreed and sent his army in the spring or summer of 988 to Basil. This army of 6,000 infantry remained in Greece even after Vogt had been killed, and took part in the Byzantine wars in Asia in 999 to 1000. From that time to the last quarter of the 11th century, the Varangians formed the bodyguard of the Byzantine emperors. Later on, they were replaced by soldiers from Western Europe, principally Englishmen. When the Emperor Basil had been delivered from peril, he hesitated over the fulfillment of his promise to give his sister Anne to Vladimir to wife. The Russian prince, offended by this delay, attacked the Greek possessions in the Crimea. He succeeded in 989 in taking Cherson after a long siege. But meanwhile, the Greek emperor was again in difficulties in his own lands, especially in consequence of a revolt in Bulgaria, so that he was obliged to regain Vladimir's goodwill and to send him his sister Anne, who received Cherson for her dower. At that time, Vladimir was already a Christian, having been baptized about the beginning of 988. The long intercourse of Russia with Constantinople had prepared a favorable ground for the Christian faith. Various missionaries came to the prince at short intervals to explain the advantages of their religion. Finally, he declared for Christianity, and having received baptism, he had his 12 sons christened also. and encouraged the spread of Christianity among the boyars and the people. Some districts of the Russian Empire nevertheless still remained heathen for a long time. There were pagans among the Vaidishas and Krivishes in the beginning of the 12th century and in Murom, even in the 13th century. During Vladimir's reign, an attempt was also made to win the Russians over to Rome, with the daughter of Boleslav the Mighty. Rottger, Bishop of Kolberg, arrived at the court of Vladimir's son, Sviatopolik, at Turov, and tried to sever the young Russian church from the Eastern Church. Vladimir, as soon as he was informed of the plans of Rheinburn, imprisoned Sviatopolik, his wife, and the bishop. Thereupon a war broke out with Boleslav, who hastened to make peace with the Germans 1013, and having hired troops from them and the Patzinaks, set out against Vladimir. He only devastated the land without gaining further results. Vladimir died in 1015. The importance of Vladimir in Russian history is enormous. He subdued the tribes which had gained their independence under his predecessors. He defended the empire against the barbarians of the steppes. He accepted Christianity and introduced Christian reforms. He successfully closed the 10th century, the heroic period of Russian history. His reign was famous for the maritime expeditions against the Greeks, the inroads beyond the Danube, the occupation of Bulgaria, and the expeditions against the Chazars and Bulgars. We have yet to say something of the Magyars and their new home in Hungary. About the year 895 or 896, the Magyars crossed the northern Carpathian Mountains and endeavored in the first place to occupy the lands near the upper course of the River Theiss. The progressive occupation of the territories of later Hungary was made easy to the Magyars by the circumstance that the new political formations, which had begun to arise here, were feeble and of no long duration. The northwestern part of later Hungary, inhabited at that time by Slovaks, was a constituent part of the great Moravian realm, which extended as far as the River Theiss, and probably some distance to the south between this river and the Danube. After the death of Sviatoslav, 894, the Magyars had nothing to fear from the great Moravian state, which was now governed by his discordant sons. During their quarrels, it was an easy matter for the Magyars to occupy the northern part of the territory between the Theiss and the Danube. This is the only possible explanation of their being able to penetrate without opposition into Pannonia and undertake their predatory invasions into Italy. In Lower Pannonia, there arose by the first half of the 9th century the Slavonic Principality of Probina, 840, under the suzerainty of the Franks, with its capital of Blatno, Urbs Paladum, Massaburg, near where the river Zala flows into the lake of Blatno, Balaton. The limits of Probina's principality can only be given approximately. To the northwest it extended to the river Rob, to the southwest to Petau, to the south as far as the Drave, and to the north and east about to the Danube. With the Slavs there also lived German colonists from Bavaria and scattered settlements in this principality. A country between the Danube and the Rob was settled by Germans, who there formed the majority of the population. In ecclesiastical affairs, Pannonia was divided after 829 between the bishoprics of Salzburg and Passau. During the reign of Kosel, 861 to 874, Probina's successor, the Moravo-Pannonia Slavonic Archbishopric was founded about 870 and St. Methodius installed in the see. After Kosel's death, Lower Pannonia was again governed by German officials. Only after the arrival of the Magyars in Hungary, King Arnulf in 896 invested the Croatian prince Branislav, reigning between the rivers Drava and Save, with the southwestern part of Pannonia as a fief. The most ancient Hungarian chronicler, the so-called anonymous Regis Belli Notorius, gives us some not altogether reliable accounts of the political divisions in the other parts of Hungary and in Transylvania. If we supplement the account of the anonymous with those of the Frankish authors, we can conclude that in the eastern half of Hungary beyond the river Theiss, and perhaps in Transylvania, there were at the end of the 9th century some feeble principalities, probably tributary to the Bulgars, and that these were neither old enough nor sufficiently developed to stop the progress of the warlike Magyar tribes. It is certain that in the lands beyond the Theiss, as well as in the so-called Black Hungary, Transylvania, there were numerous Slavonic inhabitants, and even now we can find traces of them in the place names. We have hardly any other accounts of the Magyars during the first 50 years after the occupation of Hungary than that they raided the neighboring countries. As early as 898, a scouting party of Magyars came into northeastern Italy to the river Brenta. In the following year, the Magyars made a new invasion and overflowed the plain of Lombardy, plundering and burning the land. For a whole year until the spring of 900, they devastated Italy, and King Berengar only induced them to leave the country by presents, even giving hostages. On their return, they devastated the greater part of Pannonia, belonging to the German kingdom, and immediately afterwards, in the middle of the year 900, the whole Magyar nation crossed the Danube and occupied Lower Pannonia, as far as the river Rob. That it was possible to do so without serious opposition from the Germans may be explained by the foolish policy of Bavaria. Luitpold of Bavaria, founder of the dynasty of Wittelsbach, preferred to be at enmity with the great Moravian state rather than to oppose the Magyars. But no sooner had the Magyars conquered Pannonia than they appeared in Bavaria beyond the Inn. The Bavarians only succeeded in destroying a part of the Magyars. The others escaped with a rich booty. The Bavarians did not make peace with Moravia until 901, when it had become too late. In 906, the Magyars overthrew the great Moravian state. The Bavarians in 907 invaded the Magyar territory, but were defeated, and after that Upper Pannonia was also conquered by the Magyars. Under Arpad's successors, the Magyars constantly made predatory incursions and penetrated still farther to the west. Nobody opposed their progress, because the former provinces of the Frankish Empire were in decline. The weapons of the Germans were clumsy: heavy armor, a heavy helmet, a great shield, and a long sword. The Magyars, on the contrary, appeared suddenly on their swift horses and poured showers of arrows upon their enemies, causing great disorder among them and turning them to flight. The foes seldom succeeded in surprising the Magyars before they had arrayed themselves for battle, because their scouts were exceedingly wary and vigilant. A frequent military ruse of the Magyars was to feign a flight in order to entice the enemy into pursuit. Suddenly they would turn and frighten the pursuers so thoroughly by a flood of arrows that it was an easy matter for their reserves to attack and destroy the baffled foe. The Magyars lacked skill only in taking castles and fortresses. In Germany and Italy, therefore, the inhabitants began quickly to fortify their towns. The history of these western invasions, ending with the decisive defeat, 955, on the Lechfeld, has been told in the preceding volume of this work. The turn of the Balkan Peninsula came comparatively late. It was after their defeat in Saxony in 933 that the Magyars turned their attention in this direction. In the spring of 934, they invaded Thrace in company with Pertinax, with a force which penetrated to Constantinople. Masudi gives us a somewhat confused report of this incursion, declaring that 4 tribes were allied against the Greeks, although it seems that only the Magyars with the Patzinaks were the invaders. Marquardt thinks that by the town Walanda, conquered at this time by the barbarian armies, De Veltis, near the modern Burgas, is meant. It seems that since 934 the Magyars regularly demanded tribute from the Greeks, at first every 9 and later on every 5 years. In 943 they came again, and the Emperor Romanus Lecapenus appointed the patrician Theophanes, as he had done in 934, to negotiate with them. Theophanes succeeded in concluding a truce for 5 years, for which both parties gave hostages. It is probable that about this time the Byzantines tried, but in vain, to gain the Magyars for allies against the Patzinaks. After that, the Magyars invaded the Balkan Peninsula several times, especially in 959 and 962. In 967, a band of Magyars joined the Russian prince Svetoslav when he attacked Bulgaria. After the Lechfeld, however, the aggressiveness of the Magyars considerably declined. Western Europe now remained safe from their predatory inroads, and at last even the expeditions against the Balkan Peninsula ceased. During the 3/4 of a century in which the Magyars had occupied their new homes in Hungary, political and other conditions had greatly changed. In the first place, the neighbors of the Magyars had grown much stronger. This is true principally of the Germanic Empire, which, under the dynasty of Saxon kings, was far more powerful than under the later Carolingians. In the south, the Greek Empire stretched as far as the Danube, and completely checked any new Magyar expeditions to the Balkan Peninsula. In course of time, even the mode of life of the leading Magyars had somewhat changed. Not only Prince Giza, but also several chieftains ceased to live in tents, preferring castles for their abodes. This change was caused by the Christian religion, which in the meanwhile had spread in the neighboring countries and extended its influence also among the inhabitants of Hungary, especially in ancient Pannonia, where a great portion of the Germans and Slavs were Christians. Through these Christian inhabitants, the Magyars became acquainted with the peaceful manner of life, with agriculture and trade. During the 3/4 of a century, even the ethnic character of the inhabitants underwent a great modification. The Magyars, who were not very numerous even at the time of their occupation of Hungary, did not increase considerably because of their frequent predatory expeditions into foreign lands. Only the first generation was able to gain victories abroad. In fact, while the military tactics of the Magyars were unknown, the second generation met with repeated calamities. Many Magyars perished in these expeditions. Only a small band returned from the Battle of the Lechfeld. The decrease of the Magyar element was unavoidably followed by a great intermixture of the remaining population, which also caused a change in the character of the nation. In short, since the accession of Giza as Prince of the Magyars, about 970, there begins a radical change in the history of the Magyars. Giza was the first ruler who was judicious enough to see that his people could hold its own among other nations if it would live with them in peace and if it could accept Christianity. Immediately after his accession to the throne, he sent messengers to the Emperor Otto I in 973 to initiate friendly relations with Germany. That he resolved on this course of action must be attributed to the influence of his wife Adelaide, a princess of Polish blood and a fervent Christian. By her recommendation, Saint Vogt, Adalbert, Bishop of Prague and a distant relative of hers, was called to Hungary. About 985 he converted to the Christian faith not only Giza, but also his 10-year-old son, Vogt, to whom the name Stephen was given in baptism. 10 years later, 995, Benedictine monks from Bohemia came to Hungary and settled, as it seems, in the monastery of Sobor among the Nitria. This Christianization was moreover very much furthered by Giza having chosen Gisela, a princess of the German imperial dynasty, as a bride for his son Stephen, 996. The work began by Giza was brought to a good end by Stephen, who was canonized for his apostolic zeal. Stephen, immediately after accession to the throne, 997, ordered his subjects to accept Christianity. To set a good example, he liberated his slaves. He visited his lands and everywhere preached the new religion. He called in foreign priests, especially Slavs, to assist him. Etymological researchers have proved that the ecclesiastical terminology of the Magyars is to a considerable degree of Slavonic origin. This alone would lead to the indubitable conclusion that the first missionaries of the gospel among the Magyars were to a great extent Slavs belonging to the Roman obedience, and the accounts of the conversion witness the same fact. Bohemian priests took a prominent share in the spreading of the Christian faith in Hungary. In the first place, Radla, the former companion of St. Vogt, must be named, who worked in the Hungarian realm from 995 to about 1008. Then Anastasius, formerly abbot at Bresnov, near Prague in Bohemia, later of St. Martin's in Hungary, and finally Archbishop of Gran, Esztergom, from 1001 to 1028. Also Astric, abbot of Pesvarad, and later Archbishop of Kaloska, who had been at first one of the priests of St. Wojciech, and then an abbot in Poland, excelled among the Slav preachers of the faith in Hungary. Further, St. Gerard, tutor of Stephen's son Emmerich, and later Bishop of Kanad, was a signal propagator of Christianity in Hungary. St. Stephen himself founded several bishoprics and monasteries, besides the archbishoprics of Esztergom and Kaloska. He instituted the bishoprics of Veszprém, Pécs, Fumskirchen, Kasnad, Vaz, Varzin, Rob, Gior, Iga, Erlau, and Nagy Farad, Kroeswaarden, and Gildevever, Carlsberg in Transylvania. It was the greatest political success of St. Stephen that he secured for his lands a complete independence in the ecclesiastical and secular relations. He sent an embassy to Pope Sylvester II to obtain for the Hungarian ruler a royal crown and papal sanction for the ecclesiastical organization. The Pope complied with both requests and sent to St. Stephen not only the royal crown, but also an apostolic cross. Stephen had himself solemnly crowned as king in 1001. St. Stephen only succeeded with difficulty in controlling the refractory chieftains of the tribes. One of them, for instance, Kopani, chief of Somaji, Schomburg, and cousin to St. Stephen, headed a revolt in favor of heathenism but was defeated. Provki, also a maternal relative of St. Stephen, prince in the territories on both sides of the Theiss, belonged to the turbulent element which hated Christianity. St. Stephen subdued him too, and removed him from his government. In Hungary itself, in the southeastern corner of the land bordered by the rivers Maros, Theiss, and Danube, and by Transylvania, there lay the principality of Antony, Actum. This small principality was also overthrown by St. Stephen about 1025. St. Stephen also organized the administration of the land after foreign models, partly German and partly Slav. He arranged his court after the German fashion and divided his lands into counties, comitatus, appointing as their governors officials called in Latin comites, in Magyar, Ipsanok, from the Slavonic Zupan. He likewise followed foreign and especially German examples in legislative matters, endeavoring to remodel his state entirely in a European fashion and to make it into an orderly land. He died in 1038. His fame as the second founder and molder of the Magyar kingdom is immortal. By bringing a savage, barbaric nation into the community of Christendom, he saved the Magyars from a ruin which otherwise they could not have escaped. End of section 31.
Section 32. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Conversion of the Slavs, Part 1, by V. Jagić. In the numerous records of missionary activity in the Christian Church of Eastern and Western Europe, there is one chapter which, owing to special circumstances, has attained the greatest importance in the history of the world. It deals with an incident which happened more than 1,000 years ago, the consequences of which have endured to this day, and it reveals the characteristic features of Christianity in the east and southeast of Europe. It arose in connection with two brothers, Cyril and Methodius, who lived in the 9th century in Salonika and are still venerated by more than 100 million Slavs as apostles to their race and as creators of the language of their ritual, the language which was for many centuries the medium of literary activity of the public life of the community, as well as of church functions. According to the point of view of individual scholars, this historical event has been very differently criticized and appreciated. Some modern writers condemn it because it was chiefly the predominance of the language of the Slav Church, based on a Byzantine model, that separated Eastern Europe from the civilization of Western Europe, and was principally to blame for the unequal progress in the development of Eastern civilization in compared with Western. Other writers cannot praise it sufficiently because, as it led to the separation of the Slavonic East and Southeast of Europe from the Latin West, they recognize it as one of the chief causes of the preservation of national characteristics, even indeed of political independence. Much has been written in modern times concerning Cyril and Methodius. There exists a rich literature concerning them in all Slavonic languages, German, French, Italian, and recently also in English. Our view of the career of the brothers, especially of their activity among the Slav peoples, depends on the degree of credence to be attached to their sources. The chief sources of the various Slav, Latin, and Greek legends, the critical examination of which offers many difficulties. So far, at least, no results have obtained general acceptance. Most scholars, however, are of opinion that the two Slav, the so-called Pannonian legends, Vita Cyrilli and Vita Methodii, are of great historical importance and credible in a high degree. Where they agree with the ancient but shorter Latin legend, the so-called Translatio Sanctus Clementis, no doubt is cast on the double tradition. This is the view we shall follow in this chapter. Of utmost importance, of course, are the statements of the popes and of Anastasius, the librarian of the Vatican, but unfortunately they only refer to single incidents in the life and work of Cyril and Methodius. All sources agree in giving Salonika as the birthplace of the two brothers, who were of distinguished lineage. The name of their father was Leo. He held the appointment of Drungarius. We only meet the mother's name, Mary, in later sources. According to the Pannonian legend, Constantine is said to have been the youngest of 7 children. As he was 42 years old when he died, in 869, we must place his birth in the year 827. Of Methodius, we only know that he was the elder, but no mention is made of his age in the Pannonian Vita Methodii when the year of his death, 885, is referred to. Bearing in mind the subsequent events of his life and his relations to his younger brother, we might be inclined to allow a difference of 10 years between the two brothers, which would therefore make 817 the year when Methodius was born. With regard to the younger brother, all information points to the belief that he only assumed the name of Cyril shortly before his death at Rome. It is, however, a moot point whether Methodius did not also bear a different name at first, which he only changed to that by which he is known to us, when he retired into the monastery on Mount Olympus in Bithynia. The later translatio, which treats only of Constantine, relates but little concerning his youth. He is said to have exhibited marked talent, and as a boy to have been taken by his parents to Constantinople, where he excelled in piety and wisdom and became a priest. We learn a great deal more concerning the two brothers from the Pannonian legends, which, with the exception of a few decorative details, appear quite credible, and to be based in every particular upon an intimate knowledge of the circumstances. The Vita Methodii tells us that he at first devoted himself to a secular career. Of stalwart build, benefiting by the universal admiration of his fellow citizens for his parents, he is said to have gained great esteem among the lawyers of the town of his birth, probably as a clever jurist. In consequence of his talent in this practical direction, he attracted the attention of Emperor Michael III and of Theodora, who entrusted him with the administration of Slavonic principality. The Slavonic word knieży, or prince, corresponds to the Greek archon, and Methodius was thus appointed as archon, but it is unknown where his Greek government, archontia, was situated, whether in Macedonia or Thessaly. It cannot have been an important one. According to the legend, he administered his office for many years. If he received it when he was 28 years of age and occupied it 10 years, we might assume that he was archon between 845 and 855, which is consistent with what comes later. The reason given for his resolve to abandon the secular career was that he experienced numerous difficulties. Tired of office, he retired onto a monastery on Mount Olympus in Bithynia, as is now generally accepted, and became a monk. Quite different, however, according to the Pannonian legend, devoted to the life of Constantine, was the youth of the younger brother. In this legend, his preference for the study of philosophy was clothed in the form of a poetic account of a dream he had in his 7th year, according to the strategists of his native town, brought before him in the most beautiful maidens of Salonica, from whom he was to select a bride, and he gave the preference to Sophia, that is, philosophy. That is why he was called O Philosophos, a title he probably received subsequently in Constantinople as professor of philosophy. Legend states that he was the best scholar in the school and conspicuous by his extraordinary memory. Another poetic story marks his love of solitude. Once when out hawking, the wind carried the falcon away from him. This he interpreted as an intimation from heaven to abandon all worldly pleasures and devote himself entirely to study. It sounds quite credible that in the earliest youth he preferred to read the works of Gregory Nazianzen, in which, however, he lacked the instruction of a master. If the legend is correct, his father died when Constantine was 14. That would be in 841 or 842. If this bereavement did not actually cause the youth to go to Constantinople to pursue higher studies, it at least hastened his decision. The legendary narrative connects it with his call to the capital by Theoctistus, the Logothete. Here he was to be associated with the younger Emperor Michael III, but the idea of an actual joint education is scarcely reasonable in view of the difference in their ages at about 12 years. Among the best masters in Constantinople are enumerated Leo and Photius, and the chief subjects were grammar, rhetoric, dialectic, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, philosophy, and music. Homer is also said to have been read. Constantine's modesty was coupled with quickness of perception and intense diligence. By means of these rare qualities, he is said to have gained the confidence of the Logothete to such an extent that he introduced him into the imperial palace. The Logothete, in fact wanted him to marry his goddaughter, and held out to him the prospect of a brilliant career, that of strategist. But the pure asceticism of Constantine's nature found its worthy object in a spiritual vocation. He was ordained a priest. In order, however, to chain him to Constantinople, he was appointed librarian of St. Sophia under the Patriarch, possibly Ignatius. But his post, which brought him into intimate relations with the Patriarch, was too public for him. According to the legend, he fled to a neighboring monastery where he is said to have remained concealed for 6 months. When he was discovered, he was made professor of philosophy. Possibly all this happened in the year 850 or even later, as Constantine was then only 23. This is also supposed to be the date of the discussion which Constantine is said to have had with John, who was deprived of his patriarchal dignity on the account of his iconoclastic views. This John, the Grammaticus, was deposed in 843, but he was certainly alive in 846. In the legend, he is represented during his dispute with Constantine as an old man opposed to a young man. It is doubtful whether the disputation took place at the request of the emperor and many patricians in so solemn a form as recounted in the legend, since the letter always emphasizes Constantine's intellectual superiority in argument. As a matter of fact, shortly afterwards, in the 24th year of his life, that is, 851 or 852, according to the legend, a new burden was imposed upon this zealous fighter for the Orthodox faith. This time, it was a mission to the Saracens. The Translatio Sanctus Clementis knows nothing of it. However, although the Pannonian legend does not say from whom the invitation emanated and what was the destination of the journey, whether to Melitene or to Baghdad, still it gives some very precise particulars which seem to have an historical basis. It alleges that Constantine was invited by the emperor to defend the doctrine of the Trinity in a disputation with the Saracens, and was accompanied on the journey by 2 men, Asicratus and George. No other evidence of this legendary disputation is known, but in Arabic sources, Tabari, mention it made of an embassy of the Byzantines to the Saracens for the purpose of an armistice and exchange of prisoners, at the head of which was certainly George, who is accompanied by many patricians and servants, numbering nearly 50 persons. This embassy, it is true, only took place in 855, but it is nevertheless possible that the story in the legend refers to this fact. Only the legend made Constantine, accompanied by George, the principal figure, and in the interest of the disputation, entirely omitted all the other particulars. On his return to Constantinople, Constantine, following the bent of his ascetic inclinations, retired to some solitary spot and then into the monastery on Olympus, where his brother had already taken up his abode as a monk. Thus the brothers, after long separation, met under one and the same roof in 856 to 858, both devoted to their pious inclinations. It is noticeable that the legend refers in both cases to their preference for religious books and intellectual occupation. Concerning Constantine, who was an old friend of Photius, an episode is related by Anastasius, the Roman librarian, which happened about this time. Indeed, some believe that Photius was really Asicratus, who, together with George, according to the legend, accompanied Constantine on his journey to the Saracens. In this case, the episode related by Anastasius might have happened about this date. Constantine criticized some remarks of Photius, chiefly directed against the Patriarch Ignatius. It is impossible to say how long Constantine lived in the monastery with his brother. He now proposed to undertake a new missionary journey, this time in the company of Methodius. Not only the Pannonian legend and the Translatio Sanctus Clementus, but also Anastasius the librarian confirm the statement that the new journey was to be into the land of the Khazars. They also agree that an embassy had come from that country to Constantinople with a specific request for help in their predicament. It appears that they believed in God, but were otherwise pagans, and were being urged on the one hand by the Jews, on the other by the Saracens, to accept their faith. They therefore prayed for an able missionary to explain the Christian faith to them. The Pannonian legend, which again lays stress on Constantine's dialectical powers, adds at the same time the promise that, if the Christian missionary proved victorious over the Jews and Muslims, all the Khazars would become Christians. The translatio only states the final result of the mission, that Constantine was in fact successful, and that he gained over the Khazars to the Christian faith. The translatio does not go into details, while in the Pannonian legend, the principal subject is the very detailed report of the disputation. It is said that Constantine himself wrote a treatise in Greek on the whole of the polemic interview, and his brother is said to have divided it into 8 parts, and to have translated it into Slavonic. We know neither the Greek original nor the Slavonic version, and yet it is difficult to regard it all as an invention. Perhaps the full text, as preserved to us in the legend, is actually an extract from the Slavonic version. While the disputation with the Jews and the Muslims takes up very considerable space in the Pannonian legend, the discovery of the relics of St. Clement is only mentioned with a reference to the story of their discovery as narrated by Constantine. This reference lends additional credibility to the legend, as we know now from the letter of Anastasius to Gauderic that Constantine himself really did write a brevis historia of the incident in Greek. A full account of the discovery of the relics is given by the Translatio Sanctus Clementis. The marked importance attached to the participation of Constantine in the mission of the Khazars explains why the legend was introduced in the narrative all manner of incredible features to show the case with which he acquired foreign languages, the irresistible power of his eloquence, and his success in conversions. The author of the legend, in singing the praises of his hero, was led into great exaggerations. Constantine is said to have acquired not less than 4 languages during his short stay in Kherson: Hebrew, Samaritan, Khazar, and Russian. From the fact that the last named language is mentioned, some Russian authorities have been led to make very bold inferences, as if Constantine in the Crimea had not only become acquainted with Russian, that is, the Slavonic language, but had even derived from it its Glagolitic alphabet. The language of the Translatio Sanctus Clementis is more moderate on this point, and only refers to his learning one language, that of the Khazars. The journey to the Khazars took place probably about the year 860-861, since he must have returned home, as the legend also says, to make his report to the emperor. At that time he must have written the Brevis Historia, Sermo Declamatorius, and the canon consisting of tropes and odes in honor of the discovery of the relics of St. Clement, all in Greek, and mentioned by Anastasius in his letter to Gauderic. There is some ground for believing that the legend preserved in the Slavonic language concerning the translation of the relics of St. Clement is in some way connected with the Brevis Historia and Sermo Declamatorius mentioned by Anastasius. In addition to these subjects, he was also engaged in learned archaeological questions, as is proved by the interpretation, referred to in the legend, of the Hebrew inscription on the valuable cup in the Cathedral of St. Sophia. The statement also seems credible that Methodius, as a reward for services rendered to his brother on the journey, was appointed igumen or abbot of the rich and important monastery in Polychromium, after having declined the dignity of a preferred archbishopric. The activity of the 2 brothers so far had no influence at all upon the Slav peoples, except perhaps when Methodius, in his younger days, was in Archon. The history of the church and civilization of the Slavs is affected only by the last stage of Constantine's life. The Pannonian legend, Vita Cyrilli, dedicated to his memory, is so little national or Slavophile in character that it devotes only the last quarter of the whole book to the description of a period fraught with such consequences for the Slavs. In order correctly to gauge the historical value of the legend, we should not lose sight of the foregoing fact. The author of the legend is full of admiration for Constantine as a man of great Byzantine learning, of enthusiasm, and zeal for his faith, especially in the direction of missionary activity, and devoted to the glory of the Byzantine Empire. He does not present him as a conspicuous Slavophil. That is also the reason why this legend is to be preferred to many later ones which, influenced by later events, divert the activities of the two brothers from the very beginning into Slav and especially Bulgarian channels. Such are the so-called Salonika legend and the Odbormitio Sanctus Cyrilli, and some others. The Pannonian legends place the next sphere of activity of the two brothers in Moravia, that is to say, in a Slav land in which the missionaries from the neighboring German dioceses of Salzburg and Passau had already sown the first seeds of Christianity, although perhaps without much success as yet. Indeed, according to the Translatio Sanctus Clementus, the Moravian prince received the news of Constantine's great success in the land of the Khazars, and was thereby induced to address his petition to Constantinople for a capable missionary for his own country. The Pannonian legend does not insist on this connection of events, and modern historians associate the decision of the Moravian prince Rostislav with the political situation of his state. After having attained political independence, it was essential for him to avoid the influence of his powerful East Frankish neighbor in church matters also. According to the text of the letter, not preserved in the original, of Pope Hadrian to the Moravian Pannonian princes, it would appear that before Rostislav turned to Constantinople, he had made overtures to Rome, but apparently without success. If we are not to ignore the statement of the Pope entirely, we may be able to explain the failure of Rostislav in Rome by the preoccupation of Pope Nicholas with events in Constantinople and Bulgaria. All the more willing was the far-seeing Photius, who was then Patriarch of Constantinople, and whose advice to comply with the wishes of the Moravian prince was followed by the Emperor Michael III. All legends agree that the emperor induced Constantine to undertake the new mission. The choice is well explained by his successful missions hitherto, and by his intimate relations with Photius. It must have been mooted not long after Constantine's return from his mission to the Khazars, because he himself speaks of his fatigue from that journey. We must place the mission in the year 861, or at the latest in the spring of 862. The Pannonian legend relates the event in a very dramatic manner and gives some not unimportant details. Amongst other things, the Emperor Michael is said to have been asked by Constantine whether the Moravian Slavs possessed letters of the alphabet, that is, a script for their language. To this the emperor is said to have replied that his father and grandfather had already made the same inquiry, but in vain. From this anecdote, we may at least infer that previous to that time a special Slav script was unknown. This point of view is also confirmed by the statement of the learned monk Hrabar, who expressly declares that, prior to the invention of the Slav script by Constantine, the Slavs were compelled to use Greek and Latin letters when they wanted to write. In the well-known polemic against Methodius in the year 870-871, Libellus de Conversione Bagorarium et Carantanonarium, occurs the phrase noviter inventis sclavinis literis, which does not necessarily mean that Methodius had invented them, but that they were certainly new in his time. End of Section 32. Read by Michael Barta, Portland, Oregon.
Section 33 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Conversion of the Slavs, Part 2, by V. Jagić. To sum up, we must accept the almost contemporary tradition, ignoring the changes introduced by later events, to the effect that Slavonic script originated with and was fixed by Constantine, and the concrete occasion, The expressed wish of the Byzantine emperor and his court that Constantine should go to Moravia is by no means inconsistent with the fact that he invented an alphabet for this particular purpose. He not only wanted to preach the Christian faith to the Moravians, but also to offer them the written word of God in their own language. According to Byzantine conceptions, and in view of the many instances of Oriental Christians who used their own language and alphabet, it was a necessary and preliminary condition that the Slavs should, in the first place, possess a script of their own. The statement, supported by the Translatio, is also important, namely, that the translation of the Gospels took place at this time also. So we must allow for a period of at least 1 or 2 years between the arrival of Ratislav's embassy at Constantinople and the departure of Constantine, his brother Methodius, and the others who were to take part in the new mission. The basis of the future work of the two brothers was thus laid before they left Constantinople. Although Constantine was the leading spirit, the Pannonian legends also speak of others who collaborated with him. The invention of this script may reflect the personality and learning of Constantine, but in the work of translation it is easy to imagine that he had others to help him, who must have been in the first instance people of native Slav origin with a Greek education. If we examine the oldest translations, especially the pericopes of the epistles and gospels, we have the best proof of a highly developed Slavonic sense of language, which must be attributed to collaborators who were themselves Slavs. In all probability, Constantine must, from the very beginning, have contemplated establishing Christianity in Moravia on the basis of a Slavonic liturgy. Independently of many Oriental parallels, this is also confirmed by the Pannonian legend and the Translatio, both of which state that the immediate task of the two brothers on their arrival was to instruct the younger generation in the reading of the Word of God and the Slavonic liturgical texts which had been translated from the Greek. That this purpose of his was recognized at the time is shown by the opposition raised in Moravia at the very outset by those who were hostile to the employment of the Slavonic language for the purposes of the liturgy. The protest emanated as a matter of course from the advocates of the Latin liturgy, who, to all appearances, were numerous. But the legends and the Translatio further prove, the former with miraculous details, that the brother had also to fight against various pagan superstitions. There can be no question of a complete church organization during the first period of their stay in Moravia. Constantine, compelled to bow to the inevitable, began by educating in the first instance a sufficient number of youths in the Slav liturgy, both written and spoken. The next step was to obtain Slav priests. Up to this moment there was really no one but himself to conduct the divine service in Slavonic, unless he had been able to induce any of the priests of Slav origin, ordained before his arrival, to go over from the Latin rite to the Slavonic Eastern liturgy. It was the natural desire to obtain priests' orders for their young followers that induced the two brothers to leave Moravia. It is curious how the various sources differ on this point. According to the Translatio, both brothers departed from Moravia and left behind them liturgical books, without saying whither they were going. The Vita Methodii only mentions their departure after they had instructed their pupils, without giving their destination. The narrative interpolated in the most ancient Russian chronicle only mentions that Constantine came home in order henceforward to work in Bulgaria, whilst Methodius remained behind in Moravia. This statement has the appearance of a subsequent invention in order not to leave Bulgaria out of the story. But the return home, if by it we are to understand Constantinople, is also impossible to reconcile with their subsequent careers. The reason given by the Vita Cyrilli, that it was a question of obtaining ordained priests, gives sufficient ground for their departure from Moravia. The indefinite mode of expression used by the other sources may perhaps be explained by the fact that Constantine himself did not know for certain where he would succeed in obtaining ordination for the elect of his young pupils. It was out of the question to think of Passau or Salzburg, and it may have been the internal discord of the Greek Church which decided him against Constantinople. Footnote: There is certainly no evidence that he contemplated a breach with Constantinople. End footnote. The nearest sees were Aquileia and Grado, but legend speaks instead only of their sojourn in Venice. The object of the intercalated disputation, which is another proof of the tendency of the author of the Vita Cyrili to attribute such disputations to Constantine. Footnote: The whole story of the great disputation at Venice is merely legendary padding. End footnote. Was to point to the fact that Constantine was unable to obtain his desire to secure ordination of Slav priests. But there is another conspicuous discrepancy here between the two Pannonian legends. While the Vita Methodii does not say a single word concerning the sojourn of Constantine and Methodius in the territory of Kosel, the Vita Cyrili cannot sufficiently praise the friendliness of Kosel towards the two brothers. The events which followed the death of Constantine in 869 support the credibility of the Vita Cyrili, as Kosel's petition to the Pope to send Methodius into his country makes it natural to assume a previous personal acquaintance. The Vita Methodii also knows nothing of the disputation at Venice, but only briefly refers to one at Rome. Both the Pannonian legends and the Translatio agree generally that Pope Nicholas called the brothers to Rome, but his letter, mentioned in the Translatio, has not been preserved. According to the text, it must have reached them in Moravia, or at least in Pannonia. It would agree better with the circumstances and with the Vita Cyrili to assume that the news of the summons to Rome only reached them on Italian soil, at Grado or Venice. Curiously enough, the Pannonian legends entirely ignore the death of Pope Nicholas I, which happened in the meantime, 13 November 867. It is only mentioned in the Translatio, which also adds the correct date on which the two brothers arrived in Rome with the relics of St. Clement, after the election of the new pope, Hadrian II, 14 December 867, either at the end of 867 or the beginning of 868. On their arrival in Rome, they were received in state by the new pope, but, according to the Translatio, the honors were, as was natural, only shown to the relics of St. Clement. The real object which Constantine had in view is only mentioned in the Translatio, in which we read that the Pope sanctioned the ordination of the young men as priests and deacons. As all these aspirants were intended for the performance of the Slavonic liturgy, their ordination clearly shows the Pope's approval of the innovation. But the further statement of the Translatio, that the Pope made bishops of Constantine and Methodius, is contrary to all other information, although it is accepted as true by some historians. The Pannonian legends, which contain markedly detailed information concerning the honors shown in Rome to the Slavonic books, and appear to be derived here from eyewitnesses, would scarcely have omitted to report the personal honors shown to Constantine and Methodius had they actually taken place. The Vitae Methodii only states that Pope Hadrian gave the Slavonic books his blessing and priest's orders to Methodius, and, notwithstanding the opposition of some Roman bishops to the Slavonic liturgy, he selected one of them to ordain 3 of the young men as priests and 2 as anagnosts, lectors. According to the exact statement of the Vita Cyrili, Constantine died on 14 February 1869. Both Pannonian legends and the Translatio state that shortly before his death he assumed the names Cyril and the monastic garb. In close agreement with one another, the Vita Cyrili and the Translatio relate that Methodius first wanted to carry the corpse to a monastery in Constantinople in order to comply with his mother's wish. This surely implies that it was now his own intention to go to Constantinople and withdraw into a monastery. According to the Vita Methodii, Constantine was afraid of this wish of Methodius, and therefore begged of him before his death to abandon it. When the Pope declined to grant Methodius's petition, it was eventually agreed that Cyril should be buried in state in the basilica dedicated to Saint Clement. According to all credible information, Constantine's literary activity consisted first in the invention of a script for a certain definite Slavonic tongue. He chose the Macedo-Bulgarian dialect, called locally Slovenian, and the script had to be accurately fitted, as it were, to this tongue. He had a wonderful ear for phonetics, and contrived to provide a letter for each sound in the dialect. Of the two known Slavonic scripts, that which is recognized as the invention of Constantine by the majority of linguists and historians is the Glagolitic script, which was formed on the model of the Greek minuscules of the 9th century, in a manner exhibiting originality and individuality. In all probability, recourse was also had to some Latin and Hebrew or Samaritan signs. That the South Slavonic dialect was used as the basis of the script is clearly apparent from the enjoyment of a special sign for DZ as opposed to Z, and of a single sign for the vowel E superscript A or A with umlauts, which in the Pannonian Moravian group of dialects had developed into two separate sounds, E or superscript I, E, and YA. There is one obvious objection. Why was the script based on a South Slavonic dialect, while its use was intended for a totally different area and tongue in North Slavonia? But this objection may be answered by the following considerations. In the first place, the Slavonic tongues in the 9th century were more nearly related to one another than in the 19th. Secondly, it is quite possible that Constantine may have discovered from the members of Radislav's embassy that the South Slavonic dialect he knew was easily intelligible to the Moravians. Finally, he may have convinced himself by the comparison of the language of Byzantine literature with the spoken language of the Greek populace that a distinction between the literary language and the dialects of the people constituted no obstacle to success. The next stage in Constantine's literary activity began before his departure for Moravia. It was in the first instance limited to the translation of the lections from the Gospels and from St. Paul's epistles with the help of his collaborators. And in Moravia, if not earlier, translations were added from the Greek of whatever was indispensable for divine service, especially the Psalms, the periocopes of the Old Testament, and finally a short prayer and hymn book. Attempts have already been made to separate in point of language the portions due to Constantine's initiative from the continuations supplied by Methodius and his pupils, but the results are not satisfactory. While it is a matter of comparative ease to write the life of Constantine or Cyril, the subsequent course of his brother's life has given rise to many controversies, chiefly because, for the purpose of his biography, there is no parallel source by which to test the Pannonian legend. It is true that we are considerably assisted during this period by the statements of the papal curia, but however important this historical source may be, it does not afford sufficient indications of the later life of this great man. A recent discovery, however, of papal documents has been very helpful in establishing the credibility of the legend. The persecution to which Methodius was exposed at the time when he was already archbishop, and which is mentioned in the legend without comment, has now been strikingly confirmed by the newly discovered London Register of Papal Letters. This important evidence for the credibility of the legend in connection with the later life of Methodius prevents us from being biased against it by the legendary padding in the form of miracles and prophecies. Whilst Methodius remained at Rome after the death of his brother, Pope Hadrian, according to the legend, received Cosel's request to send Methodius to him as a teacher. The Pope complied, and addressed to all three princes, Rostislav, Svatopluk, and Cosel, a circular letter, the original of which has not been preserved, though the legend reproduces its contents at length. The genuineness of its contents has been disputed, but a forgery to support the Slavonic liturgy, which we know to have been tolerated in Rome by the Pope, would probably be totally different in character from this simple papal epistle, in which the facts of Constantine's life are referred to, first, to recommend Methodius to continue the work already begun by his brother, and then to authorize the Slavonic Mass, with the express stipulation that the Gospel must be read in Latin. Why should one not believe the further narrative of the legend, that Methodius first did yeoman's work with his pupils as priest, preacher, and teacher in Pannonia, and only returned to Rome afterwards at the request of Prince Cosel, accompanied by a deputation of the nobility, to receive the bishop's mitre at the hands of the Pope for the restored see of St. Andronicus in Pannonia? It was only now that the dissatisfaction of Salzburg was aroused, for Pannonia had been within its jurisdiction since the days of Charlemagne. They did not confine themselves to polemics such as the Libellus de Conversione Begoariorum et Carantanorum, but Methodius was cited before an assembly of secular and ecclesiastical dignitaries, presided over by Louis the German, among whom was probably Svatopluk also, and as he boldly defended himself against the accusation of exercising episcopal rights in another's diocese, he was sent to Swabia and kept there in prison for a year and a half. We now know from the papal register found in London that all this is true, and that Methodius was actually treated worse than one would imagine from the legend. As Methodius obtained his freedom in the year 873 by the energetic intervention of the new pope, John VIII, this violence to his person must have taken place in the years 1871 to 1873. Consequently, he did not long enjoy in peace the episcopal dignity conferred upon him by the Pope. According to the legend, the powerful enemies of Methodius, immediately after his expulsion from Pannonia, threatened his former patron Cosel with their displeasure if he ever received him back again. As a matter of fact, Cosel must have recognized the supremacy of the Salzburg Church as soon as Methodius had been removed, for it is known that by 874 a church had been already consecrated in Petau by Archbishop Theotmar. Whether Cosel was then alive we do not know. The papal legate, Bishop Paul of Ancona, who was entrusted with the settlement of Methodius's case, was, on the one hand, to do his utmost to take him to Moravia to Svatopluk, and, on the other, to return to Rome with him, together with Hermanric, Bishop of Passau, who had treated Methodius in a particularly harsh and cruel manner. Was Methodius at this moment in Rome? According to the text of the legend, it is quite possible, for it relates that the news of his liberation created such a reaction in Moravia that the Latin German priests were driven out, and a petition was addressed to the Pope to give them Methodius as their archbishop. The Pope complied and sent Methodius to Moravia, where he was received with enthusiasm by Svatopluk and all the Moravians, and took over the ecclesiastical administration of the whole country. There is no reason to doubt the correctness of this sequence of events. In this period, which the legend describes as the most flourishing in the history of the Church, the baptism of the Bohemian prince Bořivoj may have taken place on the occasion of Methodius's stay with Svatopluk. Curiously enough, the legend narrates much less concerning the subsequent activity of Methodius in Moravia than do papal documents. All it says is that a party arose against him, and his removal was expected, but the Moravian people assembled to listen to a letter from the Pope, which placed them in mourning because it was supposed to be unfavorable to Methodius. But suddenly their mourning was changed into great joy. When the papal letter was opened, it was found to vindicate the orthodoxy of Methodius and to declare that all Slovenian lands were delivered by God and the Apostolic See to his ecclesiastical authority. This narrative is obscure, and it is particularly surprising that no mention at all is made of the crux of the whole situation, the use of the Slavonic language in the liturgy. Only the omission of the filioque clause from the Nicene Creed is hinted at as the reason for the accusation of unorthodoxy brought against him by the Latin party. Footnote: no doubt Methodius, being a Greek, did not use the filioque clause. Possibly there was at this time an attempt to Latinize the Slavonic liturgy while preserving its Slavonic language. End footnote. Is it not possible that this obscurity in the narrative of the legend is intentional? For we know that in June or July of the year 879, Pope John cited Methodius to Rome on account of the twofold suspicion which had fallen upon him. First, that he was unsound in dogma in preaching the faith, and secondly, that, notwithstanding the express order of the Pope, communicated to him once before by Bishop Paul of Ancona, forbidding him to sing Mass in the Slavonic language, he had continued to do so. This is contained in the letter of the Pope addressed to Methodius. In a simultaneous second letter addressed to Svatopluk, the Pope only refers to the suspicion cast on Methodius's orthodoxy, no mention being made of the language used in the liturgy. The Archbishop obeyed the papal summons, and succeeded not only in convincing the Pope of his orthodoxy, but also in obtaining his authority to use the Slavonic language for divine service, which was solemnly expressed in a letter to Svatopluk in July 880,
Literas denique sclaviniscas a Constantino quondam philosopho repartas, quibus Deo laudes debite resonent, iure laudamus et in eadem lingua Christi Domini nostri preconia et opera enarentur iubemus.
Thus ran the principal passage in the letter, which clearly refers to the Mass, as it goes on,
Nec sane fidi ve doctrinae aliquid obstat sive missas in eadem sclavinica lingua canere sive sacrum evangelium ve lectiones divinas novi et veteris testamenti bene translatas et interpretatas legere aut alia horarum officia omnia psalere.
There follows Hadrian's express reservation to the effect that
propter maiorum honorificentiam evangelium latine legatur et post modum sclavinica lingua translatum in auribus populi latina verba non intelligentes ad nuntietur.
The difficulties of Methodius were, however, by no means at an end. Clearly he could look for no reliable support from Svatopluk, and in his suffragan Wichting, Bishop of Nitra, he had an uncompromising opponent who sought by various means to undermine Methodius's reputation and activity, both in Moravia with Svatopluk and in Rome with the Pope. This is apparent from the Pope's letter of 23rd March, 881, in which he consoled Methodius. The legend here tells of a journey made by Methodius after 881, as we may certainly date it, to the Emperor Basil I at Constantinople. According to the legend, the visit to Constantinople originated with Basil. This may not be correct, but it is very difficult to ascertain the true reasons which would tempt an aged man to a long and fatiguing journey. It was certainly not a mere ordinary visit. As it is related that the Emperor Basil had kept back a Slavonic priest and a deacon, as well as certain Slavonic church books, it is quite possible for Methodius's arrival in Constantinople to have some connection with the Slavonic liturgy, either in the interest of the Slavs who were under the rule of Constantinople, or of the Bulgarians who had again sided with Constantinople in ecclesiastical matters. According to the legend, Methodius also continued the literary work begun by his brother, especially completing the translation of the Old Testament, with the exception of the Book of the Maccabees. The time given by the legend for this undertaking, 7 months, is, however, far too short, and modern philological investigation does not bear out the statement that the translation was carried through at one time. The report that he also translated a nomocanon, by which is probably meant the digest of the canon law of John Scholasticus, and provided reading matter of an edifying character by translating a patericon, appears quite worthy of credence. Little as we know of Methodius's daily life, or of the place where he usually resided, only later sources mention Velehrad in Moravia, we know no more of the place of his death, which is said to have happened on 6 April, 885. The legend relates that his pupils buried him with solemn rites in 3 languages, Latin, Greek, and Slavonic. It is certain from the legend that he designated Gorazd to succeed him, as Gorazd was a Moravian, a fluent Latin speaker, and at the same time Orthodox. This is also confirmed by the Greek Vita Clementis, which, however, mentions Svatopluk as an unquestioned opponent of Methodius, at least in his last years, so that they could not reckon on his approval of Gorazd's candidature. But at this time a change had taken place on the pontifical throne. The new pope, Stephen V, 6th, was induced, probably by very unfavorable news from Moravia about Methodius, to send a bishop, Dominicus, and 2 priests, John and Stephen, to the Slavs, i.e., to Moravia, with definite orders, one of which was to forbid distinctly the Slavonic Mass, regardless of the concession of John VIII in the year 880, the other requiring Gorazd, who had been appointed by Methodius as his successor, to come to Rome under temporary suspension of his episcopal powers. This was clearly due to Svatopluk and Wiking. The Slavonic liturgy could not withstand in Moravia the attack of the Latin liturgy, which was supported by church and state, but the followers of Methodius carried it to the South Slavs, where it took firm hold in Bulgaria, Serbia, and Croatia. After the separation of the churches, it gave strength to the Eastern Church. In Croatia, which was Catholic, it has remained, but only under strong opposition until this day, in a few dioceses of Croatia, Istria, and Dalmatia. The chief legacy of the 2 brothers, of which they had no idea themselves, fell to Russia, in whose many libraries are preserved the richest treasures of Slavonic ecclesiastical literature. End of section 33.